toughness, resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise to glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
And welcome to another evening of Overwatch League action. I am Achilles here alongside Avril as per usual, and we'll continue on our merry way, our quest of going through this 7-match weekend all on our lonesome. Now, kicking things off, we have a 3-match day, and if it's anything like we saw yesterday, Avril, might be a little bit puzzling. We have the Shanghai Dragons taking the stage once again, but this time versus the pink Hangzhou Spark.
Could be a big one tonight. 3 big matches, like you sort of say, and I mean, I think all games that we have in the Eastern region have usually been fairly close anyway, with some exceptions. But I think the teams that we do have on tonight could be bringing some real firepower. So, as a reminder, our current standings and what we're playing for, the end of season qualification for both play-ins and playoffs, as well as escaping the bottom seed, the bottom position, which gets you automatically eliminated, and your season will be over. So, Guangzhou and the Valiant both trying to currently escape that bottom position. Chengdu not exactly safe either. They are the only 3 teams that have the possibility of not making the play-ins. Obviously, the Valiant most at risk at the bottom with only 5 points. Seoul and Dragons at the very top currently. They are already qualified for playoffs. They cannot drop out of the top 2 positions. Even if the Shanghai Dragons, which currently are sitting at a 0-3 record for the Countdown Cup, even if they go 0-6 and they lose every single game, they cannot drop out of at least 2nd seed. It's between Philadelphia and Hangzhou Spark to claim that final 3rd seed. Hunters had a shot yesterday, but because they lost to Seoul, they are no longer eligible. They are just playing for any position in top 6.
That they are. Well, like you said, Shanghai Dragons, pressure off in the regards of not having to be concerned about whether or not they're going to be able to make the playoffs. They are locked in, but should probably be concerned about their image right now because it has not been looking great. Here's going to be the starting 5. The ever-puzzling conundrum when it comes down to this roster is who we are going to see. And out the rip, it's going to be the start that we saw yesterday. Bebe in alongside Izayaki. Fleta there alongside Lip with Void holding things down in the tank position.
Image, mimage, that's what Moon would say, right? Who cares? Won 2021, doesn't matter. Had trophy. Apparently, I don't know. I'm just making up stuff for them right now. No, Dragons, yeah, it's been an interesting Countdown Cup. It's a little bit puzzling. Not too sure what's going on here. They are still yet to really bounce back so far on the stage, and time's running out a little bit. And again, technically speaking, it doesn't really matter what their result is. They are guaranteed 2nd seed, but I think the real disappointing thing is they probably could have taken more of a shot at the 1st seed. I think that would have been a more comfortable position. Global rankings do matter as well. We're heading to global tournaments with the top 12 from across both regions. You have the 8 teams from NA and the 4 teams from Eastern side as well. The overall global rankings does impact where you stand when we actually get to the playoffs. So Dragons, they might not be competing with the rest of APAC here, but they are still competing with the rest of NA in terms of where they will fall in that global ranking. So still some work to be done here, and I'm sure they'll be able to finally get some wins somewhere. But where can it be? Is it going to be against a struggling Hangzhou Spark, Achilles? Because this team on the pink side has also had, their trials and tribulations so far.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's 2 teams that are very much floundering right now in the current meta, which is something that does leave us a bit surprised, just given the caliber of these players. And here we go, the starting 5 at the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Familiar faces with the 2 somewhat new ones shrouded in shadow. Neko and Teru, having recently joined the roster, will continue to go ahead and be the starters.
So no movement there. No signs of Super Rich or Irony. Hangzhou Spark is still committed to this backline.
Or Architect. It's an auto meta.
Listen, you've already got 2 flex supports on your team. If you consider Architect to be a support, there will be 5 supports on the team. Look, I've heard of teams going as far as, multiple 3 or more tanks on Boston at one stage, like 5 DPS on Valiant at one stage.
Yeah.
5 supports would be something entirely different, though. Now, that would be, we are, on some level, you might be taking the piss there a little bit if you go to 5 supports. So, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that Architect is not in the support position. Interestingly enough, Spark have equal numbers in all positions, so they can actually do internal scrims. That's maybe like the one silver lining of having 10 players in your team. But at the same time, figuring out who your starters are is interesting as well, and that's kind of what I was alluding to. Is we look at Bernard now returning to the starting roster, and that's kind of like a meta call that I've seen more and more teams across both regions do, especially in the eastern side, is start to shift away from their main tank player for this Countdown Cup meta and move towards their off-tank player, mainly towards a Zarya position.
We'll see how they fare. I mean, Bernard has been looking great as far as that Zarya is concerned. I'm more curious about whether or not Void is going to opt to go into that, start off with the Zarya, or if he's going to be sticking to the D.Va, which is widely what he was showing us just yesterday. So we'll have to just wait and see, what has happened in the not quite 24 hours since Shanghai Dragons did play their last series, and whether or not the fixes have come through.
And Shanghai, they did take away the Circuit Royale, but that was the map where, first of all, Void did play the Zarya there, but they also had the substitutions of Lee J. God.
Of Who Are You?
Plus Who Are You, putting that Genji into play. Now, I haven't seen today's map set, so, once we discover that, I'll have a bit more to talk about in terms of what I think substitutions could be for both squads, but mainly the Dragons. I'm not expecting Spark to make any substitutions today. But yeah, you bring up a good point about Void in terms of what his hero selection is going to be, because I thought he'd play the Sigma yesterday. That didn't happen. Didn't happen for either Void or Fury. And I thought Void would maybe play a little bit more Zarya. He played a lot of D.Va, as you sort of mentioned there as well, and I felt like the D.Va matchup into Fury Zarya was very beneficial for Fury and not so good for the Dragons or Void. That might have changed in the last not quite 24 hours. So, versus Bernard now, you're in another very similar matchup. Bernard, he's no Fury, but I wouldn't underestimate him either. I think Bernard's had, so far, a pretty decent year. And backed by Shy and Alpha E, that's always going to be a scary lineup, and I think from the support position, I don't know, I'd still be willing to give them some benefit of the doubt. What I'm going to get to here is, though, that because both teams are on a massive loss streak, somebody's loss streak has to end today.
Yeah. Somebody will walk away victorious, even if we have to go to 8 maps because there's a bunch of draws. Someone's walking away with a dub. And I want to hear otherwise. Here we go. Lijiang Tower, they're starting things off for Control. Then we'll head into Paraiso, and then I didn't even get to read the rest of it because my brain is slow these days. So there you go. Let's get into the action. It's going to be Night Market to kick things off and see who can start things with the right foot forward. Void is already hovering the D.Va. And surely not Bernard.
Yeah, Night Market is it's been an interesting one for D.Va. I feel like this one is a very flat map on the ground. Bernard's hovering the Jungle Queen, and honestly, I wouldn't even hate that compared to D.Va. I feel like that's got more legs to stand on. Could it be the Orisa, though? It would be our first ever APAC Orisa. That's one here that we haven't seen here at all. Void. D.Va still locked in. It's going to roll out on the D.Va. It's going to be Sombra, Tracer, Alpha Yi on towards the Genji for the Spark. And different supporters on Neko, Lucio, Izayaki, Baby playing double flex support.
Alrighty. Well, the action will begin now. Shots getting thrown out here. Izayaki getting tagged up just a little bit around the back. Shy going to be able to find him. Gets the elimination. Baby as well going to get crunched. And Hangzhou Spark just stormed their way in on top of the Shanghai Dragons. Quickly finds a big slip. Barely makes it out with his life intact. And it looks like that might just be the first point lockdown going the way of the Spark.
And we saw a lot of pressure early into Izayaki. I believe he was on about half HP, and Spark just dived on in. Void resetting mech there, so back to 0% for the D.Va. And despite Baby landing a double Bionade on Neko and Terror, wasn't going to be good enough to allow them to capitalize. Shy, by the way, I do want to speak onto the Sombra a little bit. Shy typically has still been playing mostly Sojin, so this is the first time we're really seeing a lot of the Shy Sombra come out instead.
Chipping away where possible. Shots flying. Void trying to contest. Shy will go ahead and make his exit. Gets the hack out onto the Mega Pack as well. Point just going to be held. Bernard Alpha Yi also tagged up down low. Just a little bit of HP remaining, but somehow he's going to come away with a kill. Izayaki gets taken out. That's Teru, the only one getting traded here. And Void going to lose out on the mech, and this is just going to be a wash yet again. Hangzhou Spark winning out the fight. This Lip can do something about it.
Catch you later.
Doesn't look like it so far. Cap still going the way of Hangzhou. Ultimates are coming online. Dragons, have they regrouped quickly enough? Do they have the 5 available so far? As we see, Shy will be first up to try and go hunting. Right of him is going to be the double support line. Hasn't been spotted just yet. Now he's seen it. That will be the target. Where's Alpha Yi? He needs to come in for this dive.
Okay, EMP going to be used. Izayaki going to be taken down as well. Going to fall now. Only one going to be traded back. So Neko ends up getting taken out. Things looking really rough here for the side of the Dragons. As Hangzhou Spark continue to surge forward, searching for 100% to 0 right now. And given the way that this is going, Avril, I think they might be able to achieve it.
It's getting close. We're at 80% already. I'm not too sure what happened to the Lips EMP either. I think that one might have gone wide. Didn't really see anyone. Hangzhou gets hacked out over there. And plenty more ultimates to play through for the Spark. I mean, Dragons certainly have some firepower left to go, but at this point you're wishing for a miracle because Alpha's got the Nano Blade.
Yep, pulls this one out. Alpha down to 13 HP. And the shot there from Izayaki does come across. He manages to save the rest of his squad members, taking him out. But Lip has fallen over time, starting to bleed away. Bernard cutting his way back over onto the point, still holds on to this grab. Izayaki just have the Transcendence to try to keep themselves alive through this one. Just wait and see what happens when he decides to pull the trigger. That even is there as well to go for the eat. So Bernard has to be very cautious about this, but as I say that the sound barrier from Neko is going to be far too late. Bernard antied out, jumped down, then gets taken out. Alpha and Shy do manage to try to trade this one back. Both the supports going to fall here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Void down low, slept, knocked out of the back, has the self-destruct to try to get himself back in. No one's able to contest him, so he will safely get himself back into the mech suit now. Alpha has rejoined the fray, however. Looking for the hack. Lip will find it. Almost gets taken down. They move up the point for a brief moment. The OT nearly plummets. Teru now going to be picked. Flood finding the opening there. Void again going to be melted out of the mech. Shy this time, being able to claim the kill. Lip trying to play forward, trying to keep this one contest, but makes his exit, expecting the grab, and that catches Bebe completely off guard. Flood in the meantime, managing to find 2. Bernard and Echo both going to be taken down, but now Izayaki going to be out of the fight once again. It's the Shanghai Dragons without their supports. Shy dashing away, translocates out. The flip is there. Shanghai Dragons now in control, but for how long?
Flitter saves the day that he got multiple kills in that fight. Spark nearly had it over there, nearly had the 100-0, but the Shanghai Dragons hold on strong. Neko also had a sound barrier cancelled by Lip there through the hack, so that ultimate was not in play. And now comes the EMP from Lip. 3 men caught, Terra and Bernard low,
very
up
nicely
down.
Done. Very good cleanup here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. This is looking a lot more like what we had seen from the Hangzhou Spark at the very beginning, so now they're looking to run the pace of this match. Good cleanup, good economic investment, just burning the one to find several kills, buy themselves some more percentage, but it's still a very long road if they want to steal this one away.
And it's the Nano Blade coming through from the Hangzhou Spark here as well. Watch for Shy scouting. Don't need to be able to spot out members. Pulse Spawn went through from Fled. I think it might have missed. Neko and Terra still alive, but did go down to low HP.
Void is charging forward, widely ignoring. Bernard is coming in from behind. Blade is out. Alpha Yi finding Bebe, finds Izayaki, and that might just be the round found here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. The cleanup coming through, the flip about to happen. It's just Fled and Lip against the world. Neko being jumped on there for a brief little moment, manages to stay safe. There's the tag in, the jump out, Lip extending it as long as he possibly can. Fleta booped away from being able to get the extended touch, and it's 100 to 61% the closeout on a night market here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Nano Blade versus Dragons, who don't quite have any ultimates online. Izayaki needed to have trance far too away from that. And we're looking at a situation where either Bebe lands a sleep dart, Lip would need a hack for sure. That would only stop Alpha briefly. They really needed to be able to get themselves away from the Nano Blade and shut it down, but easier said than done versus Alpha. Hangzhou Spark knew they had the right tools to finish that off, and they did. So not quite 100-0, but can thank the heroics of Fleta specifically for that one. We've been a little bit harsh on Fleta, but that was definitely a great save from the Tracer of Fleta for that particular fight. That needs to happen a lot more often, and Shanghai are still down 1 round for Lijiang so far as we hit into Gardens.
All right, neutral territory again. As the teams make battle, Bernard getting chunked out nice and early here, but Alpha Yi manages to find that first blood, dashes through, takes down Lip. That's a big window for Shy now to go ahead and surge towards that EMP, already doubling the percentage of Lip.
Alright. Cap is so far mostly held by the Spark, with Terra falling down to Izayaki. That's a long-range frag as the bubbles fly on through. Just Neko healing so far.
Oh, and Bernard out. Yeah, because Neko's all on his lonesome. There's not much that Lucio can do. And Bernard gets taken out. Izayaki as well, fragging here, looking for a second kill. Narrowly does manage to get that shot across, and Neko goes down. It is a very fast flip this time around for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, finding their footing just 10% into the round.
And look at Bebe already having the nano available. That's so far ahead of Teru, who died very early on, first death. And now Spark going through towards the white room. Bebe can make this play in the nano. It's hard to actually I say that, but it's hard to maybe make offensive plays with nano in this composition, right? Who do you nano? Is it going to be Fletter? Could it be Void? Again, no great target. Same issue as yesterday. Shiner on the back line as well.
Okay, EMP out, and that's the supports quickly taken down. I mean, I don't know what it is, but the supports seem to just be hugging themselves in fear whenever these EMPs come out, not playing split apart, so it's easy pickings to the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They do lose out on 2 members, though, in exchange, but while the fight is won by them, they will go ahead and retake the point.
You can see that Izayaki there has the transfer, so I can't quite remember if he had it during the EMP or not, but in either case, double supports were caught and both went down. So 35% for the Dragons, but that'll be caught up on very briefly. Now we're back into Nano Blade territory. This time Izayaki, as mentioned with the transfer, will be able to block that Nano Blade. That's important. And then we'll expect to see Lip then counterplay with his own EMP. He should already be on the hunt. He sees 2 members on point. Still looking for supports though. And he's
found out very early on. Okay. Lip making his exit. Void going to be hacked in the meantime. Widely going to be okay. 3 ults now ready to go on either side with Bernard creeping up towards the 4th. EMP going to be let loose. Alfie pulls the blade, however, and he does one better. Managing to find 3, gets the break there on avoids Magnet. Flutta is feeling the kill feed himself, comes up with 3 kills. This is a polar opposite look for Flutta from yesterday, who seemed to have been struggling. It seems like now he's found his groove once more. Makes his exit, knows that this fight is widely over. Bernard will be able to clip with a right click on the exit, but man, what a turn up from him so far.
And it's again, this is a double support line of Dragons being caught instantly. No transcendence from Izayaki in this particular fight versus the Nano Blade. And we saw Lip and Fletter on the opposite end trying to do the same, and yeah, they did catch Neko and Teru, but by that time, the trunk of the fight had been over. Alpha yet already cleaned up. Spark now into 80% and climbing. Grav coming through next. Just got to get rid of Void and his defensive matrix. Then Bernard can feel free to pull. Izayaki forced the trans.
Yeah, trans is burned early. And Neko still holds onto this sound barrier here for an extended fight. See Bernard looking for it. There's going to be the nano boost out onto him. Izayaki now going to be taken down. Bebe as well. And they don't even need to commit the grab to the fight to be able to win it. And it's been 98% locked in, and no one's going to be able to touch here. This is over. A 2-0, a very close first round. Not so much here in the second as the Hangzhou Spark steal away Lijiang Tower.
I mean, it's not just over, Achilleos. Dare I say that was even a little bit one-sided. Far more one-sided that you want to see from the Dragons' POV. It's another 2-0. It's a situation where you look at the Spark ultimates available. They kept 3 ultimates at the end of that fight, rather 2 ultimates, because Nano did get played as well, but Neko never felt pressure to use that sound barrier. Burner didn't even feel like using the grab, and you could see it from Bernard's POV as well. Void was covering him with defense matrix the entire final fight, and there's 2 things to consider there. 1, if Void's doing that, he's not doing any other damage. He's only concerned about the grab. Bernard says, that's fine with me. I've received the nano. I'm on full energy. I'm just going to beam your entire team down. No grab required. And Spark, they push through comfortably.
Well, what a showing here. I mean, you know, Flutta stepping up, looking good here in this first map. Good to see after the struggles that he's been having so far here in the Countdown Cup qualifier. But Shy and Alfie, the talk of the town, huge Dragon Blades coming out from Alfie. And there's just not a candle to be held to it here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. We'll see if they can muster back and try to tie things up as we do get ready to go into Paraiso for our hybrid map. It's going to be coming up after the break, so we'll see if we have a 1-1 scoreline after that, or if it's going to be a 2-0 lead at match point for the Hangzhou Spark when we come back from the break.
Your power tower, get in there.
And we are back. The scoreline right now 1-0 for the Hangzhou Spark after a 2-0 victory on Lijiang Tower. Dragons playing a pretty close round, nearly bringing it back in the first one on Night Market, but then as we shifted over to Garden, it was a completely different story. We saw some individual pop-offs there. Fleta looking a lot more like the former MVP that we know and love. The Hangzhou Spark, with their talent, just was able to shut them down. Alfie, in particular, some big blades throughout that. So now it's bounce back time for the Shanghai Dragons if they want to tie things up. And I can't hear Avril.
Hello, I am here. I'll talk about Goose Ray in a second before we head into the map, but just bring up one quick detail about Gardens that I did actually miss there, which was that Alfie's Nano Blade that came through on Gardens, around the middle of the Gardens there. We noticed that both Bebe and Izayaki went down, especially with the trance. Izayaki was actually hacked out. I checked the replay there. He was hacked out extremely briefly, and Alfie executed him within about 1 second. So what I can credit there is that Shy and Alfie, their coordination together on this Genji Sombra duo has been incredible, because their ability to just land on targets, instantly take down a Zenyatta with the trance that would have otherwise have blocked that Nano Blade. I mean, that was a potentially round-winning play from the Hangzhou Spark, just having that combination together. And then, I'm not too sure how Izayaki had his Transcendence forced out a little bit later on, but that definitely also was costly, because Dragon sort of lost their only major supporting tool towards the end of Gardens. We're now moving into new ground for a new map here on Paraiso, with Gushui coming in for the Winston. I said I probably wasn't expecting Gushui in, maybe on that third map, but that's also Route 66 where I think Burner can play. Does say that Spark's strategy obviously is to play through the Winston for Paraiso. They could have probably still stuck on to either a Zarya look or, dare I even say, the D.Va look here. I think, especially with the high ground, low ground play, that could make a lot of sense. I still criticize the Void D.Va on Lijiang though, because it's just a very flat map, and you can see how passive Dragons are playing a D.Va when you don't have the aggressive forward pressure of the damage from the Zarya. On this map though, we'll see if it pays out for them, because there is a little bit more verticality play, so the flexibility from having that verticality on the D.Va might be a bit more helpful, but
it's still just bizarre, because we've seen so much success with the Winston dives on this map when coupled with this Sombra coming through in the Tracer. So a little bit of a different look with the D.Va, obviously a little bit more protection for the backline as well, but we'll have to see how they execute on this one. Alfie going to be burning his recall early. Lip as well with the translocator getting jumped on from behind. Does end up falling quite low. Dips the hell out of dodge. And Void is just going to be bullied. Big hitbox and damage. Going to be antied out. They're chasing forward. They're trying to look for him, but looks like they will go ahead and peel back.
He was on one. Actually on one.
Well, Bebe's dead. He's on 0. Izayaki as well. Quite down low. Hides into the corner, and they're chasing for this one. They know they're stuck co-side. All right, looks like Alfie says, you know what, this is a little bit too far, so I will go ahead and pull away. So Void and Izayaki will live to fight another day. Fleta now going to be swapping over onto the Echo with Lip on the Tracer.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can, again, play for some high ground pressure and just area pressure with the Echo. So now you've got 2 flyers in the team for the Shanghai Dragons. Void can also support Fleta quite a bit as well. And Lip needs to think about how he can pressure point and draw attention back. Shy is just too accurate, though.
Yep, Shy just chunking, playing off the back of Alfie's damage. Set him up for the kill. Goes through, Flood instantly grounded. Pulse Bomb still held there from Alpha. You thought maybe he was going to use it when Void had his back turned, just try to break that D.Va out of the mech, but decides to hold on to it for a rainy day.
We'll be waiting for the rotations. The problem for the Dragons will be that Bebe and Izayaki are going to be open. Once Dragons start rotating, those 2 members will really struggle to move through the rotation very quickly. They need Void to cover them the entire time. So as Void's on a mission, they can strike.
Fleta dead again. Pulse Bomb out, finds Bebe. 2 members gone. Now Void going to be demech'd. Obviously holds on to that self-destruct as well. Nowhere near worth the investment, and that's just going to be an extended team kill coming through as the Hangzhou Spark suffered no losses. They used just 2 ultimates, the Nano out onto Neko and the Pulse Bomb from Alfie too, that can be built up very swiftly. And this is the game plan for Alpha as I described, right? I mean, Void can't be everywhere at once. This isn't Overwatch 1 where Void can just pocket the backline while Fate goes in. Void, if he wants to be the diving tank, will leave Bebe and Izayaki exposed, and that's where Alpha Yi can find his timing, and that's exactly where he got his Pulse Bomb. Shanghai Dragons will still have similar issues. How do you get Bebe and Izayaki across the map? They need to fight for high ground control first. Fleta and Void's job is very big for that. We're still waiting for Duplicate. Okay. Good pulse opening there from Lip. I thought maybe it had clipped onto the shield, but actually does get an echo. Kill found. Flooded going to be taken down. A support for a DPS. Neko going to be rejoining here somewhat soon with the rally at the ready. As for now, Gushue just
Spark back in.
away inside. Probably want the ready to buy
They don't
some time.
have respawn advantage. They do not have respawn advantage here. Their members, Neko has going to be taking longer to get back to point. They've fled
Here
away,
now.
and Dragons have already got their 5 together. Spark have a lot of ultimates, so that's the bigger boon for them to play through despite losing space.
Back through. 5v5. Alfie trying to break open the pack line, and that'll do it. Fights maybe once more. The pulse bomb
And the
claims its
trance.
victim. Transcendent still going to be committed here from Izayaki to try to keep them in this fight, to try to get something done, or maybe just to try to escort them around the back, but to no avail. The call is completely botched. He instantly gets shut down. Void's trying to make his exit as he's antied out. Alfie, he just carries on his merry way, hunting them out.
Dragons reset. This is it. Critical timing. 20 seconds left remaining.
20
Left down
seconds.
as well. Have to wait for the respawns. And Alfie
Four
has
ults.
just, his gameplay has not really been disturbed at all. His gameplay has not really been pressured. I mean, Void's on a diva, but I dare say I don't really see the pocketing here. I mean, Alfie is able to just dive on the back line at will.
Izayaki
Shy
shot
can
dead.
just do
There's
that.
the overclock. Shy trying to get rid of the echo.
Oh
It's-
my God.
Oh my god, the shot on the lip was absolutely disgusting. Quick pops and Fleta dead. Shy just goes ahead and carries him over the finish line. The self-destruct just going to be
That's a
blocked
5K,
by the
isn't it?
bubble. And I mean, that is it. That is just a pure full hold. There you go. He gets another kill on the back end. He goes over to the spawn and he kills Izayaki. Because why the hell not?
That's
It is a
5
pure
and a half.
full hold.
Because he didn't get the
Unbelievable.
mech. He did not get Void's mech, but he got the baby diva. But then he gets a respawning Izayaki anyway, so we'll say it's like a 5.5. I don't know. It's a lot though. It's way too many. It's more than Dragons can afford to lose. And Hangzhou Spark, I think the only time they were even pressured is when we had the Fleta for Neko trade, with Fleta having a shorter respawn distance. Okay, Spark will respect that. They will back up. They'll give you space. But the issue there is Spark still hold on to 4 ultimates. So you forced him back in terms of a map control position. But resource-wise, Spark is still very much in the lead. And they'll show that a nano to Shy with the overclock. I mean, Shy Nano Clock is the bread and butter of how they found their success in mid-season man. It's just railing the competition. So let's take a look at this line and passage of play again. Watch the shot onto the lip. That's the one that's just really insane. There's Bebe,
And
boom, lip as well, straight afterwards. Just 2 in a row. So that's got to be 3. And then Sesame Street count with me as that's 4. Doesn't get the mech, but will get the baby diva. And then Izayaki
Yeah.
in the respawn for 5.5.
Okay, so let me ask you for a fun stat here, Avril. Did Shy just get more kills in that fight than Dragons got on the entire attack? Because it certainly feels that way. Am I too much of a doomer
How many more kills do you think Shy have than the entire Shanghai Dragons combined? Give me a number. How many more? He does have
4.
more, but how many?
4.
6.
Okay, it's worse than I thought.
Shy has 9 final blows. The entirety of the Shanghai Dragons has 3. Shy has
Good
single-handedly
God.
tripled the Shanghai Dragons final blows output.
Okay, well, we'll get into that. In
And
a
by
bit
the way,
anyway.
by the way, Shy is not nominated as an MVP. I find that quite interesting. Perplexing even.
You know, fortunately, we're not in charge. Gushue going to be antied out, Shy down to a sliver of HP. Quick hop back around the corner and lift. There you go, nice headshot, much needed. As they seek the fuller
I'll tell you
hold
what.
to bring out a draw.
I'll tell you what, Lip is nominated for MVP, and I guess that's why he can still do those things. Lip on the Sojin. Lip, of course, wasn't on the Sojin for the attacking side, so wasn't able to challenge Shy in the same sort of way. So I'm glad that they have that part in their control. As
Well.
one other thing I'll touch up on here before the next fight starts is, Void once again is on a deep. I actually think you can play the Zarya for the defense here because you start on the high ground, but he, again, values the ability to rotate up and down from the high ground, so see if that happens, and also really will need to put a lot of pressure on covering Shy's damage output, because otherwise those rails are going to come through.
All right. Lip just spamming away, chunking out Gushue. Takes him low. Gets nanoed up, finds Taro. Maybe going to be exchanged somewhere. Alfie on the opposite side of the pipe manages to find that kill. Now pulls out the blade, gets Izayaki as well, so the support's going to be taken out. Can he find any more value? This is going to be no, because he has to make his exit. 2 quick kills, faster runbacks here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but they need to play off the back of this opening.
And so far,
So far, it
time
seems like
is
they're not going
good.
to.
I mean, Shanghai have really delayed time reasonably well, but They have lost space in response, so this is Hangzhou Spark now really claiming some of this cap space. And
Okay.
Lip will be able to respond, so again, Lip is holding down the fort for the Shanghai Dragons. There's multiple frags now that Lip has found on this defense.
Solid from him. Fleta just eyeing up some targets. Pulse bomb at the ready. Nano going to be invested. Goes over to LP. This one's going to be dry. Does not have that Dragon Blade at the ready, so just trying to farm this one up. Dashes in. Gets on top of Lip. Finds that kill. Void under fire. Set that self-destruct. Transcendence rolling. We'll keep him in the mech for now, and Void actually gets the punish. LP going to be taken down. Gushwei taking a nap now inside of the bubble. Everybody collapses in on top of him. The ante is out, and he can't make it around the corner, so he does fall. And suddenly, there's a minute and 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, well,
Get your telescopes out, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see the draw?
Gushui also didn't have the primal there either, so no ability to stay in that fight with the Hangzhou Spark. They'll hold they have. Plentiful ultimates available. I don't think Void will make any sort of aggressive play on the self-destruct. That will be held as a mech reset. So the life reset there is on Nano coming online to survive against any sort of dive again. I'm not expecting Baby to play this one aggressively. Hangzhou Spark still have weapons though. Rally should be the overclock to follow.
Okay, Rally out, Primal popped. Nice shot there from Lip. It's a little bit of a chunk, but not going to be a kill. Shy now, overclock, looking for some targets, but so far hasn't been able to find anything. Gushwei juggles around a couple of the supports, and that does set up for the kill on a Bebe. They get one. Nice peel back on the opposite side of the bubble. Gushwei evades that right-click charge up from Izayaki, finds the kills, and now it's the Spark occupying the point. Fleta going to have to do some
This is not a draw.
demon work right now, but he's got no HP with which to work with here. And Alfie cuts it through him. And while they buy a good amount of time, they take it down to 27 seconds. The Hangzhou Spark still just needed a single tick, and they are able to achieve it. So from the full hold into the win, Hangzhou Spark now lead in the series 2-0.
It's awkward to say that a full hold into a one-tick attack is somehow still a close affair, but you know, credit to the Shanghai Dragons. Lip especially held on to that defense as much as they could, but we barely had enough of a map to play through. Kind of reminds of us the first time we watched that Paraíso, and that was a Seoul versus, can't remember who their opponent was anymore, might have actually been Spark, could have been Chengdu. In either case, yeah, Hangzhou Spark are 2-0 up, and if you look at the scoreline alone as you look across both maps, 2-0 to 1-0, Dragons are actually at risk of a 0-point lockout in the series, which means no points accrued on any map. That would be possibly the worst result I've ever seen from the Shanghai Dragons in years.
Since
that does
2018.
occur.
Yeah. It's just so bizarre to see what is happening right now. But something's got to give. Something needs to change at some point. Maybe it'll change going into Route 66, but given that that map has some more verticality, something tells me that we're going to be seeing some Void on Diva once more. I don't know what to say. So I'm just going to throw it to a break. Hangzhou Spark up 2-0. We'll see you guys in a few. And we are back and in yet again very bizarre territory. We saw Shanghai Dragons down to 0-2 just yesterday versus the Fusion. They were able to win a map as we got ourselves on to Escort, but fell apart from there. But it's baby steps. Let's go ahead and see if they can take our next map, which is Route 66, and try to engineer a reverse sweep.
Yeah, baby steps, as they say. So
Baby steps.
See how Shanghai Dragons want to extend their roster for this particular map, if at all. Currently, I'm not seeing any changes, so perhaps we are just going to be moving through for potentially both. Okay, there we go. Burn Eye does come in for Goose Race, so that's on the Hangzhou Spark side of things, and as I kind of expected, right, I think Route 66, we're seeing a lot of D.Va gameplay. I have seen and heard D.Va first point A defense is also quite solid versus strong dive teams, so that could be the case, but otherwise Zarya across the rest of the map is particularly good for this map, so that does make sense to me from the burner side of things. For the Shanghai Dragons, part of me, I think the best look for Dragons that they can achieve right now with this particular lineup is to have Lip remain on the Sojourn. That was definitely a big part of that defense and a really consistent factor. I don't know what it is, and I'm sure this... I'm going to give Lip the benefit of the doubt as historically the best Sombra in the world, that he isn't the issue on this team. His Sombra isn't the issue. It could be a dive thing, it could be a coordination, it could be a number of different factors. I'm happy to give him the benefit of the doubt for now until I see more of his POV specifically, but Sojourn for Lip is a lot more consistent, so that being the case, I still think he should probably shelve the Sombra for now. Especially on a map like this with long sight lines, double flex support Sojourn is probably going to be the best look for the Shanghai Dragons, and I think the Dragons probably agree with that, given that Bebe and Izayaki are still the two supports in.
Well, let's see if they listen. They will be first on the attack, so we can't read too much into what is being assembled right now, but, you know,
imagine not listening to me. That's kind of crazy.
What did you say?
I said, yeah, imagine not listening to me. That'd just be wild, Shanghai. You know,
Now what?
The what?
Do you see where this joke is going? I'm not listening to you is the joke. Anyway, yeah, Void is hovering the D.Va, and something tells me that that is going to stick. I don't know why I have this feeling.
Probably.
But it just raw, pure instinct after casting this game for about 5-6 years. Something's telling me that Void is going to be playing this. I was going to mention, like, we saw him finally when we got to New Queen Street just yesterday, try to match with the Zarya, but not to be seen so far. And Lip is out the gate on the Sombra. So, yep, no one's listening to you apparently, Avril. You're muted again.
Well, yeah. At this point, I'll just stay on mute, I guess. No, but for the Shanghai Dragons, I mean, at this point, they really need to be able to set up Lip and Fled it together. I don't think D.Va's a particularly strong enough diving hero to really line up dives with Lip, so... You know, Lip's just going to go on these solo missions, do a little bit of farming, not really set up for too much. Translate code back and try again, I suppose.
Alright, well. Playing a bit further back here is the Hangzhou Spark. I think a little bit of chip damage. A little minor high ground contest there from Void. Runs up over the top. Lip going to be spotted off on that right side flank. Dive in, Alfie trying to get the assassination attempt here on Izayaki. D-Matrix does come in, but Shy is able to capitalize as the D-Matrix runs out. Void just not being able to do enough to keep him alive. Bernard going to be taking a nice little nap for the time being. As Alfie continues on his merry hunt. He's looking for some people to kill, and Lip's got to get out of there immediately.
Alpha, he's just, he's playing on the edge there. He went for an ultra-aggressive dive into Izayaki. He actually potentially could have died for that, but did survive, and he actually went in without a bubble as well, because he already received a bubble earlier. So that was on cooldown. In the case of Hangzhou Spark, still holding strong for now.
I mean, look at him.
Alpha, you're just like, you're gonna hack me? You're gonna hack me? I'm just gonna run at you.
He's playing like a bear in the wild. You torment him, you shoot him once, and he just shrugs it off and he comes running at you. Alpha, he's just a grizzly. And yet again, he's doing it as he gets hacked. Flood playing in from behind him as well, so double pressure applied to Alfie, but still is managing to stay alive.
Halo movement is good though, look at that.
Halo has moved up quite a bit. Pulse Bomb lobbed out there by Flood, unable to find anything. Bernard out in no man's land, going to get punished. EMP now striking. Terror clipped by that one. Lip finds that elimination in the end. And Alfie hacked out once more, will end up falling. So the Shanghai Dragons not going to be going scoreless in this series.
Wow.
They will get a cap.
And that's the combination of a couple of factors. First of all, Dragons maintained push the entire way through, and Spark, despite all of the sort of funny business with Alfie just diving at Lip every time that Alfie gets hacked, I mean, okay, Hangzhou Spark don't stop the payload though. They never really had pressure on the payload. Bernard stayed on high ground the entire time, never really applied pressure to the point. Tiru's down again in this next particular fight. Dragons are not letting off the pressure, and that's exactly what they need to do versus the Hangzhou Spark. Tiru also, by the way, died in the previous fight on 97, so no possibility of a Nano Blade. Spark are about to hit 5 ultimates and have yet to been able to use one.
Okay. Well, there's a big opening. And Shy does manage to find Lip. Not quite sure how he caught him, but he managed to get him in the end. Gives a lot of room now for the Hangzhou Spark to advance back forward out of the garage and try to really wrap this cart, rather. It's EMP at the ready, but everyone's pulling back, so Shy knows that he doesn't need to commit it to the fight right now. So continues to hold. 5 ults built up here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark, nearly 3 from the side of the Dragons. EMP goes out first, catches 2. Transcendence in response. Izayaki not getting shut out by that one. Shy going to be the first one that gets picked off. Nano Boost out here onto Bernard. Doesn't have that much energy to work with. Dipping now down below 40. Throws out that bubble. Offering it up to Alpha E, who pulls the plate.
Mega tag.
Trying desperately to find some kills, and eventually does get the 2-for-1 special here onto the support. So nice deflect will also take Void out of the back. Pulse bomb going to be going wide from Fleta. As the cleanup is there. Lip going to be the last man standing at the end of it all. Hangzhou Spark, though, had to invest a hell of a lot to get it done.
Yeah, it's 4 ultimates versus 2, but for the Spark, you know, it's almost necessary expenditure at some point. The first 2 ultimates did not get them the value they were looking for. Shy drops an EMP. Izayaki survives it. Instantly Transcendences afterwards. Alpha is waiting for that timing, then to play the blade afterwards. Here, Shy is on the back line, being as annoying as possible. Solo kill to Izayaki. Void to come back and at least cover Bebe. Make sure that Izayaki can come out of spawn, because otherwise he is going to get spawn camped by Shy.
Well, he's looking for it, but that's a nice shot. By Izayaki. Yeah, really good.
He just shot him out of spawn.
Shuts down that
flank. Did he have vision, or did he just was that just a complete call, just a blind call?
He just caught him randomly,
no matter what it was.
Well, now they know where his translocator is at, so they can try to play around that one. Lip in the meantime, also getting some work done. Finds Alpha Yi, makes his own exit. He's playing forward in behind the Hangzhou Spark at the garage. Back here in the Izayaki, but no damage really taken. And Izayaki very much hungry for blood, just turning those orbs towards his enemies rather than his teammates. Grab comes in, catches 2 on the wall. Izayaki going to be locked in, but they haven't been able to find that kill yet. In fact, he actually takes down Neko. They've flown too close to the sun here, have the Hangzhou Spark. Nano Boost went out on the Izayaki, and he is continuing to try to make use of it. Charges up the right click, gets a little bit more damage through. Can't stop the beam, but builds up the Transcendence, pops it to keep himself alive. In the meantime, Bernard does fall, and Lip finds Terror once more. Cart can now advance. Shanghai Dragons breach the defenses.
That was all great, but hilariously, Void held Matrix over Burner as Burner was trying to laser out Izayaki. I found that to be quite amusing, but in either case, look, Burner probably was forfeited there, and Izayaki kept alive by now. It's a very NA sort of centric play, especially on this type of comp, right? You save the nanos defensively for your other support player.
I'll have to hold that thought as the recontest does come through, but there's the EMP out, and Alpha just absolutely disappears. Shy into the back lines, trying to get rid of Izayaki, and eventually does. Has his own EMP now ready to go as Bernard tries to stay alive, tries to build up some energy. Gets himself to 40, the EMP goes through. Bebe gonna get killed. That one, but Void finds 2 with a self-destruct, something that we have not seen in a very long time. Picks up Shy and Bernard, and that is just enough to go ahead and push their way into point B. So a minute and a half now added to the time bank. Just over 2 minutes left. Did want to say, Bernard, or rather Void, holding that D-Matrix, I think it's to prevent the right clicks in case they come through, not just the beam. I think he knows better, but, you know, because some people are going to call him a fool. Oh, his Fleta's body goes flying.
If Bernard was going for right clicks, but I don't know. We'll let that one rest, and we'll figure it out at some other stage, or maybe it's not even worth thinking about it anymore at all. Who knows? It's the Hangzhou Spark. At this point, they've lost 2 points instead of just the 1. The Blade to try and now stop the push, and looking successful.
Yes, it is. Cleans up Lip. Izayaki gets the DMAC as well. They see the Baby Diva. Know that they can finish off Void pretty much at any moment here, but it's going to rotate back over into the spawn. Surely he doesn't swap here.
He's resetting. He's resetting, Mac.
I don't know how much. Did he have a charge? Okay.
Well, not anymore. He did just use self-destruct capturing. He did just use self-destruct capturing, B, so it would have been for sure.
All right, well, he's going to receive the nano boost here. Bebe sending him in. Sound barrier instantly responds there from Neko just to try to keep everybody safe. EMP, though, is encroaching from the side of the Shanghai Dragons to Lip at 80%.
It just, again, kind of feels like, Void will go in here with a nano, but Fleta and Lip possibly MIA there. Not too sure what happened with the 3-man dive. It looked more like a 1-man dive that Spark were quite comfortably able to back away from. Now,
There's
Lip
so
is
much
getting
space
quite
being
close to
given
the
up.
EMP.
Grab at the ready. Void noted. Shy almost eliminated there. Just hold on to the CMP, and actually it's going to be Lip who strikes first. Manages to find 4. The counter EMP comes in. Shy clipping him, and Flood is the first one to fall. Now Void going to be taken out of the mech. A huge counteraction here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark, which is 15 seconds remaining. Now they're chasing in to get as many staggers as they possibly can. Bebe dead. Izayaki about to respawn. 2% off from that Transcendence, but I don't think he's even in range to try to pop it and get himself to the card. Lip's going to have to be the one that touches, drops down, and he is instantly killed off. OT does get forced, but somebody needs to get this touchdown. Dash in, Flood finds it, but he's instantly hacked by Shy. What a reaction from him and Alpha Yi. They find the kills. The boop's coming in, the Transcendence used in desperation, just trying to keep everybody else alive as Alpha Yi hovers down above them, drops in the D-Matrix, keeps Izayaki safe for a little bit longer, but that blade is imminent, and he now has it ready to go. Maybe waiting for the dash. Neko going to be claimed. Taro left on his lonesome now as far as the supports are concerned for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. The Cardigan inching forward. Shy now going to be picked. There's the blade. The charged up right click puts a lot of damage down on Alpha Yi, and he ends up dying. Now Bernard takes it out as well. The Shanghai Dragons, they're going to be able to clutch this one out. The respawn is in. Neko tries to get himself back over to the cart, but he cannot stop it. He cannot halt the progress, and they will be able to finish the map. What a clutch play here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, bleeding out one after the other. But Izayaki buys enough time with that Transcendence and then helps kill off Alpha Yi to shut down the blade. And that's enough to get the win.
That's a 3v5 clutch with poor respawns as well. The respawn distance from Dragons is incredibly long. We can take a look at that self-destruct again. Bubble place really... Okay, the bubble saved Teru, but the other 2 members unfortunately were going to fall there. And then Teru dies anyway. Okay, let's talk about that last fight again. 3v5. As a reminder, Lip, initial touch, dies. Flitter, follow-up touch, dies. It's just Void, Bebe, and Izayaki. I have some questions there from the Hangzhou Spark side of things. First and foremost, Alpha Yi waited a damn long time to pull the blade. He was healthy. He doesn't need to wait for dash because you get a dash reset as soon as you pull blade. And to me, there was no real reason to wait. I mean, you've basically just got 2 supports you're looking at. You can easily just execute them. The only thing he could have been waiting for is Bernard to have a bubble, but to me, that's kind of like too safe almost. Like, I don't know that you need that to happen. Even with that under consideration, how is it that 4 other members of the Spark failed to take down Void? I know that Void is still receiving some healing. He's got a bit of Matrix. He got hacked in the middle of that as well, but he's a single tank that must be on that payload almost stationary. It makes no sense that 4 players couldn't take him down or burn him down, especially under pressure from the fact that Alpha Yi should have been in the faces of the supports. That never really happened. Alpha Yi waited until 2 members of his team died, then he went for the blade, and then he dies as well in the middle of his blade. That's wild to me.
Unbelievable clutch. Doesn't quite get them the map win, though. For that, they need to have a strong defense. Try to avoid going to extra innings, especially if the Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to push with time in the bank. They have to make it to the end. We'll see how they fare. As for now, some out of space. Offered up as they get the cart here to the first corner. Dash in, they're looking to get the punish here on Avoid. The sleep is in. That's going to be the break on the mech. And suddenly the front line is broken down.
Here, you're in a 5v5 and you just kill Void. You're in a 5v3 and you can kill Void rather. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, so anyway, they kill Void. He's trying to actually nearly remake this one. They have to get the Baby Diva down. This could be a problem. He's nearly got the mech back.
Okay. Lip out. He's got it. Somehow, some way, he makes his way in. But as he gets the mech back, Izayaki left out in the open, falls, and Bernard claims both the lives of the supports here. Now the cart has a hell of a lot of distance it can close.
And Bernard's got high ground. Big O's been taken down here, and it's the Shanghai Dragons kind of left reeling. They don't have anybody out. Void around the side. I mean, they definitely will retake this one. They're in position to play through. And Fletter has a pulse bomb nearly up as well. How do we link up this dive? When you see Lip and Fletter work together for this.
Hacks there on the neck. The bubble comes through from Bernard. They keep him protected. Taro, however, still exposed, and Fletter makes his move. Dashes in, find the kill. Alpha Yi now dead. I mean, Neko is just running his way into the canyon right now, and he's going to die. Bernard trying to duke it out against Izayaki. Will be able to do so, but in the end will just give up his life and reset his energy. Builds up close to a grab, however, keeping pace right now with Void self-destruct. Good spot out on a Shy. He's trying desperately to survive, and looks like he will.
Yeah, they'll respect that one with Hangzhou Spark having further respawners coming in to assist Shy. The cap was nearly there. Successful retake from the Dragons, and they have ultimates online. Dragons did not need to ult for that. Bernard going down would have been sort of the key point of that particular push. Another EMP from the left.
Only finds one, though. Gets Terror now. The answering EMP finds so many more on the opposite side, but the kills still need to be found. Void sends out that self-destruct. Terror Bernard already felled here. Neko going to be dead as well, so Shy, he gets the second pull of the trigger once more on the EMP, but this time it does not lead to a fight victory for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Shy's going to swap now to the Sojourn.
I don't know that he should have done that, because what you see here is you have Nanoblade available, and what Shy has previously done in these situations is he specifically goes for the hack onto Izayaki, prevents the trance. We saw that on Gardens for Li Jiang, and then the Nanoblade comes through and executes. With him swapping over to the Sojourn, they've lost the ability to quickly dive.
A blade is going to be pulled. Alfie seeking a target, gets one swipe across there on a Flood, but he stays alive. Sound barrier here for the Hangzhou Spark, just trying to really go hard in the paint, but so far the kills have been eluding them. Nano is going to be going through here on a Bernard. Izayaki taken down, but Alfie traded. Shy going to be taking a nap for now. There's going to be the grab.
Good timing.
Locks in Bebe, locks in Void. They're looking for the kills, however, still. And Bernard himself, under fire, will get taken down. Void claims him, claims another as Neko is also eliminated. And suddenly the Shanghai Dragons looking alive, looking large and in charge. Pulls my from Blooded, not going to be able to find a damn thing here. Void's mech will get broken, so maybe a window of opportunity, a window of hope here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark to be able to get to A and get that 2.5 minute bump up. The card again, now going to be moving forward. Fleta, yeah, just tucked into the corner, trying to stay alive. Dashes back, makes his way onto the high ground after the healing comes through. But can they actually win this one out?
Almost.
Void not there yet. Izayaki jumped on the shots a little bit. Whipping here from Alpha E off the rip, takes him low, but hasn't been able to get this kill. Now the D-Matrix is there to keep him protected. Shy with a rail shot will be able to finish him off, but Lip pulls the trigger on the EMP, and Shy instantly hits the ground. The overclock not going to be seen in this fight unless they can extend it. Matero gone, Neko dead. It's now just Alfie and Bernard. Alfie hacked, dead. Bernard sleeping away from the cart, and they will leave him there. It is a full hold in reply from the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, look, on one hand, you celebrate the Shanghai Dragons here. You say, look, that is a great 8-point defense, fantastic retake coming on through. In an equal measure, you look at their attack as well, where you think pretty miracle 3v5 clutch, but on the other side of the coin, and this has to be addressed as well, I have to be careful not to take too much away from the Dragons here, but very disappointed in the way that Spark played both those situations. I've already spoke at length about that specific 5 versus 3 defense. Failure to kill Void is unacceptable there. 5 members alive, Blade unpulled. Kind of a ridiculous moment for the Hangzhou Spark, to be clear. And then you look at the same attack when, you know, the one attack that really mattered for the Spark, which is the second to last one, with the Nanoblade play, Shy swap into Sojourn just makes such little sense to me. Are you really going to be waiting to build up a rail charge? Didn't happen. They rushed in straight away, did they? They went straight for the dive. No time for rails there. So why not stay on the Sombra? Why not make the same play? Go for the hack onto Izayaki. Chill for the extra second. Allow Shy to get that setup going. Then play for the Blade immediately and get that win. They literally did that on Li Jiang Gardens and wiped out the Shanghai Dragons. Here, you Blade and Izayaki trances, Void holds Matrix, and Spark can do nothing about it. Just kind of, to me, it's just a holistic falling apart of the Hangzhou Spark from a winning position to making some exceptionally odd choices.
Well, shades of the former glory of the Shanghai Dragons, as well as shades of the former misfires, I guess, from the side of the Hangzhou Spark seen on this map. We'll see what happens, though, as we continue on our merry way over to New Queen Street. I mean, Shanghai Dragons got absolutely rolled on this map. Have they learned from the Fusion on how to actually fight back on this one, not get full capped in less than 3 minutes? We're going to find out when we return from the break.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Well, it would appear there is still life in the Shanghai Dragons. They managed to answer back in a big way with a full hold of their own and a push to the end on Route 66 to be able to pick up our escort map. Now we move over to New Queen Street, where things did not go well for them just less than 24 hours ago, as they look to try to pull off a reverse sweep here and take us into a map 5. So let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah, and I'm kind of happy for the Shanghai Dragons to get a run back on this map, because yesterday's New Queen Street result versus the Philadelphia Fusion was one for the ages. It was historical, it was biblical, it was, excuse me, something that you have to kind of write in the history books and underline, highlight it in bold, because we set a world record for not just the fastest ever push, but the fastest ever map completion on any map, I think, in Overwatch League history and Overwatch history. So Shanghai being on the receiving end of that doesn't feel comfortable today. Ideally, they can prove that, you know, that was a one-time affair, that that loss does not define them as a team.
Certainly would be great for them to do so. And something tells me that we are not going to see that level of a blowout again. And also Fusion, just, you know, historically, as short as the history is, I suppose, for Push and the Overwatch League and whatnot, have always looked good on that map in particular. Now we look towards the Hangzhou Spark to see if they can shut down this reverse sweep attempt that is being piloted right now by the Dragons. Be a bit of a heartbreaker for them if they were to suffer one now. Not be able to close out the series after a very strong start. So we'll see if they have it in them.
As a reminder,
go ahead and put the Dragons down.
Yesterday as well, you know, in terms of how one-sided it was, we've seen some stats comparisons. Obviously, the Shanghai Dragons are extremely down in the dumps for that particular map. Lots to work on. They had next to no tempo on this map. Izuyaki was on a respawn simulator as well. Really not a lot of good things to say about the Shanghai Dragons, so a lot of work now needs to be done, especially to look at if they are in a losing position, how can they sort of make sure they stop the bleeding early. I think that's a big call to make as well.
Yeah. We'll see if they can make it work. As the opening skirmishing begins over here, statue side. Kind of playing well off into the back lip as well. Now dropping down. It's kind of a little bit of an off angle. Coming in diagonally over towards the members of the Hangzhou Spark. The bot now unlocked. Neko finds first blood. Right click to go ahead and finish off lip with the help of Shy. Good opener. The Hangzhou Spark, blood in the water. They want it. They go chasing forward, trying to find a little bit more, but don't want to over pursue, which is wise.
Flitter also hacked out and spotted. Shy will take him down. Obviously, Shy on the Sombra has vision of low HP members, so Flitter will be forfeited quite easily there. Shanghai Dragons has Void hacked out again. Reminder that Void was actually on Zarya for this map last night. He's on the Diva for this map today. This is definitely a map that really favors Zarya. We saw Fury get an insanely good high-level performance on the Zarya here yesterday. Fantastic on the New Queen Street Burner. Looking to repeat the same as Hangzhou Spark currently do have control of this payload pushing forward. Not the same sort of momentum that we saw out of Fusion yesterday, but Shanghai will at least be able to use that to hold a bit of a defense for now.
Well, I'm not sure about Neko being the one to try to contest Lip out of that position on the high ground. Gives his life for Terror's fall shortly thereafter, so no supports, but now no supports on the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Alfie does get clipped, however. That's going to be very much the man advantage here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and with Bernard going down, they can finally get the bot pushing in their favor.
Shy's nearly on the EMP. That's a really important thing to note here as well. Shy will be back out here. He needs to charge a bit of EMP, but at the same time needs to maintain positioning alive and have the capability of just finishing off the last couple of percentage points. Lip also very close. They might even bump into each other. I think Shy spotted Lip here, potentially. I mean, they're basically on top of each other right now. Quite funnily.
Seems like no skirmishing going to be had. Yeah, Shy just
the
now
Sombras
2%
have definitely
away.
bumped into each other. There we go. They're shooting each other now.
Okay. They've been spotted. EMP at the ready. Flood up. He's getting himself some distance away from Alfie. As right now, the distance has been brought to within 8 meters of taking the lead here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. 5 ults about to be online. Now has it. The question is who pulls the trigger first. Bernard just kind of straggling behind just a bit. There's the EMP. Catches both the supports. Taro throws out the nano boost onto Alfie. Now the sound barrier layered in as well. Blade pulled as Void gets taken down. He shuts out the Baby Diva, making sure that he cannot get the remake. And he just goes ahead and carves up the back line. Supports out of the fight. Once more, the Hangzhou Spark looking to push.
No effort there from Alpha Yeet, as he just freely carves his way through the Shanghai Dragons. Void, the Baby Diva, instantly taken down within several frames of him demeching. The Shanghai Dragons, 5 ults be damned, 2 of them burnt, no success. Hangzhou's spell, they spend 4, they'll get the success. That bomb has been bubbled out.
Okay, LPE though still gets traded. Izayaki has been incredibly consistent this whole series throughout. Even on the first 2 maps where things were looking very much like on struggle street for the side of the Dragons, Izayaki was putting up some solid numbers. Continues to do so here in what could be the last map of the series. See how things continue onward though. High energy here built up for Benar. Grab at the ready, just waiting for a moment where he can actually pull the trigger here. Nano goes out, Void is trying to stay alive. Get to sleep on him for just a brief moment when he gets woken back up. However, still high energy, Bernard trying to force him out. It's unable to get the break.
Has to be Bernard here. He has to be the linchpin of this push moving forward. As Void gets hacked out, that would have been the opportunity to go for the grab, but no good targets. Baby on the side taken down, LPE on the flank.
And it is Void now finally broken out. Bernard gets his target in the very end. Once more, the Hangzhou Spark going to start getting this push moving. And Bernard, I mean, just kind of toying with his food here. See, those are the right clicks I was talking about. That's why Void had the D-Matrix up.
Moving along now.
And now
the
bot
Cap coming
reaches
through.
the checkpoint. So
Still holding up the
pressure
grab
here.
plus EMP. I mean, it's a lot to play through, and Izayaki can only block one of these. Lip now trying to catch up on the opposite end as well. Void still in position to maybe block this grab, but with Cap coming through and further distance made here, the Hangzhou Spark
Oh, they get the
putting
hack on the
Dragons
Void.
into a very awkward situation, but still Void gets away.
Okay, the healing comes out. EMP goes through, does catch Void, but they're mostly looking for Flood, and they found that target, but Bebe just sniped Shy. Well, he's just trying to beam down the enemy Diva. It's a good little 1-for-1 here. A DPS lost on either side. There's another hack. Clips in onto Alpha E, but he answers back. The Shuriken's just connecting in onto Lip with the help of Taro. They find that elimination. The bot once more is going to be advancing forward here for the side of the Spark. Shy going to be able to rejoin in rather quickly as well.
We have another 5 ults from Dragons, another 4 ults online for the Spark here as well. Dragons, this is, I mean, a pretty much must-win fight here. They have to be able to trade these effectively. Void once again hacked out. And here comes the Blade.
Yeah, Blade pulled. Transcendence going to be forced. Alfie looking for another target. Gets a swipe across on Lip, but the kill is not there. The D-Matrix keeps him protected for a little bit longer. Soundberry, however, in response to the Spark, keeps everybody alive. Alfie, though, as you said, slept. Gets melted down. Beam out from Bernard. Let's find Lip in the grab. Can't do much else to try to go ahead and get rid of Void either. Good bubbles here from Bernard. Helps deny. The kills coming through from the Pulse Bomb. Self-destruct thrown down right in front of Bernard, tucks in behind the barrier. The healing coming through from Neko. They're trying to keep him alive, but it's just not going to be enough. Izayaki finds the kill, finds the second.
Oh my god!
So Lucio is dead. The bot once more is shifting forward here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, who have a deficit that they need to compensate for.
Wow, a double kill from Izayaki there, and the rest of the Dragons will clean up. And as the grab and the rest of the ultimates from Hangzhou Spark do come on through, Shanghai had 5 there. Shy was the only one missing an ultimate, currently on 82% as he moves forward. And that will be the Shanghai Dragons successfully defending. However, the time is a factor there. That took a long time to be resolved in Shanghai territory as well, which means Shanghai had to push the payload all the way back. So yet to gain a reasonable distance, 50 meters to go and no cap yet.
Yeah, still have to hit that checkpoint. EMP going to be used by Shy. Taro taken down, but they do find Flood off the back of that one. Once more, it's going to be him and Void getting clipped by the Sombra ultimate. Void moving up onto the high ground to try to contest, forces Shy back. Bot continues to advance forward here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, so they're hanging on by a thread right now in this extended fight.
And Dragons are about to hit timings for ultimates as well. We're looking towards Fleta and Lip. Perfect timing to find these, given that Spark is still missing the sound barrier. They're still missing everything at this stage as well. Despite the Shy EMP, it's not going to be enough. Shanghai Dragons in position to go for this cap. All the important ultimates they need are about to come online.
EMP goes out, Alpi, Bernard, both going low, but they haven't gone down yet. Alpi finally will fall. It's Izayaki, of course, who comes up with that elimination. Teru dead. The only answering kill found is Shy on the Fleta. Bernard shunked out. Neko does get picked. I thought for a second he was going to Ajax the beat, but wisely he does hold on to it. But that's going to be the bot reaching the checkpoint here. Shanghai Dragons still sticking in the fight and still with 3 ults.
And this is where the defense has to hold now. For the Hangzhou Sparks, 2 minutes 20 to defend. If they win a single fight, they're going to shove the payload very far back across mid, possibly into Dragons territory as well. And Dragons have held on to 3 ultimates. 2 DPS ultimates have been burned out. A bit of spy chicken there as well. Nanoblade will be the crux of Spark's defense. They have the time and space to still hold.
Grab at the ready. Void hacked Alpha E as well. Nearly building up towards that next Dragon Blade. Nanoblade about to be there, as you say. It's 3 ults for the Dragons. Yep, dead. Izayaki has just been getting everybody right now. A huge performance from him. Beat's going to be dropped in, but Benar is already dead, so Neko cannot try to keep him alive. Self-destruct invested. Void not going to be able to find anything off the back of that one, but the lead is about to be taken here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They are so damn close. The blade pulled. Alpha shut down. The EMP invested from Shy, but Neko is already dead, and Shy has to make his exit. They've got no one else to play off the back of this. The ult's completely whiffed from the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and now the lead is out of their hands.
All of them, all 4 ultimates, barely got value there. It seems like everything for the Spark in that final fight went to Ryan. Izayaki shuts it down, specifically gets Teru out of the picture. That prevents the Nanoblade. Nano's still up for Teru, but what can it do? Has to probably still go into Burnout or Alpha E just to make their plays happen. Onto Shy, just to keep him alive, actually.
Yeah, Bebe does go down. Alpha E able to find one. Bernard struggling in the corner. At high energy, but just too much pressure being exerted there by Void. They find that kill. The cleanup comes through. Shanghai Dragons, though, not going to be too upset about this. They've gained so much distance. They have the lead. It's 40 seconds left. The Hangzhou Spark still have to get back across the opposite side of the map.
It's basically one fight territory. It's a must-win for Spark now. Every single fight from here on out has to be a win. And I dare say they have to win 2 fights in a row to really attempt this one. It's a 23-meter gap, so potentially even 3 fights, Achilles, because they have to win a fight in mid. Shanghai Dragons all got the forward spawns and there's an EMP available. 20 seconds now.
Teru again, nearly dying first. Does hold on. Void hacked, antied. They do go ahead, break him out of the mech. That's going to be the first step. The bot, however, still not advancing forward. There's the EMP. It catches 3. Teru is dead. Alfie in the dirt. Shy able to find one. Bernard answering back, gets Izayaki, but gives his life 4. And now it is just Shy all on his lonesome, spotted, translocating away. And the overtime will bleed down. We are not done yet. The Shanghai Dragons, they run it back. A massive deficit to start off this map. Hangzhou Spark, it looked like they had it in their hands, but Shanghai gained control. They push back, and now they push us into a 5th and final map.
I mean, after Paraíso, we were talking about the fact that perhaps Shanghai Dragons, the nightmare scenario, would be a 0-point lockout. They get absolutely nothing in this entire series. 3-0. Spark just completely wiped the floor with them, but no. They bounce back on Route 666, and then on New Queen Street, reply in even more of a statement, because you have to remember, it's not just about this game today versus Spark and New Queen Street. This is to make up for the sins of yesterday as well versus the Philadelphia Fusion. And for the Shanghai Dragons, I mean, very specifically, they had what was looking like a very dire situation, a 5 ultimate fight for them on their own territory to defend versus Spark, and then a number of fight wins in a row, ending with what I think was an incredible shot from Izayaki into Teru that really set the stage for Shanghai Dragons to start snowballing and flip the cap. And from there, Shanghai retained the lead, and they retained the ability to still win this map and take us to a map 5.
Unbelievable performance here from Izayaki in particular, but from the Dragons as well, to be able to step up after going down 0-2. Just given how the stage is going, you would expect that these players, even though they are incredible veterans, champions of the league, that might have gotten to them, and they might be saying, oh no, it's another 0-3. But no, they are fighting back, and now they take us into a 5th and final map. Oasis will decide it all. Hangzhou Spark kicked things off with a 2-0 lead. They certainly must have felt like they had the series in their hands, that it was going to be an easy closeout, but the Dragons have woken up and they are pissed. Let's see what happens when we go into Oasis after the break and see who's walking away with their heads held high.
Get in there.
You know, one of the things I said to Avril while we were getting ready for today's show is that this could be a 15-map day. And so far, we're on that path. Game 5 coming up here in our first of 3 series. Shanghai Dragons are able to get the victory on New Queen Street. Now Oasis is all that stands between them and a reverse sweep. For the side of the Hangzhou Spark, it's now or never. They have to put their foot down because this is one of the teams that is vying to make their way into that top 3, to be able to make sure that they are in a good position for the playoff run. And losing this would be a heartbreaker.
Yeah, you're in for a long day. You're not ready for 6-map Saturday. I was just telling you that right now. This one can't go to 6, sadly, but maybe the future ones can. We nearly had a draw in Paraíso, to be clear.
True. Almost had that.
But you're right. Standings-wise, I mean, Spark are in the race versus Fusion, and currently Fusion are 2 points ahead. So, I mean, for Spark, with how many games after they have to play? This is 1 out of a total 4 games left. I mean, they can get, I suppose, 16 points total. That's the maximum points they can get if they win this one. If they fail to win, it'll be 15. And then for Fusion, if Fusion even just win 1 more game after that and their record is better, they're probably going to beat the Spark in the standings. So, yeah, Spark's ability to make playoffs rests upon having this series and future series under lock and key in their favor, because otherwise they have to play through the play-ins against a very strong-looking Chengdu Hunters and Guangzhou Charge. That's scary. Or maybe even Valiant if they make it through. Who knows?
I just realized that they was muted the broadcast this entire time, so all that story that I told didn't go out to air. So hello, everybody. Apologies. Avril had his earlier. I have mine now. Oh, well. Anyway, let's go into the action, which is what really matters rather than us talking heads. Over onto the Pharah. I feel so embarrassed.
Deceptively, I heard you the whole time,
What?
so, for me it was great.
That's true. You had no idea. I had no idea. And then I looked at my other monitor and I said, oh, I forgot to hit the button. Thought I could be taken down, though. Terra was able to snipe him out of the sky with the help of Alpha Yi. First blood found. Hangzhou Spark at the lockdown of the point.
I think we've seen this kind of strat before. I'm trying to remember which team did it. Part of me thinks it might have been Valiant that ran the Becky fire here. It could have been Chengdu with the Jinmu fire. In either case, yeah, the solo fire, not a lot of pocket healing, but it does have a reasonable range advantage versus Spark's composition, given that they are playing Burner on towards Zarya. Double supports down for Dragons, though.
This is an absolute mess of a fight right here as Alfie tries to stay alive, but Void just crashes through him, finds the kill, but now Void is alone here on the point. Still relatively healthy. As Neko and Shy try to pressure him out.
So we give it up on the fire very quickly here for the Shanghai Dragons. Void.
Yeah.
Still staying alive for now, is hacked down to half HP. Point is very much underway for Spark in terms of nearly getting 50%. Shy has EMP, that'll be first ultimate.
And it will be. EMP at the ready. When does he decide to pull the trigger? Sends it out. Let's get the hit there onto Izzy.
Only one.
Wasn't even the target that he was looking for, but yeah. He misses everybody else. They go down through the stairwell, get behind some pillars. They keep themselves covered.
It's a very optimistic EMP. I think he was trying to get flattered. That was the person he was looking at, but that's the key member that he missed. They'll still get the kills regardless. Void plus Izzyaki. Flatter on the run. Flatter potentially caught. Spark, 72%. Looking dangerous.
And he is 76 now, ticking up. Hangzhou Spark. 4 ultimates about to be
Lip?
in the inventory for them. Izzyaki, he needs his transcendence ASAP.
Yeah, Lip is now, okay, he's trying to make his way in. Has to be wary of the Burner spy check. This is going to be a final fight territory situation. Spotted the target. This might just be a solo EMP onto Teru. Could be a double onto Alpha Yi and also Neko, but this is hard to dive. If he goes for the EMP here, no one can dive it.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a pretty massive EMP at that. And Nanobus does go out onto Bernard to try to keep him alive, but Neko wisely just holds on to the sound barrier, knows that with both the DPS down, they're not going to be able to win this fight out. So Shanghai Dragons, they get a second lease on life as they clean it up. Just the one ult expended there from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They still hold on to 3.
You'll notice that Alpha actually dropped down as the EMP came on through, so that could have actually been a target that would have been difficult for the Dragons to reach. But Neko ended up being the only one still in that cubbyhole on top, and obviously couldn't use the sound barrier during that very brief window of time. The rest of the Spark ended up dropping to the ground, including Alfie. So ultimately successful EMP coming through from Lip. Neko hacked out again. They know he's got the sound barrier, so has been the target. Burnout looking for grab, Shy nearly onto another EMP as well. This could be the final death now though, as Hangzhou Spark can use all these ultimates just to win this entire round.
Sleep there on the void. Sound barrier used aggressively from Neko. Trying to open the fight. Transcendence in response. Izayaki tries to keep everybody alive. The grab now going to be used on the back end of that one. Somehow catches Void in it. Blade going to be pulled. Izayaki dead. Terror so far the casualty on the side of the Hangzhou Spark with a sleep, and Bibby gets a shutdown onto Alpha Yi.
Spark no
takes
supports.
him completely out of the equation. Lip finds two. And the Hangzhou Spark, they're going to lose this fight. They threw everything in the kitchen sink, and it did not matter at all.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha getting shut down again. What a sleep coming through from Baby. That really saves the day because it slows him down, gets the kill to Alpha, prevents him from dash resetting and carrying that fight. And Lip now onto his third final blow so far consecutively. It's giving Shanghai Dragons so much room to breathe. The ability to make a comeback at that. I mean, that probably should have been the fight when Hangzhou Spark to lock out 100 to whatever it was for the Shanghai Dragons, but now the opposite could be true as we're reaching towards the 99 for Dragons. 2 ultimates on board, including an EMP. The last EMP from Blip was successful. This one catches backline.
Yep, that it does. Terror dead. No way to keep Bernard alive, and it's just going to be a swift cleanup at 85%. I think this one right here from Lip may have just won them the round, but it goes low.
Shy.
Narrowly staying alive, but somebody's going to make their way over to the point. They need to do it stat. You can see Bernard trying to make up his mind. Swaps to the Doom Fizz, now swaps to the Diva. You need to get the hell out of the spawn room, son!
Shy touch.
I don't think they can. Okay, he's there. He gets the touch, forces the OT. Bernard out, arriving. Some Diva v Diva combat, something I haven't seen in an age. The player with the pulse bomb already finds Terror, who continues to be the first death in a lot of these cases for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Bernard melted, ripped out of the mech. Lip just opens the cockpit, says, get out of there. Finds another as Alpha Yi will fall, and Lip is taking this one into his own hands. He gets Neko on the back end. And after going down 99-0, Shanghai Dragons run it back. They take Garden for themselves.
That's 2022 MVP nomination candidate Lip coming through to save the day for the Shanghai Dragons. And Bernard doing a little bit of a hero swap and spawn. Put your mech back on, son. We got a game to play. Hi, Mitch. Hangzhou Spark down around heading into the final map. Shanghai Dragons actually on match point. That shouldn't be a weird thing to say. Somehow it is strange.
Yeah. I mean, just given the road that we've taken to get here, definitely a bit bizarre, but I mean, look at Lip, just good lord. This is the problem. He remembered. I figured it out. This is why they've been struggling. Lip forgot who he was. He forgot how to play the game, and now his amnesia is gone. He's remembered who he is.
Yep.
We have an Orisa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an Orisa.
Buckle up. Buckle up for turbulence. On Air APAC. Void is going to give us our first taste of real APAC Diva.
They've been pushed to the brink. It's time to bring out the secret tech. Orisa's in the mix for the first time in APAC.
You know what? Shanghai Dragons were like, you know what? We're getting too close to winning. I think we should give this one over to Spark. So here we go. The Orisa comes in.
Okay, and she's dead. We'll see if he sticks with it. Or if it's just going to be a quick swap.
I don't think he will.
Waiting, and there's the respawn, and he's staying on it.
Yep. Riding that horse.
The battle cattle is returning.
Something about leading in Orisa to water, but you can't make her Terror Surge. I'm not too sure. Burnout low in the case. Yeah,
you can lead an Orisa to the spawn room, but you can't make the swap. There we go. Okay, well, he goes charging forward. Spear is spinning. Bernard gets carved up in it. So far, I mean, whether or not it has anything to do with this pick individually, Shanghai Dragons
I just want to remind everyone,
quite handily winning on University.
The two teams in the Overwatch League that have shown the most Orisa gameplay have so far been Paris and Vancouver. I'll let you guys make up your mind whether you think that's good or not. In any case, let's see how far this really goes. I will say one thing, objectively speaking, Terror Surge might be one of the worst ultimates in the game, so Void hacked out for now. Let's see if this ultimate does do anything for him.
Maybe Void can make it look good, you know? Maybe he can be a snake or a salesman.
It's an aesthetic ultimate, that's what it is.
Okay, EMP finds just Void. Lip now going to be responding with one of his own catches. 3, Terror instantly dead. Neko and Bernard as well under fire. His Flood is just slurping the kills. Void will get in there with the primary fire, finishing off one, then gets a second. And this is looking like a wash. I think that they have actually done it now. The Shanghai Dragons are just 12% away from this reverse sweep.
Nanoblade. I think this is okay. Let me paint the picture for you. Nanoblade comes in. If Void actually catches Alpha E in the Terror Surge, that could be disastrous. For Alpha E might have his momentum cancel because if he dashes in and gets caught, that could be it. Touch. Okay, we got the touch.
Touch is there.
This Nanoblade
once
is
again
everything.
on the Doom Fist. That it is. Alpha E, they're keeping tabs on him. They know that he's got it.
They know he's got ult.
Spear not going to connect. Anti out on the Void. Ult at the ready now for him. Fortifies up, goes charging into Alpha E. The blade going to be pulled. He's already down to half HP. The healing starts going through. The ult not going to connect. Is Iyaki going to be taken down? Now maybe going to fall. He manages to find two. Hack out. The deflection comes in, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Void finds the kill, but Bernard has the cleanup. The Hangzhou Spark now are in control. They need to do to the Shanghai Dragons what Shanghai Dragons just did to them.
Look at this. Bernard's going back to spawn. He wants to go back to spawn here. Flitter's kind of camping a little bit. And the cap is now coming through. Hangzhou Spark are caught between two places. They have to defend the cap, but they also have to get the change onto Bernard. Bernard's coming back now on half HP. Shy beats Lip in the 1v1. And all is okay for the Spark for now. We've just reset. We saw Dragons come back from a deficit while Spark were at 99 in Gardens. Spark now having to do the same. And Void's given up the horse.
That he has.
Put that one out to pasture.
Back to the Diva. It's upgrading tech. He's gone from a horse-drawn carriage to a souped-up car. Shot again, finding an opening kill. Got rid of Lip with the previous little skirmish as they were trying to hold the point. Now this time finds his Iyaki pulse bomb, going to be going wide from Fleta. Doesn't find the opening kill that he's looking for. So for now, the Hangzhou Spark will be able to retain control.
EMP time for both teams as well. Neko does have a sound barrier available though, so needs to survive against the Lip EMP. Even if he's caught, just needs to survive for 1.75 seconds. Lip does spot Shy, but...
Neko!
Oh, Neko.
The bubble timing there from Bernard is absolutely everything. Keeps Neko alive. Otherwise, Lip, he's licking his lips over that one. The flip still nearly coming through. EMP out, finds two. Alfie does get caught. The sound barrier comes through from Neko to try to keep everybody else alive. Both the supports now going to be taken down. The Nano Boost was invested. It goes over to Void to try to keep him in the fight. Self-destruct just 8% away. Shy stuck in the corner. Void piles in, finds the kill. Bernard dead. The flip is there. They're now in control. And they have a self-destruct to try to clear this one out. Alfie getting jumped on, goes back in, touches for the contest, but he is so damn low and he is hacked and he is dead. Self-destruct now going to be used. Neko again gets a toe in onto the point to keep this one going, but he gets pushed up into the air, and they cannot get the touch. They cannot make it happen. Shanghai Dragons pull off the reverse sweep. They have been struggling this whole tournament cycle through. Here in the Countdown Cup qualifier, they go down 0-2, and they run it back one step at a time.
Oh my
Shanghai
God.
starting to look a lot more like their former selves. Not the 2018 selves, but the championship-winning selves.
And Lee J. Gone, who are you coming in to support Bebe? Just giving him the kudos straight away. What a hard series. And Bebe had a couple of insane shots as well, shutting down Alfie. I mean, that was kind of the beginning of what brought the comeback forward all the way back on Dorado. But we get two Oasis, 2-0. We have the Fleta Fire to start things out. Not working out for the Shanghai Dragons, but they bring it back regardless. 2021 Finals MVP Lip, and now 2022 Finals nominee Lip, all in the same on that Sombra coming through, saving the day on Gardens, and head over towards the University map as well. And despite the heroics of the Hangzhou Spark, the Shanghai Dragons still come out on top. They still have the win. They complete the reverse sweep, and I dare say this means that Spark now, their chances of making the playoffs through direct qualification are potentially slim to none. Look at the celebration of the baby. But we got to say, player of the match today was his compatriot on towards his right-hand side. It's Izayaki on the Zen.
Yeah, Izayaki just had a whale of a time. Even when the Dragons were struggling those first two maps, Izayaki was the guy who was kind of putting up figures. He and Fleta, in particular, looking good on these first two maps. But, I mean, after that, good God, you get to Route 66, and that is where the man just started taking over. This was a Jonak-esque performance here on the Zenyatta from Izayaki. Just absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, I didn't get to bring the stat line out when it was relevant, but I might as well say it now. But looking back on the new Queen Street map, the damage out from Izayaki was impeccable. But not even that, but Route 66 as well. Just to put it into clarification, Fleta had 7,013 damage on Route 66. Easyaki on Zenyatta, that's Flitter on Tracer. Easyaki on Zenyatta had 6,920 damage. So only about, 93 damage less than a Tracer player on that map. So in terms of really talking about the value that Easyaki brought to the table, he's doing DPS levels worth of damage on the Zenyatta on that particular map. So even if you are playing Void versus Bernard Zarya, and Void is on the D.Va, which you're obviously going to be doing a lot less damage on the D.Va compared to the Zarya, Easyaki is making up for that difference, and then some. And that's not even really talking about the specifics of how high value some of his picks were. I mean, one of the best ones that we saw was the one to Terror on Queen Street, shutting down the Nano part of the Nano Blade combo for the Hangzhou Spark, and that essentially ruined the entire Hangzhou Spark game plan. So it's the quantity of damage done and the specific quality of kills coming through at exactly the right time.
Yeah, wonderfully done from him and from the Shanghai Dragons overall to be able to pull off that reverse sweep when all hope seemed lost. Hangzhou Spark just seemingly running out of gas and letting that initial shutout on Route 66, getting full health there, letting that really affect them as we went further and further into that series. So definitely some work to be done there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, like you said. Still at risk of not being able to get that third place spot to qualify in for the playoffs, so might be play-ins on the horizon for them after all. We'll have to wait and see. We'll let somebody else crunch the numbers and do the math to figure out whether or not they're mathematically out, or you'll do it during the break because I know you love that stuff. But man, what a series this ended up being, and like I said, this is what I was saying when I was muted. We very well could be in for 15 maps today. We've got 5 out of the way. There's going to be potentially 10 more up for grabs. But first, we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll have our game break, and then we'll get ready for that second series of the evening.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And we are back. We just witnessed an incredible 3-2 victory here, a reverse sweep at the hands of the Shanghai Dragons, who seemingly have found their form. Maybe they need to update their internet speeds or something because the download took a little bit longer than it usually does, but congratulations to them. They got a win here during the Countdown Cup qualifiers before the Shock were able to do so. So that in of itself is an achievement.
If you actually look at the scores there, I noticed something quite interesting about it. In the first 2 maps, the Hangzhou Spark gave away no points to the Shanghai Dragons, right? And it was looking like a potential 0-point lockout. But if you only look at the last 3 maps, Shanghai did not give a single point over to the Hangzhou Spark, so we had like the exact reverse. Because you have to remember, on Route 66, it was a full hold with a full map completion. The Queen Street obviously only awards 1 map, and then you get to Oasis, it was a 2-0, right? So up until this point, the replay, it was looking like Spark had it under control. Shy had that incredible 5.5k that I'm going to deem at the moment. And yeah, Spark looked like they could do no wrong in the series. And unfortunately, we get to Route 66, and at very key critical moments like this, a lot went wrong. Too much went wrong, apparently. And I'm glad we're seeing Iziaki's POV, because he really did frag out during these moments, and sort of Lip comes back as well, and then Alfie pulls a blade, and it's just like, well, okay, we waited a long time for that. And to the people that might say, well, like, well, maybe Alfie just wanted to wait out the Nano. I'm like, I can understand that, but what about Bebe? He's not Nano. You can go for him. What about Void? Void's just chilling. There's still 5 people alive, and it's just Void chilling. So I don't know. And then, we get to the full hold coming through from the Shanghai Dragons, including what is a pretty brilliant retake. This sleep from Bebe as well. I talked to you guys about a number of different plays from Bebe that I think were actually pretty on point today. Shutting down Alfie a number of times was certainly on the cards.
Wonderfully done. I mean, Iziaki, like I said, it seemed like the team maybe just rallied behind him, because he was the guy who was performing from the outset. Flutta, again, another shout for him, because Flutta was looking great from the start, which is not something that we've seen in his last couple series. And the Shanghai Dragons were able to take this without making any adjustments. We've been seeing them constantly kind of playing, musical chairs with their roster in their last couple sets, bringing in Who Are You, who has always looked very damn good for them. Swapping out that support lineup, bringing in, Fate from time to time. But this time they said, you know what, this is going to be the 5 the whole way throughout, and it ended up working. So I think this is a good positive step forward here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but we just need to see this continued growth and continued performance from everybody. But I saw there at the very end, the Orisa being able to get some wins as well. So overall, a good day to be a fan of Overwatch. But I do have a message from Moon, because I think he needs to hear it. Moon, this is Winston. Winston is he's a scientist, and he's a main tank, and he's somebody who is very, very good in the game, and you should look to utilize him a little bit more, perhaps, because other teams are doing it, and they are finding success with Winston. So maybe bring a little Winston into your life. That's my PSA for Moon. So maybe he'll listen to me, maybe he won't. I don't care. Either way, I just have to sit back and cast the games.
And this is Soldier 76. He's no longer in the meta. Please don't use him. Do not use Soldier 76. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Continue.
That's the next thing on the horizon, actually. It's going to be a Orisa Soldier 76 lineup that they have going on with, like, Symmetra and some other stuff. I don't know. Moira, whatever. Anyway, that's going to do it for this series. It's done and dusted. Congrats to the Shanghai Dragons on the reverse sweep, but we are just getting started. We have our second series coming up out of 3. That's going to be the LA Valiant going up against the Chengdu Hunters, and that starts in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
There's just so much talent in the league. It is time to announce the Overwatch League MVP nominees.
Season 5 of the Overwatch League has brought with it a new era of Overwatch and a new wave of MVP candidates.
Ooh! No way does he win that! Are you serious? That's what you want to see!
Your 2022 Overwatch League MVP nominees are Lip from the Shanghai Dragons.
Oh, Lip! It's sweet music to our ears!
Hanbin from the Dallas Fuel.
Hanbin is a one-man army at the front!
Kai from the Atlanta Rain.
The hit scan legend Killer AI, it's Mr. Kai.
Smurf from the Seoul Dynasty.
This is 2-time champion Smurf.
Oh,
that is disgusting.
That's just
so good.
Kevster from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Oh my, it's perfect from Kevster.
Hardy from the London Spitfire.
What a slam! That's filthy. That's Hardy for you.
Zest from the Philadelphia Fusion.
Zest is hunty.
No one can stop Zest. He's a burglar.
Proper from the San Francisco Shock.
Proper has arrived.
It could be one of the greatest rookie performances we've ever seen.
Prophet from the Seoul Dynasty.
And who's going to carry harder? Is it going to be Prophet? What can you do when Prophet is this good?
And Shu from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Shu making a name for himself.
How does he keep doing this?
The winner will be determined by you, along with Overwatch League casters, teams, and the media. Use the hashtag OWLMVP on Twitter and tag your favorite player by their Twitter handle or in-game tag. You can also cast your vote by going to overwatchleague.com/MVP.
What is happening? Oh! Somebody stop him!
Who will be your Overwatch League 5th season MVP? Help decide and cast your vote today. Voting ends October 10th.
And we are back. It's time to carry on our merry way. We're just a third of the way through the evening, and now it's time to start our second series. The LA Valiant are going to be taking on the Chengdu Hunters to see who walks away victorious. The Valiant still have a chance of being able to make it into the play-ins, but both of these teams are at risk from being knocked out completely and not seeing any part of the postseason.
Yeah. And none of these three teams can make the playoffs automatically. Obviously, they're all playing for one of the final play-ins positions possible. And none are safe. The only two teams that are guaranteed safe for play-ins, if not playoffs, are Philadelphia Fusion and the Hangzhou Spark. We already know that Shanghai and Seoul have locked in playoffs, cannot leave number 1 and number 2 seeds. And for Valiant, currently sitting in 7th place, they are dead last, 2 points behind the Guangzhou Charge, so it is do or die. Dare I say, pretty much every single game is kind of like a must-win for them. So let's go ahead and meet the LA Valiant. Bit of a fun fact between these two teams is because neither of them have played in a tournament so far this year, Hunters and Valiant have met 3 times, and would you believe that the Valiant actually have a positive win rate, 2-1. Out of the 3 times they've met, Valiant have won twice.
Well,
That's
there you
wild,
go.
but it's true.
Can they get a third is the question, or can the Chengdu Hunters perhaps tie up the score? We'll have to just wait and find out, but here's going to be our starting 5. Marvel, again, going to be in here with the rest of the squad, with Easy Han and Becky bringing things up in the DPS positions.
Yeah, one of the greatest wins that we actually saw so far in this particular stage was the Valiant win versus Philadelphia Fusion, which, to the dismay of, I think, every Philly fan, it was a pretty tragic loss for them, but I think the bounce back has been in equal measure very good for the Philadelphia Fusion, and they're looking pretty reasonable right now. And also, yeah, Marvel Cam. For the first time this season, we get the Marvel Cam, so I really want to zoom in on the fact that I think Marvel has had some pretty decent gameplay over the course of the Valiant run so far, and I made the very strong remark about the Valiant after the first week, saying this could be like a legitimate top 3 team. This is a team that's looking kind of deadly. They had a very close 0-3 loss to Seoul, given that every map was kind of to the brink. Becky has been ridiculous on the Tracer. Molly's Anna has been fantastic. And Dia came in on the Junkertown and beat M3 in the Widow duel. That's insane.
I mean, to be able to win that series as well, the Dynasty had to pull off some of the craziest clutches that we have seen. But we'll go ahead and take a look at their opponents now. There's only one question ever when it comes down to the Chengdu Hunters and who they're going to be running, and that's whether or not we see Daisy starting here. But it will be Gaga bringing things forward here in the tank position.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing Daisy until we head towards more like a map 3 situation. Kind of depends on what that is. It's going to be Dorado,
push,
so
perhaps.
maybe. But yeah, I think Dorado's also still a pretty really good Winston map, right? Yeah, you're right. Could be a push kind of deal. But certainly for Nepal, which is map number 1, we're going to see the very standard Hunters Gaga here. So for one of the few times in any sort of matchup here, either in NA or in the East, it's actually got to be Winston versus Winston, because despite Marvel having some off-tank in his pool, it's mainly the Sigma, right? And we're unlikely to see that unless it's Sanctum. I think Sanctum has some capability for the Sigma to come through, so keep an eye out for that one. Maybe Marvel will bring it in. I have actually seen Sigma on Shrine as well, but I think Sanctum is the main place you might expect a Sigma. That's if Marvel even goes towards it. Despite Valiant having a positive 2-1 record versus Hunters so far this year, I still gotta say, man, I think Hunters have been the better looking team in this meta so far. Hunters, generally speaking, have just had a very strong look. They have a very comfortable look. Everyone's playing comfortable heroes. They took a map off Soul. Soul's only loss this entire stage has been to the Chengdu Hunters in terms of maps. That's it.
Yeah, it's, well, I don't know. I'm not really sure what to make of this one, Avril, going into this series, because the Valiant just have looked so good. Chengdu,
well, both teams have high capability. Both teams have great potential currently, which is crazy.
And not just in this meta, we should say, because the Valiant have had some pretty intense series throughout the past as well. So, even when they weren't being able to pick up wins, they have played some pretty damn close series throughout this entire season. But now, right now, it looks to really suit them. I think we're just waiting on Lengza to come back so that we can get things underway. And then from there, we'll be able to jump in. I think that they're laughing right now because Marvel said that the team was ready, and then they had to let him know, actually, no, we're not, because we don't have a support.
And just remember as well, Molly used to be on the Chengdu Hunters some time ago. Lengsa has been on... Lengsa actually also was on Hunters, I think back in 2019, something like that. He was most recently on Team Chaser, which is the Academy team, which no longer is there. We also lost Uprising Academy recently, which is a bit of an RIP, and it's kind of unlucky. Hope they come back one day. But this will be an interesting one for sure. I think this starting lineup for the Valiant has been looking damn good, and I at this point don't know if they'll consider really bringing Sashin at all, because I think this particular matchup, both teams could kind of gentleman's agreement handshake just to play the main tanks the entire way through. I think if we do end up looking at more Sigma kind of stuff, you might have to bring in Daisy, because Marvel can always flex on that, whereas for Gaga that might be a struggle. But in sort of opposite ends of that, Gaga has been shown to flex on the Zarya. I don't know if we've seen Marvel on that just yet, so those are the sort of the two key facets I'm looking at in terms of tank choices. Let's head into Sanctum. What does Marvel play? Probably not Hog.
When's Marvel playing? Or what's Marvel playing? Yeah.
When?
Wait for
now?
him to swap
He's
this one
now.
over. All right. So far, maybe just a
we've seen like
little handshake on the Winston.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have seen as we look into a pause, we have seen sort of bunker-esque designs as well, where, just to speak on the whole Sigma thing again, because Leave's on Torb, and I don't expect him to roll out on the Torb, although it's not impossible. What I've seen is Torb with Sigma, right, is kind of like a very hyper defensive look on a Sanctum.
Sure.
You sort of hold the opposite high ground of the point, right? You capture the point, you don't defend the point, you hold the opposite high ground of the point, and you sort of just shoot down through the window from that sort of balcony, and that's sort of your gameplay. You pop down the Torb turret, very hard to dive. Because it's quite narrow, you drop down the Molten Core as well, and there's nowhere to sort of navigate through it. You just kind of defend with it. So that's a potential look. I don't know if that will work well with a Winston on board. Typically, you do want to play that with more of a defensive tank, even a Diva. But for Chengdu Hunters, I don't know that Leave is actually going to come out on this. I don't think it's a very Leave-type hero. That's a Jimmu hero, if anything. But you kind of want to put Leave onto something that has a bit more carry potential. So probably a Tracer here or a Sojin here. Sojin Sombra has been a look for them. So can Tracer with Jim on the Tracer has been a look for them.
What if Leave is actually just the best Torbjorn player in the world and we don't know it because it's never been meta enough for him to actually play it?
Who has been the best Torbjorn player in the world? Just historically.
Ooh, we're deep
like
diving here.
Mangachu,
Surefour.
kind of.
I think Surefour's played it.
Who else has played it?
I feel like Surefour's played it. Maybe I'm
Actually,
making that up in my brain.
Prophet had a bit of Torb, didn't he? Prophet had a bit of a Torb run at one stage, if I'm not mistaken.
Perhaps.
I don't know how to be the best. Like, how do you be the best? Actually, I think Nero last year had a lot of Torb. Actually, Nero played a lot of Torb last year. I would have said that to me, no cap. I think based on recency, given that last year was the only like meta that we seriously ran Torb, actually might be Nero for me, legitimately. Just based on who most recently succeeded on that with any amount of quality.
So I'm just thinking, like, did
2021
Surefour
shot,
actually play Torbjorn, or am I just absolutely losing my brain? I can't remember, honestly. Maybe I might be I might be mixing him up with Mangachu because I spent so much time just hanging out in a vast Discord with both of those guys, so they've kind of blended into one person in my brain here as I look back on the several years ago. So I don't know. I'd imagine that Lane Roberts probably does have a good Torbjorn in the end of it all, but. Maybe I'm misremembering as far as his performances in the Overwatch League, but there's been a couple. But Torb is one of those things that's always just been on the outside of the edge. It's never fully been in the meta, in like a super dominant way. Not since like the old pirate ships, I guess. So it's been a very long time since we had Torb in modern Overwatch.
No, we had Torb last year in like brawl comps and stuff, like anti-dive brawl comps. It's,
was it like every now and then though? I felt like it wasn't as prevalent.
I specifically remember towards playoffs, like Counter Cup playoffs era. Shock last year, we're playing a lot of Torb with Nero leading the charge in that Torb. So.
Perhaps. Well,
on another pause.
We said 15 maps wasn't enough. Potentially 15 maps tonight. Let's throw some pauses in there as well. Just to really elongate
what other trivia we got? What trivia we got on board?
I don't know. Where do we go from here?
Who is the player that has been most robbed of end of season awards? This is a very contentious one. I'll start.
Most
last year, Pelican did not receive Roll Star last year, despite being the rookie.
Okay.
That's a big one for me last year. That one didn't sit right.
I think the biggest one has to be Prophet, right? He's never been a Roll Star.
Well, he's been... Has he really not been a Roll Star? No, you're right.
Sure
Wow, that's right.
Sure
I think Prophet has never been a Roll Star. He did get Grand Finals MVP, though, so maybe that's why my memory is like, well, we got that.
Maybe that counterbalances it a bit, but...
I don't think he got one.
I mean, he got that before he had Roll Stars.
I thought Pelican was ridiculous last year. I was like, dude, Pelican was so good last year, and he didn't get that. It was
yeah. I mean, he was crazy. But I think for me, it would have to be Prophet, because even just in the last couple seasons, him not getting a Roll Star would be... That's enough to kind of push it over the edge for me and be like, this guy deserves... all of the accolades. I think he's always been so good.
You know what? Prophet can get a main support Roll Star this year. You know what? Why not? And that's the other thing. People looking. I already put this on Twitter, but I'll just repeat it here on broadcast too. People saying like, "Well, where are the main supports on the MVP nominations?" Like, Prophet's right there, guys. Open your eyes.
Yeah.
He's sitting right there. That's your main support MVP right there.
We said main support send us an emissary, and they sent Prophet. So
they did.
There you go.
They did.
He is. The main supports are well represented there with Prophet in his brief stint of playing Brigitte during the Jotes meta, which I still wish that we had come up with a better name for the Jotes meta. It's in the past now, so it doesn't really matter, and I don't see it resurfacing. But
everything is good.
We can't just. Here's another PSA.
Are you enjoying
everybody?
Are you enjoying Sombra Goats right now in this current meta?
It's not. That's not what it is. It's not what it is. It's not what it is.
Goats with Diva.
There's a name. There's a name that needs to be invented for the current meta, but we cannot stop. We have to stop leaning on the Goats crutch everybody. This is for the community. This isn't just Avril. This is for everybody watching. We can't keep calling everything goats, goddammit. We have to move on. It's been in the past. It's time to invent some new terms rather than simply leaning on the things that we have known for years and years. Be creative. Let your imaginations run wild. Stop bringing up goats. Stop replacing letters in the goat's name. Just invent something else. I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure that we have a different name for every meta that's coming out. I haven't done it yet. I haven't had the time, but I'm going to be working on it, and I hope that you all join me in this endeavor because we need to leave goats behind where it's supposed to be.
I got a funny one. Speaking of the goat's name, it's so like wired to people's brains now that it actually has escaped from Overwatch. So this happened just yesterday, actually, or earlier today, depending on your time zone. You said Lane Roberts, Shaw 4, Dogman, Ludi, Mendo, Space, and some other guys from different games competed in a first-person shooter video game tournament yesterday, the name of which I'm not going to say. I don't know if I can say, but just you'll figure it out. Go to Space on Twitter. I don't know. He's won a trip to Japan. The point is, they played a video game tournament yesterday, and in the post-match interview from Space's team when they won, they talked about the fact that, oh yeah, there was some stuff that we could have played here, and we could have played goats here. I'm like, excuse me, did you just say goats? Goats has now infected other titles. It has now infected other games.
This is what I'm talking about.
So Goats has actually escaped Overwatch. The pen has been left open at night, and the goat has escaped the pen, and now has invaded other games. Even when you leave Overwatch, you cannot escape goats. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
This is what I'm talking about. It needs to stop. Goats is spreading like a virus, and we need to pull the plug. The vaccine, you guys are the vaccine. Your imaginations are the vaccine to shut this down and stop it from spreading to other games, because we can't just go on and confuse a bunch of other communities because of what we have invented here years ago now in 2019. We need to put an end to it. So I'm asking you all to help me. It's time to stop. Let's put an end to it all. Let's put an end to this pause because we're going to go into the game. What a segue that was. Anyway, back into the action, which didn't really even get started. It is not going to be the Torbjorn, of course. Leave is on the Tracer, and we will just have perfectly mirrored compositions across the board.
Also, I can't believe it's taken this long for the Achilleo's long pause curse to come in. So, we had to get one in.
What can I say?
Marvel hacked out.
It's inevitable. Nisha going to be taken down. Marvel able to find that opening kill here. Valiant get the lockdown on the point as well. And now go chasing forward. Jinwoo down to a sliver, not going to be able to do too much here. And you can see the Chengdu Hunters just going to go for a full disengage. Wait for Nisha to rejoin them and now try to assault the point once more.
Okay, well, looking towards Becky and Lee very early. Potential pulse bombs coming through for this fight. Pressure onto Easy Hunt, staying strong for now. Hunter's trying to take control at this point again, and fight's happening a little all over the place right now. We are now consolidating on the point again. Big ante.
Oh, nice ante. And Jinwoo gets himself out of their leave as well. Makes his exit, so no kills to be found off the back of it, but it does stave them off. Buys some more space here. Valiant keep things contested. Jinwoo now going to be taken out. Leave with the pulse bomb, does manage to find Lengza, however. A decent opener, but Molly. Nano Boost about to be online. Use that in a pinch if somebody goes low. See Becky making his exit, gets a little bit of healing. Gaga's still trying to play forward now, receives the Nano there from Monk. Marvel getting one as well.
Oh, Marvel.
He almost gets bodied. He almost goes straight down into the pit. The sleep guard as well nearly sends him down to his death, but he does manage to persevere. And Becky with the pulse bomb of his own will find Nisha. It's going to be another Brig dying to a Tracer. Gaga hacked, makes his exit. The flip back in their favor. The Valiant once more gain control of the point. Only 7% for the Chengdu Hunters.
And despite Marvel kind of whiffing his jump there, Valiant still get the kill and the dive. It's actually Gaga that doesn't get too much done. Easy Khan now pulling the trigger onto the EMP. Becky dead though, EMP not successful.
Yeah, it's used the dive a little bit too late there from Marvel. Doesn't get to use the primal as well because the EMP comes out from Jinwoo. They get the shutdown. Gaga taking a nap, anti on the 2, but it doesn't matter too much here. Point flip starting to come through. And that's going to be the Chengdu Hunters once more gaining control of this point.
This round entirely so far, it's been just kind of tempo plays on both sides. We haven't really seen too much, I haven't seen too much combination of the ultimates. It's just been kind of throwing the ultimates when possible, especially with the pulse bombs, with the EMPs thrown in there as well. Nisha has to try and survive this. Lankster hasn't rallied yet.
Oh, Marvel. So very low. Hacked out as well. Molly going to be taking down the pulse bomb. Finds the kill. Rally still rolling from Nisha. Lankster just holding on to it. Looking to play the more patient battle, it would seem. Wait for the reset. Come back in and then try to retake the point. Chengdu still going to be holding firmly for now, but they're just halfway to tying it up.
Becky caught by the hack and taken down by Jinmu. Valiant will now have to reset again. I was going to say they held on towards their rally in that previous fight. Nisha pulled. Lankster did not pop the rally despite Marvel going in off the Primal Rage. Hacked out for a little bit here, but Valiant, yeah, they'll need to push off both Nano and Rally for the next fight. Nano onto Marvel. They can dive towards the point. Gaga can potentially lock them back in with the Primal, though.
Okay, EasyHan waiting. Gets that Destroyer on the Translocator. Now, Rally
Nano, Becky.
Flanks it. Yeah, Becky going to be the recipient. Looking, gets quite a bit of damage down on the Nisha. Won't be able to find the kill, however. Still holds on to the Pulse Bomb. Leave. Pressuring Marvel from the back. Takes him low. Makes his exit. Dash in. There's the stick. Hits the floor, however. The shield actually absorbed that one. Becky now stuck in the corner trying to escape. Goes down to about 13 HP. And somehow manages to make it back to safety here.
No cap.
Within Marvel's bubble. Cap still not there yet. They're so very close to it, but the Chengdu Hunters are looking to close this one out right here, right now. Leave the Nano, about to expire. Now, doesn't have it. Jinmu down to a sliver of HP, gets himself top back up. The flip is there. Valiant once more in control. Crucially, they do stop the Chengdu Hunters from getting the 98. EMP.
Big EMP.
Trigger gets pulled, finds two. Marvel, dead. Lynx as well, hacked out. Some minor contest does come through, but Becky gets cleaned up. The flip is going to be there. Overtime does get forced out. EasyHan here on the point. Just looking to buy a little bit of extra time here for the rest of the team to rejoin. Makes his exit. Somebody's got to get there soon. Dashes back in with the Translocator, but now he has no exit strategy, and Gaga takes advantage of that. Strikes him down. Marvel comes back on the Doomfist, tags in, goes low, goes down. Jinmu finds the elimination. Langza as well, just stringing forward. Certainly does not stand a chance here in this fight. The cleanup comes in, the OT will plummet, and it's a damn close one, but it's the Chengdu Hunters walking away with a round victory.
And I don't think there's ever been more clear evidence of why Doom has not played more in this particular meta. I mean, just look how fast Marvel was burned out of that fight. Jinmu with the incredible hack into the kill, but before that even occurred, I mean, let's talk about the EMP, dropping on top of Marvel, and I think the backline of supports as well for the Valiant. Jinmu deletes the shield that Marvel popped down, does a ton of damage to his HP bar. Chengdu Hunters able to collapse on top of those members and take control of the point, and for the Valiant, didn't even see it coming. Marvel thought he was safe. Not going to be the case. And even prior to that as well, I mean, EasyHan had EMP exchange with Jinmu, and EasyHan's EMP did not, unfortunately, get enough value for Valiant to win a fight. On the opposite end, Jinmu and the Hunters absolutely got what they wanted. Very close affair on opening Sanctum will now lead us to a 1-0 as we enter Shrine. Double Winstons again. So any dream and any hope of seeing Marvel Sigma's going to have to wait until future maps. This was probably the only other round that you might have thought about it. There's Chengdu Hunters running again, and the Valiant, exact same comps.
Yep, just mirrored across the board once more. Leave seeking a target, spots Molly up onto the high ground. It's a little bit of damage down here on EasyHan, forces the Translocate out and Leave himself. Getting tagged up and somehow doesn't feel the need to pop that recall. Stays in the fight, but Nisha, he cannot. Becky finds that elimination, but it's going to be an exchange as the Briggs go down on either side. Becky and Leave getting one apiece, now looking to get a piece of each other. Once more, the Valiant will be able to get the initial lockdown of the point.
And that's the thing, right, because both of the Brigidas are down, but despite that, Chengdu still took more damage, their HP bars were lower, Jinmu had to Translocate out, and Valiant take control of the point. Becky, by the way, has done a decent amount of damage. He has the Pulse Bomb. Leave still on 73, Chengdu are behind in ults.
Just waiting for his moment. Spots Leave on the flank, dashes in, he's trying to get a target. Hail Mary toss, doesn't get the stick. Monk, however, still maybe could get pressured out here. Becky eventually does find the headshots to be able to take him down. Jinmu, rather, joining him in the grave. It's going to be the Chengdu Hunters calling the retreat. Still pushing in, Leave going to be taking down. Some nice extra staggers found here. Now the Valiant will go ahead back away.
Yeah, just snowballing there from LA Valiant, just collecting as many kills as they can as Hunters try and back away. While Leave finally has Pulse Bomb, Becky's on 49, 50 and counting up as he's continually farming fort. EasyHan 20% ahead of Jinmu as well because he killed Jinmu. There was a separate 1v1 or skirmish happening on the other side of the map. So now we wait for the EMP play, looking to see where EasyHan will strike from. I think he's a little bit far away from where Hunter's actually coming through. Hunter's coming through upper, EasyHan below. So he's going to have to come through from below and try and strike. He's slow. Jimmy pull trigger first.
Oh, that's the support's gone. Nice from Lee. Gets a pulse in. Molly gone. The flip should be inevitable here from this point. Marvel's certainly not going to be... No, okay, he actually does commit it. And now there's going to be another pause. Okay.
Nice.
It's just one of those...
What I can say about that is, I mean, I think, you know, we have to... I want to address the positioning of that last fight from the LA Valiant POV where EasyHunt had the first EMP available, but where was the setup for that? It felt that it was kind of missing from the Valiant POV. They actually allowed Chengdu to initiate on top of them first, and we saw the Jinmu EMP actually drop down on top of the LA Valiant, and that is actually what won the fight for the Chengdu Hunters. Leave coming in for the play as well. LA Valiant had the ability to pull trigger early. I think their scouting was not up to par. They didn't scout the Chengdu positioning as they came through. I mean, you have to understand what sort of rotation Chengdu are going to make. Are they going from upper side, lower, what coming through main? EasyHunt was just not in position to play for an EMP at all. That kind of hurt the Valiant a lot.
Okay. Leaf uses the recall, dodges the hack, finds Marvel, who just gets absolutely obliterated asleep on the floor. As we go right back into it. Chengdu Hunters now in control of the point. 82% set up here from the Valiant. One flip, and they're likely taking us to Village.
A lot of vaults on board for Valiant, though, as they didn't have much to say in that previous fight, but now they can still come back in, make a strong reply out of it. See, now this is where Jinmu is actually following the Valiant from behind. They're just going to link up for a dive. Langs the court.
Yep, and Langs is dead. Moments before he would have the rally at the ready. Gaga going to be taking a nap here onto the high ground, but there's no threat for him whatsoever, and even if there was, he gets woken up. He does have a primal to bail him out. In the meantime, Monk just nailing some sleep darts, and it leads to some easy kills.
Yep. That's what you got to do. I mean, what we saw from Jinmu is what I expect out of EasyHunt in terms of trailing the opposition carefully, looking at where the rotation is going to be, a perfect scouting from Chengdu, and they felt strongly enough that Jinmu and Gaga actually linked up to dive together to collect Linksa straight away, and now Leave has already got some eyes on where that push from the Valiant is coming from, and just primal straight away into a sleep.
Gaga shut down. Can they get the kill? Everybody's grouped up and oh! He just juggles everybody straight into the pulse bomb. Langs and Molly both struck down in one fell swoop. Nicely stuck from Leave and well turned around by Gaga. And that might just be the nail in the coffin for this map.
Well, it's not quite done yet because there's still 25% to go, which is ample time for Valiant to still get a contest in. So the good news is that, okay, cool, Chengdu do win their fight, but they actually leave themselves quite open, waiting for Nano and EMP. This EMP cannon will decide if Jinmu locks this one down, and Chengdu have the map.
Leaf makes his way out. EMP at the ready. Support ults. Going to need to be invested here. First one's going to be the Nano. Goes out of the Marvel. He goes chasing. He's looking for Nisha. Can't find it. EMP goes through. I don't think it hit anybody. I guess I didn't quite spot it.
Becky
okay, gets one. So Becky does go down. Leave. Nanoed once more. Monk going to be traded. Marvel able to find that elimination as Leave tries to get on top of Langsup. Is the rest of the team backing him up? But Langsup manages to make it back into the back lines here of the Valiant. Stays safe for now.
Valiant flips.
Space being bought. That's the supports now on. The Valiant holding on for dear life. 95% ticking up. The touch going to have to come through here in a moment. Chengdu Hunters, who's it going to be?
Gaga blocked. Just made it off, but he dies
way in there. Yeah, gives his life, and now it's all down to the clutch. The touch comes in once more off screen. Pulse bump down onto the shield, comes back up. Nisha blocks it, keeps himself safe. Again,
Leave.
Stick so damn close. Leave the pulse bump, finds Slangsa. Looking to drag this one back over the finish line. The touch comes in, but now he's going to get EMP'd. He runs straight into it. Becky is waiting, gets the headshot to cross. Jinmu's still going to be alive. Doomfist return here from Gaga. Going to be down to about half HP. The support's under fire on the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but they manage to find stability, but that leaves Gaga out to dry. He was all on his lonesome, and he does crumble under the pressure. The OT now plummets. They clear the point just long enough. The Valiant will be able to take Shrine for themselves, so Village now to settle the score.
Almost the complete opposite of what we saw on Sanctum as well, right? This time it's the Chengdu Hunters behind, and Gaga has to come back onto a Doomfist. Barely does anything with it, and it's unfortunate for Gaga because he was the first to touch, but because he might have been booped on his jump, or he might have whiffed the jump. In either case, the initial jump does not land on the point itself. Let's take a look at that double pulse bomb again. Stick into Gaga, pushing them all into the corner. That's as perfect as you have in terms of an alley-oop into the slam dunk of the pulse bomb itself. But as I also mentioned there, Kilios, because Chengdu did not have percentage points on the actual cap itself, not enough. Despite that play, Valiant had enough time to regroup, go for one more push, and that's when the Valiant still had time to build ultimates. Primal into EasyHan's EMP cleaned it up for them. Jinmu's own EMP did not do enough.
No, it did not. Anti out of the 2. Langza picked off, he finds the kill, but Gaga's going to be traded out. Molly, however, falling. It's not a good boon here for the side of the Valiant, but the kills continue to be found. Leaf and Jinmu both fighting back, finding at least a kill apiece. EasyHan makes his way out with about 5 health remaining. Chengdu Hunters will have first lockdown the point.
And despite Gaga's sacrifice there, what he is able to do is open up space for the rest of the Chengdu Hunters to go in and trade backline. So if we consider Marvel diving into Chengdu, Gaga diving into Valiant, Gaga dies, but leaving Jinmu clean up the supports of the Valiant, allowing them to snowball that fight. With great opening fire name from Monk there, who, by the way, is almost double of Molly's nano boost. In fact, over double. That will be important for future fight considerations.
Jinmu just dipping out. Still has the lead for now in the EMP race. Leave as well towards that pulse bomb. Gaga slept on the point. Can't find a punish though. So he'll just go ahead and wake up. Jinmu going to be taken down, but at the cost of Molly. So now the healing going to be cut down significantly for the Valiant. It's Marvel just trying to farm up with some of these right clicks, but eventually just has to retreat. Grabs the Mega Pack, and the Valiant will be staved off.
Yeah, 35 and still counting here for the Hunters. Gaga hacked out. This fight is not over. EasyHan gets Gaga down. That's a reasonable trade. Lynx is now respawning. EMP going to be online for EasyHan just slightly earlier. Presence on point found by Valiant. Leave trying to hold. Has Pulse Bomb. Needs to stick.
Maybe he doesn't need to commit it here, because now EasyHan is going to be taken down. It's basically been one very extended skirmish that's been happening since the map began, but Chengdu Hunters continue to win out.
Valiant don't reset though. They're still in this fight. I mean, you look at Marvel still around the peripheral of this point itself, which is why, you look at Leave. Pulse into Marvel is going to have to force a Primal Pulse into anybody at this stage. Still waiting for EMPs. EasyHan tracking the supports. He sees Nisha. Pull the trigger.
The dive comes in. They're looking for him, but it's going to be the nano out from Monk to keep Nisha alive. Swinging away with the flail, and the damage is just not there.
Marvel
you can see his HP bar not moving at all. Marvel so very low. Primal still held, however. Keeps that one in his back pocket. The EMP goes through, finds Marvel, finds Langsa. If they come low, but Marvel still manages to get the pop. Primal Rage now in the fight. Valiant had gotten the flip prior. So now ticking up at 12%. Hack goes in. Jinmu has to dip out. Rally rolling from Nisha, trying to keep everybody alive. Gaga going to be slept. He's antied, and he cannot get back up to pop the Primal himself. Ends up getting taken out of the fight. The Valiant, they can now hold the point for themselves.
My goodness, Marvel playing on the edge. He actually went down to 1 HP and did not pop the Primal. Very much trusting that his team was going to keep him up, that he was going to break LOS from the Chengdu Hunters and then be able to save the Primal for another day. And that other day was the Jinmu EMP. Marvel survives it. Primal comes on through. Cannot say the same for Gaga. Slept down, kill before the Primal was a factor. And that way, Valiant, I mean, they held on, like you called it, very early on. It was an extended skirmish. Hunters, they were only sort of slightly winning the fight, but never resetting the Valiant. So Valiant had the ability to enter that fight again at any point they want to, and they currently have 3 ultimates, 1 burned on Marvel.
Marvel just running forward, just keeping them locked back in position. Shoves them away from the point. The Valiant getting ever closer to being able to take the lead here on Village. Gaga diving in, tries to get onto the high ground, has the Primal, gets himself back up there, knocks Langsa away, and Becky was taken down off screen by Nisha. It's an opening kill. Chengdu Hunters start stepping in onto the point. Langsa, oh, he pops a rally and it gets canceled instantly. Gaga just cleaves him down. Marvel goes diving forward, but instantly is greeted with a hack, and the bubble's not going to be enough to protect him. Bionade out onto both supports here on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Monk going to be the one that falls, however, as Gaga slurps up 3 quick kills.
Yeah. And despite Monk going down, Molly and EasyHan falling will give Monk plenty of time to come back. Nano coming online as well. Hunters are about to be in a great position to finish off this map. EMPs could be a factor, but a Chengdu just close it out with the Nano and also potentially that Leave Pulse Bomb that has been so good so far. Valiant will have little to respond with, but if this goes the distance, Marvel and EasyHan ulting could make the difference for Valiant.
Ticking up. The overtime force is there. Marvel hacked again. 10% away from the Primal Rage. Pulse Bomb held by Leave. Monk nearly with the Nano now has it. Nisha as well. The rally almost there. Chengdu, they've had so many tools getting ready to come online to work with, but there's the EMP first from EasyHan. Becky is the first one that dies. Gaga, however, still going to get eliminated. Marvel finds that kill. Slept right now in the Primal. Rally rolling from Nisha, trying to keep the rest of the squad alive, trying to win out the fight and close it right here because they know that it's last fight territory for both squads. Marvel continuing to go low. Leave manages to hound him down. They find that kill and they clear off the point. They clear up the point just long enough. The Valiant putting up a valiant effort, but unfortunately cannot take Nepal for themselves. It's the Chengdu Hunters holding their heads high at the end of this all, but it was damn close if nothing else. Chengdu barely scraping by with the win. Now start things up 1-0 in the series.
And that's just the late EMP coming through from Jinmu, right? I think for the LA Valiant, you had the Marvel Primal, you had the Easy Hunt EMP, but it did not do enough. With Becky and Marvel both down, it's between the supports and Easy Hunt to juggle the point to try and buy enough time for at least Becky to come on in, but they just couldn't do it successfully. The overtime wick burned so fast in those final moments. And for the Chengdu Hunters, Jinmu with the last laugh there, closing the book on Nepal for a 1-0.
Well. Chengdu Hunters able to get that win here in the end, but hard-fought battle from the side of the Valiant, which is what we have come to expect from them. And the series, if we learned anything from the previous one, is certainly not over yet. We'll see what happens, though, as we get ready to go over to Eichenwald for our hybrid map, see if it's going to be the Chengdu Hunters looking at a 2-0 or the Valiant tying things up at 1-1. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action's going to continue in just a few. And we are back. A 1-0 lead right now for the Chengdu Hunters after a very hard-fought 3 rounds of Nepal. But they get it in the end with the closeout on Village. Now we get ready to go over to Eichenwald to see if this is going to be tied up, or if the Chengdu Hunters maybe can speed up this ever-long evening.
Playing close so far. I mean, neck and neck gameplay. We had comebacks from 99%, you know, full 3-rounder on there. Both teams have been fairly even so far. You know, it's been hard for me to discern a clear leader. I understand that obviously Chengdu have won this map, so you'd have to say by default Chengdu definitely is the leader so far. But you know, Valiant, if we are going to go into that narrative, Valiant are not that far behind from what I can gather.
Yeah, I mean, I just for the Valiant's sake, I hope that this isn't another, you know, Seoul Dynasty situation where it's like it's so damn close, it's such a close series, and then unfortunately they can't pick up any wins. I don't think it's going to be the case though, because it's the Chengdu Hunters after all, and sometimes they drop series to teams that they in theory should not. But given the way that the Valiant have been playing as of late, they're definitely going to have to work for this one if they want it to be a 3-0.
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, the difference between this series and the Seoul series was that I think versus Seoul, despite it being close, and, you know, this is the caveat of saying it was a very close game, and it was, is that you still felt like Seoul had the lead. They were never really out of the lead. They were never really in a position to lose that series, from my perspective at least. Whereas here, I think it's been close enough that it's not entirely clear that, you know, I think Chengdu's necessarily just going to sweep 3-0, right? It's not as clean. It's not as, you know, in control from the winning side that I feel the same way about the series currently after one map as I do about the Seoul series, where again Valiant took Seoul very close, but Seoul never really let the series out of their grip, so to speak.
Well, we'll see what happens, and whether or not the Valiant will be able to tie this one up. Because if there's nothing else that the Valiant love, it is 5-map series. So we're kind of anticipating it, just given the matchups here this evening and how the way that, you know, all the teams have been playing fairly tight-knit together. You know, I guess basically aside from the Dynasty, who are very clearly far and away above everybody else at the moment. Yeah, this is probably going to end up being a 5-mapper. So why the hell not? We'll just get ready to jump into our second map in a moment and get things underway and see how they do fare. So Chengdu better have their wits about them, because if they let the guard down for, you know, even a sliver of a second, the Valiant will be able to get some punches in.
I've got to say as well, the Tracer battle has been very interesting to me. They are both the damage leaders for their respective teams, and this is some very classic Leave Tracer coming through as well. 14 final blows on that map. Next highest was Gaga on 11, actually. And Leave did 31% of team damage with 13,108 overall across that 3-rounders on Nepal. Sasha coming in for Marvel now, though, as we head into map number 2. And let's just consider what this means. So we're going to be playing Eichenwald, very likely to be Zarya. I don't suspect that Sasha will be playing much else. I think actually B-Point Diva has some good value from, again, the verticality. From a very rare perspective, we could be seeing Orisa one more time, especially on A. I don't think she's got good value elsewhere, but on A I have seen some gameplay. Although I got to be careful not to be horse-pilled about that, because it is still teams like it's mostly like the Vancouver, Paris type of teams that are running the Orisa kind of everywhere. I've seen Punk play Junker Queen here as well. So, you know, teams have been trying all sorts of different stuff on this particular map, on the A point especially. I would say the safest play is still Sasha on the Zarya, and I think he probably feels the same way.
Well, Jinmu flashing the Pharah here for just a brief moment, goes off the side of the map. Now goes back over to that Sombra. So a bit more standard from him. Valiant, looks like Becky is looking to match him. Says, I want to be just like Jinmu. Well, he stopped himself from dying in the spawn room. I guess his teammate said, actually, we don't have that much time, so. I want to be just like Jinmu when I grow up.
Should be the easy hunt snipe out of spawn, though. I'd be surprised if Valiant don't at least do just a Widowmaker snipe out of spawn.
Looks like they're not.
It's quite typical. Okay, they're not. No, Becky's going.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Up over the top.
Usually you'd have the Mercy also pocket. Keto. All right, Jinmu nearly died for that. Actually, that would have been. If Jinmu died for that, would have been disastrous. In fact, had Jinmu not collected the health pack fast enough, Sasha might have caught him also.
Yeah, that was
so really living and dying by that translocator, Jinmu.
Pretty big limit testing here. Now he's frontlining against Becky, and with the help of Nisha and the Shield Bash, they will be able to take him down. Nisha and the Shield Bash, also the name of my ska band. Check us out on Spotify. As the Sleep Dart will connect. Langza managing to stay alive here for a brief little moment. Jinmu again will make his exit.
And Gaga, low HP. Both those members, critical health, anti-out.
Just hold a W. And Gaga's dead.
See, this is it. That's the problem. You've flown too close to the sun.
Oh, boy.
And Assassins punish both plays. Now this is a 5v3 advantage, and Valiant are going to march on top of A. Chengdu can do very little to stop that. One tick's already been capped out. Chengdu can't even retake this until Gaga comes back.
No, they cannot. Now I don't think
they can't retake it all now.
Yep, Monk is dead. And, well, flew too close to the spawn room. Did the Chengdu Hunters.
Can't do that.
The Chengdu thing.
You can't do that. You have to respect the respawners, because if a single player goes down there, you're going to be in a player deficit. Valiant easily punishes.
Well.
Jimmu EMP now. At least they got that going for them. So for to Jimmu's credit, despite losing, let me be clear about this, it is not worth losing a whole point to build an EMP, but Jimmu has now built an EMP, spotted both supports, waiting for Leave and Gaga for the dive.
Whips on one, but they get the other, but Monk gets straight at the same time off screen. Becky netted up, gets himself onto the high ground, and Becky actually finds both the support. So the EMP that he built up after losing point A is effectively worthless, and now the cart can move forward. Valiant very much looking great on this attack so far.
Yeah, and they're going to be pushing through. Now Easy Hunt will have the next EMP up. Chengdu committed so hard for the backline. You saw all three there into the dive, which I think is a pretty typical dive, don't get me wrong. That is supposed to be how you dive with double DPS plus tank. However, it does leave Monk and Nisha out to dry. Becky spots the opening. Molly nanos. Becky rolls up, kills both supports single-handedly. And Becky just demolishes the backline of Chengdu Hunters, wins them a fight for the Valiant.
All right.
And now he slept.
I would say that we're in strange territory, but given that we're casting the Chengdu Hunters right now, nothing strange at all. EMP from Easy Han comes out, manages to find two. Gaga's going to try to get out of there, but Molly snipes him moments before he crests over the top of the rampart, so he ends up dying. Becky will go ahead and beam down Nisha, finishing him off after losing out on his duplicate there, but the cart just rolls in. It's about to be a massive time bank, 5 minutes plus as they get ready to breach the castle doors, and this is a complete and utter catastrophe for the Chengdu Hunters. The spaghetti has not been dropped on the floor, it has been spiked into the ground.
Oh, and a lot of that is kind of Becky throwing in the face of the Hunters there as well. He's a guy in the restaurant kind of putting his foot out a little bit too far, tripping over the waiters. Off the Echo play especially, he has been hacked out here. This could be in trouble for now. The Valiant still have a rally to play through. This is where Chengdu got to put their foot down. EMP's up again. They have Leaves Pulse Bomb. They have a rally. They can play through a bunch of ultimates. This corner they have to hold.
Rolling. Okay, EMP finds Sports. Sasha, the only one not getting clipped by that. Leaving the Pulse Bomb will get Lengsa. So maybe a moment of stability about to be found here. Sleep Dart also goes wide, so Leave is able to go ahead and scoop up a second kill. Easy Han just dips out, is spotted. Seems like Chengdu Hunters finally find some semblance of stability and control of the cart that they haven't seen since the cart was inactive.
3-piece from Leave there. Beautiful to see. Chengdu spinning 2 ults to get control. And this is where they kind of have to find that control. I think Gaga's ability to dive on C point is not going to be very comfortable. Sashin's on a much more comfortable hero for this particular point. Chengdu Hunters, though, we've seen them play C points quite well in the past. They're going to need to defend against this Easy Hunt EMP coming through as well. Becky staying on the Echo for now. I think he should probably go towards the Genji after this, but we'll see what happens when he dies.
Well, the rally's going to get canceled. Nisha taken down by the sticky bombs. Becky will find that. Hunts for Monk. A couple more shots would do it, but Sasha will find him in the end. Now Gaga going to be eliminated as well. Still with 3.5 minutes remaining, mind you. The card is going to get ready to round the final corner, as Becky is just painting the kill feed white.
Chengdu still don't really have any resources. Monk is 94. It's not enough. Becky easy on copy heroes here into the EMP, and should be the cap, right? I mean, we're looking at a decent time back. Touch has been enabled.
2.76 meters left to go. Leaf going to be EMP. Doesn't get to build up that pulse bomb here in this fight. Needs to respawn quickly.
Monk locked out.
To try to turn the tides of this fight. Gaga still playing forward. Hacks, but gets the primal off ahead of time. Slept now. Sasha melted. Got antied out. Jinmu manages to beat him down. Becky's still playing forward now. Is going to lose out on that duplicate. Needs to try to keep
Gaga's
himself
alive.
alive. And yeah, Gaga somehow holds on by a thread. They keep him in the fight. The Valiant successfully do pull back around the corner. Just wait for the reset. Still have a very healthy time bank to work with.
And so much of that was actually Monk getting out of spawn. Right? He runs up to Becky, gets to sleep on the duplicated Winston, runs past and starts healing the team. That was so important for the Chengdu Hunters to have that extra support available. And Jinmu, through all of that, builds up an EMP, can hold with that now. That was a very, very tight hold from the Chengdu Hunters on the precipice of defeat as well when Valiant come in for the cap. Becky stays on the Echo for now. Again, Doesn't have a lot of aerial space to play through for flying, but he trusts his Echo. Has a block potential versus Gaga. Now the rally from Lynxers, they want to push in. Grab nearly up.
EMP, however, finds 3. Anti-nade layered in. Easy Han and Sasha both get clipped by that. Becky, the first one to fall, actually flings it. Joining them there. Brothers in Arms both getting taken down. Easy Han tries to make his way out, but just cannot do so. Monk snipes him before he can take the translocate out, and even if he had, probably still would have died. Sashin trying to escape. Looks like he will be allowed to do so. The Valiant, the time is getting drained down.
Reaper.
Becky now swapping over onto the Reaper.
I like that a lot, actually. I think I completely forgot about the Reaper. I actually prefer that to the Genji now, think about it more, because the Reaper allows you to play that ground game very, very effectively with Sashin backing you up, and more importantly, shutting down Gaga. This is going to put a lot more pressure on Gaga than even the Echo was. So, very good choice coming through from Becky. Nano and Grav and EMP coming in. One big push left from the Valiant. If they fail this push, they won't have ultimates left.
The grab is out. Sasha not sure who he caught. Gaga, in the meantime, catches a sleep dart in the back line. Sasha as well. Going to be taking a nap, but Leaf now felled. Rally rolling from Nisha. Expires. EMP comes out, finds 2. Gaga the first to fall. Jinmu staying alive. Sliver of health left for him. Makes his way back into the spawn room, I do believe. Go ahead and get healed back up, and once more the cart now just a couple meters away from pushing in. Valiant, they want this finish. They want it, especially with time left in the bank, but they've already been taken down below a minute. It's been a very strong hold here in the castle for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Gaga, hacked out still, gets the Primal online, goes diving into the back line. The Sleep Dart greets him once more. He's down at about half HP. You can see them all collecting in around him. They get the elimination. Becky now leading the charge with the Death Blossom online, pulls the trigger immediately, gets in.
Great
out. The bubble comes in, crucially from Sachin, to help him stay alive. They clear it out. With 26 seconds remaining, the Valiant will be able to get the finish.
I don't think Gaga made the right call there to go extremely deep. He actually broke LOS from his own team by going around that corner. He should have gone up to the corner and not around it. Push the Valiant back. Do not overcommit beyond your means. Absolutely can't afford to die there. Even if your Primal doesn't get you extreme value, doesn't get you kills, that is so much preferable to actually dying. Let's take a look at the replay here. Becky dives on in, receives a nano, and actually with a bit of help from Easy Hunt, takes down double supports. That's while the Hunters were trying to do the same onto the Valiant supports, and only Molly fell. Now back to where we just sort of left off on that final defense and offense from the LA Valiant. Yeah, I mean, I think Gaga dying there was the final straw that broke the camel's back for the Chengdu defense. Because even if you don't get a lot done in the Primal, but you live, you at least reset the Valiant, force them to respect your ultimate, and you buy time for your team to set up good positioning and get respawners back for another final engagement. So Chengdu Hunters possibly let that defense slip through their fingers, but I think the Valiant sort of also came around to the correct ultimate timings for a final engagement.
Well now, Valiant get their shot at a strong defense. Chengdu Hunters, I mean, good on them to be able to get the hold in the end, but you have to question, what could have been had they not overstepped over towards A, because they were looking completely and utterly dominant. Instead, they allowed them to get all the way to the very end of the map. So now Valiant going to be looking for a full hold of their own. Becky once more starting with that Echo.
Okay, so it's a long rotation and scouting report coming through from Jinmu. It's also Leave as well. You can see them linking up already, so they want to go for this dive, see where those supports are. Actually,
trying to get on the Monk there.
Though.
Xanthian out again up Nisha as well. In danger, and Easy Han will be able to slurp the kills. He's playing off the back of this damage. Jinmu jumps away. In the meantime, however, tick and a half has been gained. Gaga just sat on the point and says, yeah, you guys can all die. I'll just gain advantages for us.
So that's probably the one error that Valiant made, is no one actually was able to commit onto the point to stop that tick from coming through. But otherwise, I respect that Valiant wanted to play aggressively there, right? We've seen this MO already when they were on this sort of A-point attack, rather B-point attack early on, when Becky got the double kill to the backline of Hunters. They just meet aggression with more aggression, and it works out for them.
Molly now taken down. Big opening here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, who once more are ticking up on the point. The second getting ready to come through. Stop contesting it here for a moment as they try to pile in, get on top of Sashin. EMP goes out, catches 2. Gaga in danger, ends up falling. Becky able to find both of those kills. Leave trying to get the punish. The HP bars right now are so low on the side of the Valiant, but they managed to clean it up. Leave just can't do enough to try to win out the fight.
He'll get away, though, with his life at least. It's the small silver lining for the Chengdu Hunters, but otherwise, that took a long time for Gaga to go down. I think Becky was missing the focusing beam. He didn't have the focusing beam for a while, otherwise Gaga probably would have fallen. now as we head down to just about 2 minutes left now, almost there. Chengdu Hunters starting to come online for some big ultimates. EMP saw a little bit far for Jinmu. EasyHan had already burned his earlier.
Hack on the lead, but he is going to be safe. Sashin trying to hold the front lines, needs to get this grab online. It's 13% away. Duplicate as well from Becky, about to be up. He can buy a hell of a lot of time with this one, depending on the target selection. Now has it at the ready. Pulse bomb goes out from Leap, not going to be able to find the stick, doesn't get a kill. Instead, just skirting around the point here. They find the sleep on the EasyHan, they get the kill. Anti goes down to the 2. Even Nisha, however, manages to stay alive. Sleep Dart connects on the leave. Can they get the punish? Sticky bombs go in. They're trying to find
recall.
the kill. Not going to make, the recall comes through, but they can't make it happen. And Becky ends up falling. Played way too far forward to try to get that elimination. Gives his life for it. And in the end, it's just going to be the Chengdu Hunters occupying the point as the Valiants struggle to find a way back in. Hack the backlines here from Jinmu. Holds onto the EMP, and the cap is just going to be there. Just shy of 4 minutes now on the time bank for the Chengdu Hunters as they start the push.
It's really good scouting from Jinmu there towards the end as well, just kind of debating whether he believes that the Valiant will go for the retake or not. If the Valiant goes for a retake, I think Jinmu would have to play for the EMP, but now both hands have been shaken from both teams in terms of holding on to their respective ultimates. Becky, a bit of damage, but is safe for now. How does Chengdu want to play the situation? Focusing on initial payload push is important, but they have to set up for this dive. Jinmu needs to be in position for this EMP. Gaga can jump at any time.
Becky doing his damage to try to pressure Gaga out. Get him into a spot where that beam can kill and maybe force the primal a little bit early. Grab still held. High ground. Contest comes in. Lings and Becky make their exit.
Oh, solo grab.
Grab comes through. They find Jinmu. They shut him down. I mean, that's actually a good choice in the end. Get rid of the EMP. Buy a little bit of extra time. Might not win the flashiest in the books, but yep, gets the fight win. Gets you some forward posture position here on the cart.
And oftentimes when we look towards this meta where grab is not typically going to get a huge amount of value, like you'd have to at least get 2, right? Just getting the 1 there, denying the EMP for now, I think is okay. Jinmu once again being caught Sashin twice now, getting that kill specifically on the Jinmu. Gaga's already committed though. He received the nano, so Chengdu still have to go in.
He did. Leave uses the pulse bomb. Doesn't get a kill with that, but still will find Molly in the end. Rally now rolling from Langsa, but this is looking like it's going to get canceled. No! Gaga cannot maintain the juggle. Langsa breaks away from it. Manages to stay alive, and now the rally offering up some green HP to the rest of the team while they wait for Molly to rejoin. He's still making his way out of the castle now. Dupe comes through. EasyHan now having, or uses the EMP rather. Becky has another one for the follow-up fight. Translocates forward, dumps it in. Nisha gone. Looks for the hack on Lead, barely misses the window to be able to get it. Lead gets out, but the cart still held in place.
Double Sombra there is so critical as well. It just brutalizes Gaga. You saw the first EMP come through from EasyHan, deletes Gaga's shield, who he really needed that shield to stay alive. Then the follow-up as well. Becky finds his own EMP. 2 EMPs from Valiant in the same fight is just going to be brutal for the Chengdu Hunters. 1:30 left to go now. Resources drained. Jinmu's also out of an EMP. The Chengdu Hunters looking like they might struggle to finish this map, especially with that happening.
Yeah, picked off. EasyHan does get traded. He's going to have a pretty fast rejoin here. Now respawning, and Chengdu Hunters very much struggling to get themselves out of the gateway here.
Oh, they want Becky. Gaga's about to... He's just died.
He's
wow.
just dead.
Jinmu couldn't go in. Jinmu could not get LOS. He was looking for the hack onto Becky, couldn't get the LOS for the hack to happen. Becky receives a bubble from Sashin and just beats Gaga in the 1v1. That was incredible.
Okay, everything on this push here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Gaga continuously getting chunked out. Becky playing fearlessly far forward. As they're going to go ahead and do a swap. Leaves going for the Ash, trying to deal with Becky. Yeah, and he's just going to surrender it. Goes for the Tracer instead.
That's like 70% I think he lost on that. That's a huge chunk of EMP to go away. And like you said, leave on the Ash to challenge Becky. And I mean, this is kind of desperate measures in some cases. I would, in some ways, prefer leave to be on the Sojin, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time to charge up enough rails. So this is the more clear-cut way to deal with the issue.
It is a huge gamble being run right here for the Chengdu Hunters. Grab online, rally now rolling from Nisha. Dupe this time, going over the wins. The grab is absolutely massive. Catches on to 3, but the kills are not there. Becky antied out, but still builds up the primal here in the dupe, but Langsa and Molly going to be eliminated. Nisha and Jinmu getting a piece of each support. They get taken down. Becky's juggling everybody into the back lines here. Comes Comes back into the fight, gets a couple sticky bombs across on a Monk, but he cannot
Sessions
threaten
on
his
one.
life quite just yet. Sashin going to be taken down, kills himself off with the right click in the end. Another cart is finally pushing forward.
Jimbo's been pushing.
For the Chengdu Hunters, yeah. He's been just chasing it up, bringing it over towards the bridge. Easy Han contesting for now. Makes his way out with the translocator, holds onto the EMP. Leave, Dynamite woven through, catches him, the bomb already online. Pulse bomb as well from Jinmu could be deadly as they try to make their way out of this. He goes in, gets a stick, the bubble goes through, Sashin saves his life, finds Nisha, and no one touches the card!
The Bob was blocked by Linksa. Linksa shield bashed the Bob. The Bob was going to touch the payload, but Linksa disrupts it. That was such a heads-up play from Linksa. Unbelievable play. LA Valiant block all players that were going to go for the touch. And first of all, credit to Lee for even finding the Bob within the one life there. He swapped to the Ash with under a minute to go, and he charges that Bob in record time, and that Bob would have saved them had Linksa not blocked it. But that was such a great play from Linksa the Valiant to prevent the touch from coming in. Well done.
Forced C9, some forced errors here. The Valiant punishing the Chengdu Hunters. And now we are tied up 1-1. The triple map 5 is still on the menu. Dorado is going to be coming up next for our escort map. We'll see who is able to take that one away, move up to match point, but it doesn't really matter because we know it's going to 5 in the end anyway. We'll see what happens though, what the road, what this path holds for us when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. The wild and crazy action will continue in just a few.
Engage.
And we are back and tied up 1-1 in our second series of the evening. The LA Valiant managing to answer back, getting the hold over it just in front of point B after there was a little bit of a whoopsie-daisy from the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
Yeah, to clarify the final moments of the payload push there as well onto Eichenwald, just checking back on the replay, the Bob actually came in late, so yes, Linksa did block the Bob with the shield bash, but the victory screen and the C9 actually did occur before the Bob was released, so a little slow there from leaving the rest of the Hunters and the rest of the other members as well from Gaga, Jimmu, etc. did not manage to get the touch, so all members unfortunately were not able to affect the payload, and Valiant, well, regardless of how it occurred, they get the map win. And I dare say as well, even had Hunters actually touched and maybe have gotten the cap on B, Valiant had just so much more to work with. Hunters were already basically out of time, right? 130 would have been the maximum time to push on C anyway. It was not looking like a good map for them. Becky really shined on that Echo on both attack and defense for the Valiant. That was quite something to watch.
Yep. A little bit of minor oopsie. I'm losing my words and my mind because this evening has just been already A, long evening, B, power strip has fallen out from underneath my desk and my electronics are at risk, but we carry on. So I will get my crap together and we'll keep going on this one. And hopefully the Chengdu Hunters can do very much the same because they need to avoid results and plays like that. Contesting the objective, always a good idea, especially when you're moving into escort. So we'll see if they can make it happen. As mentioned before, it's going to be Dorado to see who takes the lead in this series.
To really drive home the amount of what Becky really did in that particular series, man had 16,407 damage over the course of Eichenwalder. That is 38% of his team's entire damage. I'm looking over to what Leave and Jimmu did. I can tell you right now, first of all, neither of them actually even got 10k, so they both were under 5 digits. I've just calculated the damage together. This is the only way I can compare. So as a reminder, Becky, 16,407 just on his own. Jimmu and Leave combined, 16,969. Becky, as one player, nearly did Jimmu and Leave's entire combined damage, only about 560 off, roughly. 562 off.
Minorly impressive, to say the least.
So Becky's been a bit of a monster.
Just to frankly be disrespectful by saying that, but yeah, he has been huge. Let's see how he carries on. And see what he's going to be running, because we know it's not going to be the Bastion.
Yeah. Becky heard that Bastions do a lot of damage to tanks. But you know what? Echo is his hero of choice.
I mean, hey, he flashed Soldier 76 for a second. He almost went against your advice.
Yeah, no, but he's smart, though. He did listen to the advice, which I respect. Jimmy and Leave coming through from the Trace and Ash. We're going to be taking a look at that same kind of composition that we ended Eichenwalder with. I think the Ash is actually still pretty good for Dorado, so good call, especially versus the fact that he's probably expecting that Becky comes out on Echo again. Nisha low.
Hell of a lot of damage going forward onto him. Lengsa as well. Barely holding on, needs to get connected in with Molly. He's playing on the opposite side of the street.
Becky low.
Yeah, I'm
saved by the bubble, I think.
He's playing so aggressively. Dynamite out. Might have hit Sashin, but maybe bubbled off.
Chunking back out. They gave up high ground. They have to go all the way back to the back of market now, as Valiant have already captured the control of the underpass there, the archway. So we're already back at Fountain.
Leave. Taking some shots, but also offering some up. There's a hit there onto Becky, but you can tell right now that Valiant's plan is just keep Becky alive. If Becky is in the fight's probably going to go well.
Good dynamite. That's a good dynamite.
Molly getting burned here into the back line. The dive starts coming through. Gaga joins in the fight. They get the kills. Wow. Gets the second one as well as both supports go down. Leaf pushes Becky away with a coach gun. Looks for a little bit more. Becky makes his exit over the wall.
I think you can almost consider there, like, the dynamite from Ash is almost like the DPS anti-nade, because while it doesn't stop you from being healed, the effect of ticking over time damage there kind of slows down the healing that Monk and Niche, or rather Linksa and Molly, would be giving. So essentially with both supports and Valiant being burned, Gaga sees the opening, dives in, gets both the kills on both the supports. So brilliant follow-up there. Dynamite into Gaga diving in. That will be the defense secured, at least for that fight, down to 2 minutes now. That's half the time shaved off for the Valiant.
So far, so good on the defense. Hack. They're on the Monk. They're looking to try to take him out. Then Edibus goes through on the leave just to keep him alive. Works a tree. Now the Bob nearly ready to go. With that Dynamite, he will have it. See when he decides to use it. Becky, in the meantime, going to go for the dupe. Goes
now,
immediately.
he's got to do it now.
Gaga. Copies the Winston. The Bob going to be invested. Leave gets taken down to the back end of that one. However, the Bob can be dealt with a simple sleep dart. But Becky going to be knocked out. And easy, honey. Got his EMP canceled. Nisha finishes him with a shield bash. Mid-cast. Takes him down, immediately pops the rally to ensure that they win out the rest of the fight, and by God, they are going to do so. Sashin, grab was used, but I think it was a whiff. Didn't quite get to catch it with my own eyes, but
no.
Oh boy, have things come spiraling down for the Valiant. This is a completely different look.
It'd be multiple whiffs there as well. Becky also gets a duplicate deleted very quickly on that play. Sure, I think the one good thing that happened was that the hack from EasyHan came through and leaves Bob, and despite that the Bob wasn't shooting much anyway. Let's take a look at Nisha again on that cancel. Boom. Sees a play, sees EasyHan, and instantly takes him down. Shades of 2021 Chengdu Hunters playing Brig versus the Sombras of last year. This time though, Jimmu will go down to Becky.
Again, looking for leave. They know that trying to displace that Ash, and they have done so. Nisha going to fall as well, so it's a second extended kill as Jinmu looks to rejoin, but the cart has pushed through into A. Enough space was bought. 30 seconds remaining. They got there, so now it's just 3 minutes to try to go for the second phase. Becky burning down, and Jinmu chases in for the finisher. Lead with 11 HP, still standing.
Sashin. Bubbles, safe, fine, okay. LA Valiant now playing for the long push forward going through. Time is going to be an issue here. Can they finish the map? Yet to be determined. They would have to start snowballing quite consecutively through these next couple of points. With Chengdu holding on to ultimates, this will be difficult. Now taking high ground is going to be next to impossible for Sashin. They have to rely on Becky.
Okay. Becky starts things off with the right foot forward. Finds leave while he's nanoed up. Looks for a little bit of extra damage. Sticky Bomb's not quite hitting there on the Monk, but Nisha takes a hell of a beating. Gaga hacked, beamed down. There's the sticky bombs from behind as Becky cleans up the supports. Jinmu will find one for his troubles. Looks for a little bit more, but Langsa shuts him down. Now the cart continues to glide, making decent pace right now considering the limited time bank that they had. Just a minute gone, and they're getting ready to round the final corner.
Now Chengdu tried to flip that fight around by first of all defending and deflecting Becky. Successful, you get that one. However, then they tried to turn the fight around as, by the way, Jinmu's on top. Chengdu tried to turn the fight around by diving on top of Valiant onto the low ground, and that's when they got punished. They forgot about Becky. He dives down, Stickies gets the executions, and that's more than enough. Turret set down in main. Jinmu spots Becky. Oh, mid-reload though. If he wasn't reloading, he might have had a dink on there.
Okay. Jinmu does manage to stay alive with the Torb. Kites his way back indoors. EMP comes across.
Turret shut down.
Absolutely everyone. 5-man EMP, leave the first one to fall. So far, the only one to fall. As they look for a little bit more, Nisha going to be popping that rally as soon as he gets it. Becky taking a nap with the Winston, getting the full Winston treatment. Grab goes out, and looking for Nisha. Eventually can pressure him down. The turret gets the break onto Becky's dupe, but it's not of much consequence here for the side of the Valiant. They get the push across the line here in the end with about a minute remaining. Now have 2.5 for this final stretch of Dorado.
Now, Jinmu probably took away some extra ult charge from his previous hero, but respectfully, he's on 92% after one fight. That's actually a lot of damage coming out from Jinmu, considering they actually lost that fight as well, and the turret was hacked out by the EMP in the beginning stages. But as we sort of mentioned there, the turret actually did take away Becky's dupe. Molten Core's available now. I don't know how big the Molten Core is actually going to be. Only the two supports in Sashin can realistically be caught. EasyHan now and a Sojin as well. Double turrets. You consider that Bob is basically a turret. You get 2 turrets here for Chengdu.
Turret on the flank, the Molten Core going to be locked in, and Langsa
wait a minute,
melted. It gets Molly as well, and yeah, it works a treat. Jinmu says, okay, my job here is done.
No
Works his way into the back, spams out a couple more shots for EasyHan. Oh, if he had hit him once, he would have gotten the elimination.
God.
Unreal.
Nothing in the world makes sense anymore after that.
Yep.
I really have seen everything now.
Just killed them all.
Jinmu just swaps back to Tracer. Oh my goodness. Swaps to, well, whatever he's going to, he gets off the top,
swaps the Torb for like 1.5 fights, plays one Molten Core, wins, refuses to elaborate, goes Genji. Unbelievable. From Jinmu. Okay.
Becky shut down. Gaga struck down with Molly. Under fire, and somehow they actually all collapse in to save his life. He's down about half HP, but the collapse comes through. Chengdu Hunters lose several members of the card again, pushing forward. Sasha tries to get the second kill on the leave, and
he's
they
dead.
will find him.
That's a problem.
That it
Needed
is.
to
The
bob.
rest of the team now
He should have known he was going to die. He needed to bob there. That's an issue.
And okay, they do manage to get the touch this time around. 79 meters left to go. The grab comes lobbing in. They're still within contest distance, but there's just no surviving this one. A massive grab catch there from Sasha. The Bob moves his way forward. We'll keep things contested for a little bit longer. Bob going to be pushed away, and the cap will come through, and the Valiant managed to finish things with 20 seconds remaining.
Wow. Okay, well, Chengdu having leave being caught there. No 5 players alive. Couldn't coordinate with all 5 together to make the final defense worthwhile. Well, just work for them. It's always going to be worthwhile, isn't it? Bob coming through at least will be able to engage a touch. Unfortunately, that's about all it will engage, as it will be summarily pushed away as the only remaining member of the team alive after all is said and done. Chengdu Hunters will bleed the timer down to 20, not quite the OT, although 20 is reasonable. So, question was asked earlier, like, can Valiant finish from their position on B, which I think they had about 240-ish time remaining, if I remember correctly, and off the back that they pushed through B, still retain 20 seconds on the cap, which means I think they've, I don't know if I want to say overperformed, but they definitely exceeded expectations of how far they were going to get based on their time remaining when they started B.
Well, now once more to the defense here for the Valiant. Is this just going to be a repeat of Eichenwald where they get the completion with limited time? Granted, it was overtime the first time. Or no, did they finish with time? I don't even remember. I think it was OT on Eichenwald,
Who
right?
win?
Valiant. Last map.
Yeah, they definitely got all 3
Doesn't
caps.
matter.
I can't remember if they have time. I can't remember
They
if they
got
have
the
time,
third
but they
cap.
definitely got all 3 caps. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole point of this is, will the Chengdu Hunters be able to finish the map and take us into OT, or will they get held once more? We'll have to see. Becky is looking for that air superiority once more. Need some dynamite bubbles instantly there from Sasha. Has been Johnny on the spot with these.
Has to be respectful of Leave. You can see the shots coming through. Leave knows who his target is. It's a bit more passive from the Chengdu Hunters. You'll notice that, you know, through this kind of gameplay, it's Gaga having to kind of hold the ground and just buy time and space for Leave to commit damage, and then Leave's trying to get aggressive as well. Look at his angles. He's pushing all the way up, even in front of Gaga sometimes.
Push his way here onto the high ground. Dynamite again, just around the corner. Only finds Sasha. Just trying to build up where possible.
Sasha's burning a lot of bubbles.
That he is. Both going to be on cooldown. Should be coming up here shortly, though, and that's why they're going to start pushing forward, trying to contest this high ground. Or at least hold them at bay, not give up too much free space, but Gaga's looking to take it for himself. Goes diving forward, Becky up over the top. Sticky Bomb's going to find a good amount of damage, and the beam comes across to kill off Jinmu. And with that opener, Becky is just completely unleashed. Finds another, and oh, no, there's no health pack there for you, Nisha. Ends up dying. Monk somewhere has slept, and now he's finished off. And that is going to be a very nice start here to the defense for the side of the Valiant.
Yeah, and I don't know if this gets any easier for the Chengdu Hunters. That was a reasonable start to a dive, but Chengdu Hunters losing Jinmu. Becky strong in the skies, a ton of damage. Easy Hunter's receiving a bubble from Sashin to allow him to stay there and building MP. He's on 99, cresting across 100. He's happy with that. And now the setup for the EMP play. Nano on board for Molly as well. Things are looking great for the Valiant coming into the next fight.
Certainly are. Becky, though. Okay. Well, follow-up shot from Leaf. Not going to connect. Still just hunting him at every twist and turn, trying to swat the fly. Hasn't been able to make it happen yet. That's going to be the nano boost out onto Becky.
Where's Easy
Gaga
Hunt?
jumps up, tries to contest him. Becky widely, the nano is going to be mitigated.
Oh,
the swing dart comes across. What a shutdown. Monk is in pole position, gets him with a charged up right click. And there you go. Cart now moving forward. Chengdu Hunter should have A off of this.
There was no EMP in that fight. That was the one ultimate that the Valiant sort of saved there. And had the fight gone a bit longer, Becky would have had the duplication. The EMP comes through, but there's no one there to help.
No, there's not. Gaga, okay, he does get slumped. They don't wake him up. I thought maybe they were going to. Anti goes out, trying to get the punish. It's not going to happen. Jinmu, however, dead. And now Becky, he makes his return. He gets revenge on Monk. Shuts him down. The Dynamite quite big here. Becky immediately going to be knocked out of the duplicate, but the Chengdu Hunters, they have been saved off. This retake from the side of the Valiant ends up working out for them.
That includes the kind of low-value EMP. It's definitely not a whiffed EMP, but zero value there. I mean, no one was going to follow up at all. Gaga surviving on 1 HP. He'll be okay. Last minute now, and Chengdu Hunters, I mean, it's looking kind of like Eichenwalde, where, sure, they can cap A, but the time is just so low. There's a grab coming through as well. Monk can and probably will get this counter. Has to be wary of the Molly nade, because even with the trance going up, the nade can just sort of completely ruin the game plan. Hunters will at least have legs in this fight via the Primal. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, well, the Primal's popped. Gaga's antied, however. Transcendence from Monk just to keep him alive and leave dead on the back of the grab.
Oh,
now
my.
Monk taken down as well. Becky again with the sticky bombs. Comes up huge. 28 seconds remaining. Jinmu dead. The staggers are brutal for the Chengdu Hunters. Nisha, he cannot die, and he does not. Manages to make it out safe.
20 seconds.
Gaga now swapping over to the Zarya.
Yeah, this is late in the day as well. I mean, he's already burned the Primal, so it's kind of whatever, right? At this point, they're going to try anything. No great bubble targets, so he's going to have to maybe just bubble himself, maybe support Leave a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see who commits the first touch. Jinmu is in position to go for the touch. He's actually
Can they?
kind of
Okay,
waffling around
Leave's
the
got
edge.
it.
Okay, let me Leave.
Leave dashes his way in. It's the spot there on the Becky, who goes up into the air. The EMP instantly greets Leave point blank in his face.
Gaga's already dead.
the first to fall. Pulse bomb now on live. Leave needs to be huge with this one, but he goes just a bit shy of Molly. Cannot get that connection. Nisha now going to be taken down as Sashin claims the second kill in the fight. Leave with a sliver of HP, finished off by EasyHan, and that is going to be the full hold coming through. The Valiant will take the lead. They do it again. Finish the map, get the hold. They move up now 2-1.
Man, Valiant really looking like the real deal here. Chengdu come into the series with a great record, looking fantastic in this meta, looking like one of the stronger teams in this particular region for this Countdown Cup 4th stage. With a lot to fight for. I mean, both teams have a lot to fight for here. It's play-ins lock-in for the team that can escape 7th place, and LA Valiant currently resting in 7th place. They're nipping at the heels of the Guangzhou Charge, and if they can win the series today, they'll only be 1 point away from catching the Guangzhou Charge. And victory is so close now. They can taste it, they can feel it. It's just barely within their hands, but can they grasp it, or will it slip through their fingers? 2-1 is a scoreline I've seen the Valiant sit at multiple times this season, and they have also lost multiple times despite having this lead, so they have to close it out.
This is the stars aligning, though, because they have the 2-1 overall record this season versus the Chengdu Hunters, right? They have had the Chengdu Hunters number so far. We'll see if they can add a third win to that tally as we get ready. Colosseo is coming up next, though. That is a big boon for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. That has been one of their most consistent maps for them. They always have looked good there on push. So the Valiant have a tall order to try to close this out with a 3-1. Otherwise, it will be us going to yet another map 5. We'll see what happens when we come back for the break. Push is coming up next, so don't go anywhere. 2 on the scoreline as the Valiant managed to take Dorado for themselves. The question here is, do the Chengdu Hunters continue to maintain impeccable performances on Colosseo to take us into yet another Game 5?
Oh boy, and I'm excited about one particular thing coming through with the Valiant right now, but I'm sure we'll get the information in just a hot second, but I'll just say it because I want to talk about it.
A lot of people will be excited.
D has been subbed in for the LA Valiant to land potentially the final punch required to send Chengdu packing in this series. Daisy also coming for Gaga to potentially play some of that Zarya, potentially Sigma as well. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an off-tank battle on Colosseo for sure. I don't exactly know what D is going to play, though. The issue is that, first of all, as much as I'm excited, he is going to be subbing in for Becky, who has been phenomenal this series. Now, what is he actually going to play? Is he going to be on a Widowmaker? Colosseo has not been, so far, a Widow map. I mean, we're not going to Junkertown. This isn't Circuit Royale, right? It's a very different map. Becky's also a flex DPS player on specifically like Tracer, Echo, Genji. Those are his 3 heroes. Easy Khan is also a hit scan player, so a Valiant looking at a double hit scan look. I mean, what are we seeing here? Because if Dia wants to go Sojin, that's also been Easy Khan's hero. So is it going to be like a Sojin Sombra look with Easy Khan on the Sombra? Those are the questions I raise for what we're going to see on Dorado.
Time will tell as we jump into Colosseo. See what they have prepped for us here. And a very back and forth and close-knit New Queen Street in our previous series for Shanghai to be able to take us into a Game 5. We'll see how the Valiant now fare, though, as for now, Dia is flashing the Genji.
That would be a different look.
That's a fairly large departure from what we're used to seeing from him, that's for sure.
I don't know that I've ever seen Dia play Genji. Reaper now, that's more of a common look. I'm sure anyone could. I don't know. I kind of.
Well,
I think I probably underrate the importance of specific Diva players, but every team I see places a lot of high value on that. I mean, Rush specifically keeps Edison in to play Genji simply because of his ability to just flex over towards the Reaper. They really, really care about the Reaper gameplay. And so, look, I'll give Valiant the benefit of the doubt. Dia is going to be the Reaper guy for this team to move on through. I don't think we'll really be swapping off this either. Why is that? Why do you like the Reaper guy?
I don't even remember the full copy pasta, but, you know, whatever. He's got the guns and the stuff. Whatever.
Revolvers, who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, his revolver ability is great. Sasha, big anti-nade, goes out, and yeah, clearly the bubbles just weren't out there, so Sasha goes down. Nisha actually able to find the killing blow on that one. The rest of the team finding a level of stability, but Daisy is just completely juiced up right now. 80 energy, looking for Molly. Bionade goes down to keep himself alive. They push Daisy back, they get him into a corner, they almost take him down, but Dia over-pursues for the kill and ends up getting punished for it. So now the bot is going to be pushing here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
Yeah, we'll see if Chengdu can get more distance here as well, because initial fight win on the push will give you something like 25 to 30 meters. Now as Valiant have their team together again, Jimmu's looking for this blade. They'll have Nano Blade in just a hot minute here, but Jimmu has to fall off, which will require the rest of the Hunters to fall off as well. So they want to be fighting more in neutral territory.
Minute and a half in. Some of these ult charge times have been absolutely crazy. Jinmu slept with the Dragon Blade, the Nano Blade, I should say, and Monk gets taken down as Dia was energized by a Nano of his own. Jinmu does manage to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, tries to go diving into the back line. Dia eventually deals with him, goes into the Wraith Walk, and cleans up a 3rd kill quite easily there onto Daisy. Leaf will be the last one to fall. So now back into control here are the Valiant. 30-meter setup for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Nothing that is insurmountable, but Leaf does nearly have that EMP ready to rock.
Let's take a look at that sleep dart again. Here we go. That was a Nano into...
Oh.
Wow, it is a mid-dash sleep. Molly Nano's D up. Sees Jimmu.
In his hitbox.
As Jimmu dashes forward, it just barely manages to connect that sleep dart. That's critical.
Grab now, first used by Daisy. Sound barrier on the back end for the Chengdu Hunters to win out the fight. Leaf finds Sasha. Easy Han going to be taken down, and Jinmu just cleans up too. Yeah, not much to be done here. He said slept, so it's a very clean team kill. Chengdu Hunters not losing anybody as they wipe the floor with the Valiant. They get the bot close, but crucially, it's not the lead.
And Monk as well with the save there. I mean, I think the extra sound barrier for insurance policy was important from Nisha from both ends to play that sound barrier. But yeah, we have Jinmu Blade shut down earlier. Monk was shot down Death Blossom. Here comes a grab now. Nisha deleted, Daisy to follow.
Nice clean up here from Sashin to get both. Looks for a little bit more. The bot not too far forward. I mean, there's some 7 extra meters set up here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, just gaining inches where they possibly can. And this is one of the matchups I was actually really excited about when we saw the swaps coming through that I forgot to mention is Sashin versus Daisy, because it's 2 complete specialists on the Zarya squaring off against each other. So far, Daisy, though, has had the upper hand.
It's also the difference of like compositions where the DPSs are the main talking points here, because it's Sombra Genji versus a now Dia nanoed up. As by the way, the flip came through. Valiant has the lead.
Okay, just stays long enough just to set up for Sashin to get that final blow. With Daisy gone, the bot can continue to push, getting ever closer towards that checkpoint.
Oh,
Sashin just continues to tear them apart with that kill onto Daisy. That allows him to catch up.
What happened to Jinmu there? I'm not too sure, but just multiple deaths.
The problem
here is there's so many late deaths that Valiant can threaten the cap. They gotta get it. They gotta get the cap. There's no contest. Chengdu are too far behind. Now it doesn't matter what happens to Valiant. Even if Valiant loses fight, they got the objective. In fact, they leave. They know they're gonna lose the fight, so they regroup with EasyHan. EasyHan gets the forward spawn, and now they can hold the neutral. That was an incredible line of play from the Valiant, and it all comes off the back of staggering a few very late deaths on the Chengdu Hunters.
EMP at the ready. Goes for it. Finds 3. Sashin on the front line. Managing to stay alive for a little bit longer. The blade pulled out here by Jinmu. It's not going to be the swipe that kills him, but Jinmu will still get EasyHan. And now this is a very good opportunity for the Chengdu Hunters to try to bring this back a little bit. Molly going to go running forward. Gives himself up.
They need another fight, though.
They do. What's the Valiant?
That's the issue.
AFK.
EMP... Wow, Valiant will come back. The EMP plus Blade to clean up that fight costs you 2 ultimates. Valiant hold on. Look at the Valiant ultimates. We're about to come online for 5. So if we're talking about the capability of Valiant to hold this point, they absolutely can. Chengdu come up on 3 ultimates themselves, but it's pure numbers here. As long as Valiant don't randomly drop members here, like Chengdu randomly drop members here, should be unlikely to see the cap. Daisy
grab solo onto Daisy. Nice body block there from Sashin as well. Just cutting off line of sight so Monk couldn't get some of those shots woven through to try to heal him through it.
That was cheap. 1 grab.
Very cheap. 1 grab fight win. Chengdu Hunters to get within 5 meters, but now they're losing out on that bot.
So Chengdu now, because we reset back to the mid, Chengdu need to win a mid fight and then a fight at the cap. So 2 fights is still the distance for Chengdu to equalize and cap themselves. And 4.5 minutes left. Certainly plenty of time to do it, but can they win the first of 2 fights here?
Nano onto Dia. Pops the Wraith Walk, stays alive, leaves, sniped. Nice shot from EasyHan. Does have that overclock held. Sound barrier in response to Daisy's grab. He can't play off the back of it because he gets antied out. The Nano's used as well. He does manage to find 1. But is that good enough to gain control a little bit more? Sashin taking a beating here in the front line. EasyHan sliding away. Sashin trying to match. Overclock. Now pop. Monk dead instantly. Nice headshot there from EasyHan. He finds Nisha as well. That's the support's gone. And that is going to be Daisy. Taken out. The front line completely broken down. The nade around the corner. EasyHan pushes in for it. Jinmu, he will get him back, but it costs him his life. And Sasha just continues to bring the bot forward. Now they're going to gain some extra distance. Forward spawn
also
the distance,
obtained. They should be backing out. Valiant should not be committing to this fight, so as they steal distance... Okay, now they are committed because Sasha slept. These 3 members could just die here now.
They're going to try to walk out. Daisy very quickly builds up a hell of a lot of energy.
They made it. Hunters respected. Valiant made it out. That's criminal. Well, I mean, to be fair, that was also good by the Valiant. They just kind of, Sasha wakes up, bubbles him and his team away. EMP now from lead, catches 4.
Yep. Picks him up. Dia trying to turn the tide of the fight. Pops that Death Blossom, but it's swiftly dealt with. Only Jinmu going to be lost. I don't think he was going to be committing the Dragon Blade into that fight at all. Leaf slept, but Chengdu Hunters, they can definitely grab that checkpoint here as EasyHan waits to respawn.
Valiant have to go for the fight now. They have to actually drag this fight towards the point. So Daisy's trying to get aggressive, but he's solo on the stairs.
Yep, they've already contested this.
He's got to be careful.
Daisy.
Daisy's got for it. He is grabbing. He's got to grab.
Yep, goes for it. Finds Molly. Could be good Valley. The bot again going to be pushing forward. Gets closer and closer towards that checkpoint. Wraith Walk expiring here from Dia. Trying to get some of that lifesteal in, but Daisy is 100 energy. He becomes an absolute monster. Jumps up over the top. Tracks down Sashin, finds the kill, and that is the checkpoint obtained for the Chengdu Hunters, who can absolutely take the lead once more. The blade, the Nano now online.
Daisy's by himself. He was solo versus the Valley. I'm like, dude, Chengdu is no one supporting on the payload. Chengdu is trying to cap right now. They don't have their main tank. This is an issue for the Chengdu Hunters. Daisy says, hold my 100 energy.
Oh, Dia hacked right before the blade gets pulled, so he cannot go into the Wraith Walk as Jinmu cuts apart 4 of them. He's looking for the 5th. Molly a little bit more elusive, but he gets him in the end. That is the ace. And now the Chengdu Hunters are firmly in control.
My goodness, now we're cooking with fire. Hunters from a Daisy carry on the Zarya to a Jinmu Nanoblade 5k onto the ace, and Valiant left hurting after that. Look at this, it's now a 30-meter gap. Valiant led for so long, but Hunters with 130 left to go have 103. Payload stolen though. Valiant is sneaking the payload away.
They're doing their damnedest. Langsa is leading it. Carrot on a stick in front of the bot. He's hungry.
Technically not stolen, Hunters gave it up. So Hunters actually gave it up and Valiant pushed it back. That's what happened. So I'll clean up the verbiage there as we go back towards neutral.
EMP.
Towards reset.
Online, leave. Rushing up into the front. And where did Dia go? He just disappears. Sashin follows suit. Daisy cleans up a second one. Now a third.
Oh my goodness.
And that is the team kill. The Chengdu Hunters just keep the bot locked in this position. 50 seconds left to go here for the side of the Valiant. They do have a sound barrier to work with, but Nisha's got one to counter.
Dia's been
continuously keeps catching these hacks.
He's catching hacks and he's catching deaths as well. He's been continuing on a respawn for a while now. Daisy is so far ahead of Sashimi. Just look at the grab difference there as well. Daisy's trying to stay alive here. Still has one more bubble.
And he does.
Well supported.
Yeah, not going to go down. 95 energy for him. The grab now online. Just pick a target, catches 2, throws it in. Sound barrier has to be used in response. Izzy Han opens up with 1 kill. That's Leave now out of the fight. Jinmu low on HP. Sashin trying to build up some energy here. Has Monk separated in the back lines. They will be able to clean him up, but now the long run back begins in overtime.
Yeah.
They cannot lose anybody else.
Wow. What is that, 36 meters to go? Yeah, it's going to be several fights. One more fight in the neutral here as the forward spawns still allow the Chengdu Hunters to respawn as a group. Look at that. All 5 alive. Leave on the back line. Not quite onto an EMP just yet, but the Nano Blade is going to be there. Watch for Leave to ping out targets for Jinmu. Jinmu to then dive in. As long as he's well supported with the bubble, he's okay.
The bubble's in. Molly, one more slash, finishes him off. Sound barrier goes out from the Chengdu Hunters. Nisha shielding up everybody else while Easy Han tries to stay alive, but he just cannot. Death Blossom is in from Dia. Catches 1, but he's still so very low on HP. Leave as well. Quite low. Sashin kills himself off. The right click finishes him. Jinmu's still alive. Pops the deflect. Gets some extra healing in from Monk. They keep him alive, and they keep the series alive. Chengdu Hunters, they just cannot fail on Coliseum, it would seem. They close it out. A damn good start for the Valiant, but Chengdu on this map seemingly are inevitable. They get the win, and once more, we are going to map 5.
Speaking of inevitability, try as you might, the LA Valiant cannot escape from map 5. They must go to a map 5. It's the Valiant way. But the tricky part is they don't necessarily always win the map 5, and this is kind of the curse that I'm talking about as well. This is why you can't celebrate when they're at a 2-1 lead. I've seen the Valiant be at a 2-1 lead so many times this year, across the board. 2-1 lead. We saw this over and over in the kickoff clash alone. It took them a long time to break that curse. Being at match point for the Valiant does not give you enough confidence that they will win. They really, really have to try their hardest to somehow get that map 3. And oftentimes, Achilles, that map 3 win doesn't come in until the 5th and final map. If it all comes in at all.
Well, here we go again. Map 5 set up. This time it's going to be Ilios to see who is walking away the winner. The Chengdu Hunters. It might not be a reverse sweep, but they certainly are fighting back here after dropping 2 maps to the Valiant in a row. So now we'll see who can close things out at the very end, whether or not we get, 3 rounds at the end of it all as well. Seems like it's going to be fated to have that happen. But that is going to happen on the opposite side of the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. The action has been absolutely wonderful, so you don't want to miss a single second of it. We'll see you guys in just a few. Here we go again. Map 5 twice in a row, and maybe even 3 times, as we do have yet another series that is going to be happening here tonight. And honestly, at this point, I think at the pace that we are going, we're basically going to have to just hand off over to Mitch, who's been hosting the NA broadcast this week.
Straight to NA, yeah.
Because we might just go shift straight in and get, whatever, 8 consecutive hours of Overwatch League gameplay. At that point, it would actually be a lot more than that. Anyway, doesn't matter. Game 5 coming up. It's going to be Ilios, the decider, here in our second set to see if it's the Valiant or the Chengdu Hunters walking away with their heads held high.
Yeah, and, of course we have to go back to a map 5 for this. By the way, we talked about this before. I think I brought it up, but my record for a single broadcast is 14 maps. So let's see if we can break it today. Maybe we go the full distance of 15. We're already 10 out of 15. Talk about the subs first and foremost. Marvel coming for Sashin, Becky coming in for Dia, and we are going to a control map. So Marvel coming in to play, the Winston again. Makes a lot of sense. I'll just spoil it now. It's going to be Ilios. So, this all is completely on brand for the side of the Valiant. I'm most excited for Becky to go back on the Echo. I think Ilios is a great map for Echo. Yeah. And Becky has been hard carrying on the Echo so far. And I think if the Valiant do beat Hunters today, especially in this map 5, Becky is going to be the reason why. He has been, I think, the linchpin of the damage line of the team so far for the Valiant across the board.
Well, here we go. Lighthouse to start things off. Like you said, the Echo, definitely a good shout on this map. And pretty much every single regard, no matter which rounds we get to see here, Echo is going to have a hell of a lot of valuability. So could just see it the whole way through.
I wonder what game is going to be on the Encore today. Because so far, 2 of the matches
I think it's this
on
one.
map 5. Is it? Okay.
I believe
hello,
so.
Encore.
I was looking at the schedule earlier.
If you're watching from the Encore in the future, hello. So basically, Seth, if we go to 15 here, and then the Encore plays, that's like 20 maps in a row, right? With the Encore included. That'd be interesting.
Very true.
So that will just go straight into watch points. So, hello Desk, hello Watch League Desk. Okay, let's get this map underway. It is going to be the Marvel Winston as expected. Easy Han is going to be on the Sombra, and no Echo for Becky. Oh my goodness, what's going on? To be fair though, Becky Tracer has also been pretty damn good as well, but I dare say his Echo has been his main carry character, at least in this series.
I mean, yeah, considering what we saw on Eichenwald on Dorado, I would have to agree with you. Monk going to be taking a nap. Looks like no one's going to be able to really dive in to get him though. Marvel gives it a good old college try. Becky now recall burned. Quick hop forward, Jinmu avoiding that one, just spamming out. Spots Molly, gets a nice couple of headshots in, but then gets hacked, and Easy Han burns him down. Nisha and Monk now under fire. Becky coming around the flank, trying to get involved, trying to get some kills. He won't be able to claim any for himself, but offers up a hell of a lot of damage. Nearly has that pulse online already at 74%. And that is the Valiant holding firm on the first volley.
And Jimmer's going to go straight over towards the Tracer. Wants to just fight on the ground, match Becky if he can. Becky's already very far ahead. Obviously, Jimmer is going to retain 30% from his Genji gameplay. Valiant, first cap in the lead. Really curious to see what Becky can do with his pulse bomb. Can get a free fight one just off the back of it.
Dicey hacked out there for just a brief moment, but Becky gets into the back, finds Nisha. The pulse bomb might not have done the trick, but the pulse pistol certainly did. Now the rest of the Chengdu Hunters again, just hightailing it back towards the dropship, trying to stay alive.
Dicey kind of gets stuck on the indoors T section there as well. He's okay though, looking towards that grab. So so one more reminder here, we don't have Gaga and it's still Dicey, so Chengdu want to close this series out with an off-tank look. Marvel receives Nano. Becky gets another kill.
And, yeah, I mean, everybody was just kind of split off. Becky and Molly going on a bit of a duo mission, find Nisha. Nano now out onto the Dicey, trying to keep him alive. This will get him the Graviton Surge online, but can he use it? I mean, he's only got 19 energy, so in all likelihood, no. And the kills continue to be found here for the side of the Valiant. They lose out of Molly, but they managed to find 2. Now they find Dicey as well. EMP online from Leave, and it's going to have to be the full-in send from the Chengdu Hunters if they want to touch this point.
Or Easy Han will go next, go first rather, so that could be an issue as well. First EMP can really set the stage here. Jimmu, by the way, on an Echo.
True.
So Becky's not going to play the Echo, but Jimmu apparently, well, he's fresh on the character as well. Lever's already on point. He will engage the touch.
Okay.
So on the lane,
Gets right up on top of the legs.
That's
Molly
Molly as
both
well.
the supports. Molly, however, still at distance. Now the counter EMP comes through, and Becky and Easy Han, they play off the back of it beautifully. The DPS annihilated on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Nisha, now Monk dead. Daisy throws the grab in complete and pure desperation. But he is swatted into the corner, dealt with, and 100-0 is the starting point. Chengdu Hunters couldn't do a damn thing on Lighthouse.
Valiant are so clean so far on this map, and generally speaking, the series minus maybe the Colosseo loss here, but Becky carried his way through again. He put Nisha into the dirt. How many fights in a row? I counted at least 2 fights in a row where he first picked Nisha. Whether it's a pulse bomb or not, doesn't matter. Even in the final fight there, Fly's Nisha got the pulse bomb stick. Leave might have dropped the first EMP, catching the double supports there, but Easy Han drops on top of way more members, including Leave. Chengdu lose their damage dealers. Valiant, I think, still at least kept one of the supports alive. I think Molly might have made it the way through, and regardless of that, Becky got the damage done. Becky's been phenomenal. Can they close out Valiant? One more round left to go.
Becky?
Chengdu trying to hold on.
Can we add Becky to the MVP poll? Is it too late? Just squeeze
Maybe
in
Rookie
another
of the
player.
Year. Maybe a late entry into Rookie of the Year, I don't know.
Well, quick exit there from Easy Han. Gets out while the getting's good. Stays alive, and so far Chengdu Hunters forward posturing. It's looking good as far as the damage is concerned, and Becky just disappears. Prime target to be found.
Got him.
Even so, he's already halfway to a pulse bomb. His damage output is incredible.
Chengdu Hunters will be happy to at least have shut him down so far. And there it is. That's the echo we've been waiting for. You said halfway to a pulse bomb. Becky says, I might just shave 20% ult charge off, start fresh onto an echo with 30%, see where we go from there. Despite Monk getting that kill, by the way, Molly still leads on Nano, so that's important for the Valiant pushing through. First cap is Hunters.
Some tags going in.
Okay, Monk
trying to snipe him out of the sky. Nisha going to be taken down. Does get Becky. Sleep dart across.
That's
Marvel
a big sleep.
hit. Dead. Huge one. And right now, Chengdu Hunters faring far better compared to what we just witnessed. I mean, granted, it was, you know, nigh impossible basically to not do better considering they got 0% in the last round. So,
yeah, I would say they're doing about 40% better currently. No, I'll make that 41. As Chengdu Hunters, they will have all ultimates available. Jimmu hacked out, but yeah, he's okay. He's got the bubbles there protecting. We've got Nanoblade online now. Hunters are leading in quite a clear fashion as Valiant do lose first fight. Becky first death. EMP catching 3. Nisha dead.
yeah, good opening kill. Monk Dicey still staying alive. There's the counter EMP. Easy Han taken down. There's a 1-1. Monk under so much duress right now. Does finally fall, but not before Chinmu comes up absolutely massive with the blade. There's just nothing that Becky can do here. Did we just go 100% into a 100% for the Chengdu Hunters to extend this into a third round? Because right now it's looking like
that would be the most Chengdu zone thing ever, but it would also be the most Valiant thing ever as well. You'd think Valiant would ever get an easy, comfortable win? No, never. All their wins come at great cost. If they can get the wins at all. Final fight territory now. Lots of ultimates still online for the Valiant. Grav online for Daisy.
Lobs it into the back, finds Molly. Bubbles in from, or trying to keep him alive, but they're just unable to do so. Becky with the dupe doing his damnedest, but it's just not quite enough. Does manage to find Leave, however. 1 kill picked up. Daisy still needs to be respected, however.
Becky nearly grabbed.
Massive amount of energy on him, and Marvel taken down. He's up the grab, does come through. Becky tries to play off the back of it with a beam. He gets 1 with the sticky bombs, but that's about it. Valiant, they did steal away the point, but now the flip is about to be right back into the hands of the Chengdu Hunters.
And Marvel, no primal in that fight. He might have been hacked, I'm not too sure. But the cap comes through, Easy Han touches. Life has been preserved, that's important. Marvel hacked out, wants the primal. Here we go, here it is.
Has it. Pops it, but now they need to stay in onto the point. No ults now from either side once this primal is over. The Daisy still building up massive amounts of energy. Back up to 100, looks to break down the bubble, tries to push into it. Still under fire as Becky tries to get on top of him with that Tracer. Jinmu going to be the first one to fall. Now Nisha going to be taking down the Valiant. They get the reflip back into their control. And this is not yet finished here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. They have to fight back.
Just too much damage pressure coming through from Valiant. We saw from Daisy's POV there. 100 energy on board, but no bubble, so he couldn't push on forward. He was below half HP for the majority of that fight. I mean, it was too hard to keep him alive. And Daisy couldn't get the damage done. If he had the capability just to walk forward with that 100 energy, he could have carved his way through the Valiant, but Valiant are not going to go down that easily. Valiant are still on board to maybe finish off this map. Not going to be 100-0. 3 ultimates available for Valiant. Waiting for Nano Blade for Chengdu.
The dive, they're looking for Nisha. Bubble out from Daisy saves his life. And that's crucial because he nearly has that Sunbearer ready to go. Blade out from Jinmu, looking for a target.
Oh, no,
Everybody's scattered. Now they find Becky. They got the sleep Molly taken down. Easy Han able to find Daisy after using the EMP, but Lee uses one of his own, and the fight is very much going the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Lengsa and Easy Han, the last member standing. Becky just now respawning. The OT forced out Lengsa well into the back. Nothing that he can do. Ends up falling, but they have got the touch. The Valiant, there's a hope. There's a chance.
4v5
back in
Nisha
once
still
more.
has the bait. Watch
Let's see
Daisy, nearly
Ajax.
grab as well.
This
Grab
should be the
can finish
Chengdu
this off.
Hunters. They need to nail these ults. They need to stay alive. The sound barrier used aggressively to go rushing forward. Daisy, low energy, but they still get Molly. The grab about to be online. Support's now gone. Marvel pops that primal, manages to stay alive, gets at the very last moments, but there's just so much damage and there's no healing, there's no peel, so he will crumble. The OT starts bleeding away. The translocate out attack back in from Becky. Pops the recall.
Oh,
they continue to force it out, but he slept again. Monk just continues to nail him. 170%. We are going the distance. Well, we'll decide it all.
My goodness. Whew. It's not going to be 6 maps,
for the
but
wicked.
with the extra pauses at the start of the series, I mean, I might as well call it 6 at this point.
Yeah.
Full distance will be gained.
Which
here.
pause? The first one?
Just looking.
Or the second one?
Let's take a look at the replay here. No, let's
never
not
mind.
take a look at the replay.
So we are not
So
prepared.
that was a giant lie, in fact. Fibs have been told.
Look at this screenshot. Wow. Well,
Becky surely starts on an Echo here. This is one of the
You would
prime maps
suspect.
for an Echo.
okay,
I would
double
hope so,
TP
actually. I
forward.
think that would be strong for them.
Nice
Okay,
going
Tracer
Tracer.
again. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but
He has
we'll
been
see how
playing
this
well.
goes. Lengsa has changed up a little bit now, going towards the Brig. I think he was previously on the Lucio, was he not?
Leaving the back line.
So,
He's trying to get on top of the supports. You can see him right there off screen. Gets the hack on Molly. Jinmu immediately comes diving in. They're unable to find that opening kill. He kites back, but now he's stuck in the corner. Marvel catches him. Jinmu down. Daisy as well in danger of going out. The bubbles to keep him alive for a little bit longer. He manages to retreat over towards Monk and Nisha. Marvel continues to push the limits here. Dropping down. Anti be damned. He does not care. Monk eventually does get claimed. Becky finds that killing blow.
Oh,
gets Nisha
that's
to
nice.
boot. That is a huge stagger. As
It's a
Daisy
pulse. He has pulse
barely
already.
get back in.
Look
Oh
at the
my
damage.
God.
He already has a pulse. It's been one fight. A single fight man's got pulse so far. And Chengdu,
Nisha slept, by the way.
losing everybody there. I think they might have had one sneak away, but it was disastrous nonetheless. And it was maximum stagger because you started to see the original players dead, including Jinmu, respawn as Monk and Nisha die. So in terms of a time buy, Valiant get the best that they can possibly get out of that kill.
I mean, Becky's ult build time has to be one of the fastest in the league when it comes to Tracer. I would love to see the leaderboard in that regard. Daisy now under a heavy amount of duress, and he is going to crumble. Marvel finds the kill. Jinmu makes his exit. Becky continues to hunt. He says, you know what? I can build up pulse bomb so rapidly. I'm looking for someone to stick this one to.
Nano's coming up. I can tell you right
Let
now,
him go.
his average time earned for ultimate is 107. 1 minute, 7 seconds is the average time.
It feels a hell of a lot faster than that, to be frank.
Like I said, average, so I mean, like, his fast end would be incredible. Monk gets a got the easy hunt here.
That takes the EMP out of the equation. Becky slept.
Oh my God,
Monk continues to be the one guy that can deal with Becky, it would seem. Gets that kill. Marvel trying to knock some people here into the pit. Instead, will just settle for juggling Daisy away from the rest of his squad. Jinmu receiving that bubble. Does manage to go ahead and grab that health pack, but Nisha going to be taken down. Now the sound barrier out of the equation for the Chengdu Hunters as they desperately look for this flip. It's 90% on the board here for the side of the Valiant. Molly taking a little bit of damage, will eventually die. Jinmo gives his life for that pick, but Lee finds Marvel, so it's a trade up at the end of the day here for the Chengdu Hunters. And a boost out on the Daisy, the grab, nearly online. The flip needs to come through, and it's there. The very last moments.
This is as close to just securing this entire series as Valiant can possibly be. 99%. They are 1% away from beating the Chengdu Hunters and maybe escaping 7th place. But it's 4 ults from the Chengdu Hunters currently. Looking to snowball their way back into action. EMP on the hunt is Leave. What can he find? Nano Blade first? No, just a regular Blade.
Blade pulled.
Passive though.
Yeah, they keep him at distance. And as he dashes in, Easy Hunt strikes him down. EMP, however, not going to be able to be used. Leave manages to find him. Easy Hunt now out of the equation. The grab, not going to be able to find too much either. EMP catches the rest of the Valiant members. Hits 4, but yeah, because Jinmu is not there. They don't have the damage. They can't follow up.
Jinmu's a Reaper now.
Nano now going to be invested. Goes over to Marvel. He's looking for a target. Sound barrier in response from Nisha. Just trying to keep everybody alive. Monk surging his way back up to another Nano. The EMP finally comes in from Easy Hunt. He's been holding this one for so damn long. And he instantly finds 2 kills off the back of it. Asleep from Monk, tries to buy a little bit of time, but it does not last long at all. 4 members now dead. Nisha finding 1. The flip getting ready to come back through for the Valiant. Nisha needs to buy some time, but he himself is at risk. He is spotted. He is noted. He is about to die, and he is dead. DOT bleeds away, and I don't know if they can get here. Leave. He does touch in. Translocates out. Daisy now re-arriving. The Nano from Monk going to be necessary. As Daisy goes lower and lower. They're trying to keep him alive, but Leave gets eliminated here. Looking for the boot, trying to send Daisy down into the pit. Not going to happen. The Nano is there onto Daisy. Becky holding onto the pulse bomb. Could just end everything in one fell swoop. Monk now gone. Daisy, low HP, dead. Molly finds the kill. And surely the Valiant have done it. Jinmu taken out. The pulse bomb goes in. Nisha is eliminated. And they have done it here. After all, 3 rounds of Ilios, 5 maps played. The LA Valiant will once again take out the Chengdu Hunters.
And the LA Valiant so far this entire season have only 5 wins. Make it number 6. Get another one on the board. They are only 1 point away from catching the Guangzhou Charge now, from escaping the depths of 7th place, where they would be automatically eliminated from all play-ins and playoffs contention. The LA Valiant live another day, keeping their heads above water. But I gotta say, they're currently thriving in this meta. They look like one of the better teams, and maybe even, dare I say, one of the best teams in the East in this particular meta in the Countdown Cup. If there is a chance, if there is any chance in hell for the LA Valiant to get some real distance, it's happening right now in this month, in this stage. And I gotta say, you have to be a little bit worried if you are the Charge. I mean, this result is in some ways equally good and bad for the Charge. It does mean that Chengdu Hunters are kept at bay, allowing the Charge to maybe catch up and overtake the Hunters, but it also means that the Valiant are catching up to the Charge, so it's really not that positive for them. But one team it's amazing for is the LA Valiant, and Becky, you already knew what was going to happen. He's the player of the match.
Yeah, I mean, this one is so clear-cut. Everybody on the side of the Valiant playing, you know, impressively here today, but Becky was a cut above the rest. And several cuts above the Chengdu Hunters. Whether it was the Tracer, whether it was the Echo, he just looked impeccable. And he has been looking insane this whole way throughout. I mean, honestly, was kind of shocked seeing him, you know, having his debut in the Valiant. I was like, Sky, this kid is actually so damn impressive. And he is just putting up solid figures.
Yeah, I think in the early stage of the year, it was a bit slow going for everybody in the Valiant, you know, Becky included. We look over towards the Summer Showdown meta. I think that was probably some of the worst results for the Valiant, and, you know, generally speaking, not a great space for either the Tracer or the Echo to be played. And sure, Becky's Genji was part of it. That's been probably one of his weaker heroes, but I'm glad that in this particular meta right now in the Countdown Cup, he gets to play his 2 solid picks, the Tracer and the Echo. He showed just how good his Tracer could be versus the Seoul Dynasty, currently the best team in the region. And now, you know, some of the stats we're seeing here for Becky's Echo. Now, he mainly played it on, I think it's kind of like 2 maps here. Specifically, the one map that I kind of go back to that I talk about is the the Eichenwalder map, where he got 16,407 damage, 38% of his entire team's damage on that entire map, basically playing Echo alone. So he farmed up more than half of these stats basically on that single map, and Becky really showed what he was capable of. I think if you combined his entire stats from across all 5 maps, it would balloon to something insane.
Just nutty performance from Becky. And, big congratulations to the Valiant, who just seemingly have the Chengdu Hunters number. A 6th series win now for them, now 6-15 overall. What a performance. I mean, you can see the elation on everybody's faces there while they were able to finally close out that series. It's been a very rocky season, but it feels good because while last year the Valiant were kind of the villains, the team that no one wanted to see succeed. It was, will they get the win? Who's the team that's going to drop a series to the Valiant? Well, nobody did. This year, they are a team full of players that people want to cheer for, that look wholesome, that we know are wholesome, because you got Dia there, of course. And it's just such a great turnaround here for these guys. I love seeing them succeed. Yeah. Chengdu Hunters, unfortunately, just drifting down the standings a little bit more, very much keeping themselves at risk, which is not what is desired whatsoever. But for the Valiant, maybe that miracle run into the play-ins is still possible. We'll have to just wait and see. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, myself and Avril, I'm sure we have plenty more to talk about as far as this series is concerned. So we'll chat a little bit here about the Valiant versus Chengdu, and then we'll get ready for our 3rd and final series of the evening. That's right, we're not done. There's one more ready to go. We're going for 15 maps tonight. That's the goal. We'll see if we can get there when we come back from the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And welcome back. Sorry, I had to make sure I wasn't muted, but here we are. It's time for our game break after our second series of the evening. That's right. Bottom of your screen is telling the truth. The Valiant, they close out the series over the Chengdu Hunters 3-2. This time, though, not a reverse sweep. But, Avril, I have a conspiracy theory because looking back on last week when they were able to beat the Fusion 3-2 as well, you know who was missing, much like he's missing today? Tay Zonde.
Oh.
And I think that there is correlation.
I thought you were about to say it was no-hill. I'm like, oh, come on, you don't have to do that. But it is kind of weird.
Yeah,
that,
that too, I guess.
Well, out of Summer Showdown, they actually lost a coach, and somehow that's... I'm not saying the two things are correlated, but coincidentally, they are doing quite well in this particular meta. I kind of relate this to more of them just having a greater grasp of a dive meta where they can play traces, even the Sombra, which has been a bit of a look for this team that I didn't expect. Playing a lot more Marvel, especially on the Winston, has helped out a lot. Compared to the Jungle Queen meta, where nothing against Dia, I think Dia was individually like a good Jungle Queen, but as a team, I don't think that was a good meta for the Valiant, right? They didn't really have, I think, the team chops to really get that Jungle Queen sort of composition underway with the double main supports, whereas things just look so much better on dive metas. They got most of their wins from, for example, I think they got 1 in KC, 2 mid-season, 1 in Summer Showdown, 1 now. So that's the 6 total they have. And 1 in 5 was, I think 1 in 5 is what they got in both KC and also Summer Showdown. So 2 stages, not amazing for them. And the Valiant now is only 1 point away from catching the Guangzhou Charge, who, by the way, have to play Seoul Dynasty next. I mean, that's going to be a rough game, and we'll talk about that very soon. But currently, you're feeling reasonable for the Valiant, especially when you look at the rest of the schedule ahead. You have the Hangzhou Spark, which look very beatable, especially for a team like the Valiant. I think that's a great matchup for them. Beyond that, Guangzhou Charge versus Valiant is probably going to be the most important game of the season for Valiant, because that will most likely decide who gets to be in 6th place, who is going to drop down to 7th. I mean, that's your entire season riding on a single match. That is assuming that Valiant can catch Guangzhou by beating the Hangzhou Spark and be at an even record with Guangzhou, also assuming that if Guangzhou Charge lose to the Seoul Dynasty, which is, again, going to be a really rough match ahead for them. But, Lucky, you might have called last year's Valiant potential villains. I would have said, like, well, if they're villains, they're more like a Hellscream, you know, type, where it's kind of like, you know, they're not Megatron, so it's like, they kind of like the one you pity slightly. Starscream, I said Hellscream, I meant Starscream.
Hellscream
the one you kind of
a WoW character.
That's right, that's what I confused it with. Maybe you pity Hellscream a little bit. No, I think you pity Starscream a little bit. You're like, wow, they're like the comic relief villain. Like, I don't know if they're really a villain. You're like, they're gonna get bullied a little bit by Megatron, but now, like, they're a real force to be reckoned with. So, I look forward to see what they do in the future.
That they are, but one of the other teams that was stepped up, who obviously was having very, very rough times, was the Guangzhou Charge, and now they are in their own right a bit of a force to be reckoned with. They're going to be going up against the top dogs, however, in the Seoul Dynasty, and that's coming up next. So we'll see. Can we get to 15 maps? Can we break Avril, and I think by some extension as well, my record for how many maps we've cast in a day, and almost certainly my record? We'll have to wait and find out. It's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, guys. Our final series of the evening kicks off in just a bit. it is time to close out this evening. Third and final series now on the horizon as the Seoul Dynasty get ready to go up against the Guangzhou Charge. Guangzhou have been looking great in this meta, as pretty much every team, I guess we could say. Obviously, there's been some dips, Shanghai Dragons, etc., but they made up for it today versus Spark. But here we go. Guangzhou Charge have been on the up and up. Dynasty still maintaining dominance at the top of the standings. Yep. Question is, Guangzhou Charge, can they hold a candle to the Dynasty? We saw the Valiant, the first week out, have a very close 0-3 loss at the hands of the Dynasty. So maybe Guangzhou Charge can do something a little bit similar, if not better.
Let's take a look at the Seoul Dynasty here, because as much as we talk about Guangzhou Charge being reasonable in this meta, the top team, the best team in this meta so far that we've seen in the Eastern Division is the Seoul Dynasty, without a doubt here, having only dropped a single map their entire run through the Countdown Cup. Was to the Chengdu Hunters, who actually just lost to the LA Valiant. So despite all of that, Seoul Dynasty, they, have beaten both squads. 3-0 versus Valiant, 3-1 versus Chengdu, 3-0 versus Shanghai. Are Charge going to be the second team to maybe take a map off them or maybe challenge them for an actual victory here? Because as we sort of already described in great detail, the Guangzhou Charge need to keep their head above where the LA Valiant are. So LA Valiant are now only 1 point behind them. If the Charge win this series, it will be extremely hard for the Valiant to catch them, given that Valiant would also then have to beat Shanghai as well. And despite Shanghai's struggles, right, you can never really count them out. So for Guangzhou Charge, I think beating Seoul Dynasty almost secures them a lead above the Valiant that will be somewhat insurmountable. Even if they then lose to the Valiant next week, Charge still have that safety net. But if they don't beat the Seoul Dynasty, they don't have that safety net anymore, which is going to be very difficult for them. So it is going to be, I think, the most challenging game without a doubt for the Guangzhou Charge this particular stage.
Well, would certainly have to agree. The standings all point that way. The eye test as well, very much going to be pointing in that direction. We'll see how they fare. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting five for the Guangzhou Charge, see what they do have prepared for us. See if we got Piggyback in, and we do.
I wouldn't really suspect that they'd change anything here. This has been the winning lineup for them. Jimmy playing mostly Sojin. They haven't actually really touched the Sombra. This is one of the more teams that have kind of locked into a very specific and particular style. I would describe the Seoul Dynasty as having played a little bit more in terms of flexibility around different types of picks, especially when you have Smurf, right? He is kind of the linchpin of the flexibility of the team, whereas Piggy, mostly just known for his off-tank heroes. We saw like a tiny bit of the Piggy Winston, but I wouldn't really say it's one of his specialties. Piggy has already taken down Void, and now he's got Smurf on the list as well, so he's trying to make his way up, like the Bride and Kill build, and I gotta say, if there's a final boss in the tank position, it's gotta be Smurf. He really is the build of that list right at the bottom, so Piggy's got his work cut out for him if he wants to take down the king so far.
Yeah, I mean, Smurf has just been really settling it kind of in stone that he is just the best in the world right now when it comes down to the tank position. No matter which way you slice it, the guy can play pretty much everything, so Piggy definitely has his work cut out for him in that regard, but we'll see how they fare as we do get ready to kick off this game and also see, where we're going to be heading.
Yeah. Of a stat line as well, just real quickly as well. There is currently a, let me just double check the count, 7-match win streak for Seoul Dynasty versus the Charge. The last time the Charge beat the Seoul Dynasty was in the 2020 season, week 26. I don't actually know. That was August the 1st. I don't know if you remember what stage that was, but it's a damn long time ago. It was a 3-1 victory. Of the 7 matches that the Seoul Dynasty have beaten the Guangzhou Charge, 6 of them are 3-0s. The only time that the Seoul Dynasty did not 3-0 the Charge was last year, 2021, week 12. That was July 4th. It was a 3-2. So Charge really pushed Seoul to the limit there, but otherwise, yeah, clean 3-0s across the board. 6 out of the last 7 wins versus the Charge have been 3-0s. Including
let's see if they can break that streak. We'll see if they can break the streak as we get ready to go into game. You can see here it's going to be Oasis to start things off for this series. We'll move into Paraíso once more. Circuit Royale, Coliseo, Nepal, etc., etc.
Circuit could be a really interesting one. I think that's a very off-tank dominated kind of map, and so that would be one where I expect Piggy to maybe get one over Smurf if there is going to be one at all. And that was a guarantee map that we're going to be playing as well. So here we go. Sol have not dropped a map to go on to Charge the Season 9-0 map. So we talk about, like, you know, getting one up. If Charge even win a map versus Sol Dynasty, that is already a monumental improvement to how Charge have performed versus Dynasty so far this season. But as a caveat, this is the first time that Charge have played Sol with Piggy. That's an important caveat to make.
Can Piggy be the difference maker? We are about to find out as the gates unlock. It's just going to be that Zarya v Zarya battle coming through, and see who is going to be able to draw first blood and get the upper hand nice and early.
And it's Smurf having needed to learn Zarya for Overwatch 2 versus Piggy, having played Zarya his entire professional career. Smurf has been able to get wins across the board over plenty of off-tanks in the past. Wants to add Piggy to the list. Let's see how it goes. Jimmy actually is going to be playing the Sombra, by the way. Up against Fitz. Jimmy has mostly played the Sojin. Today, putting the Sojin away.
Benhaim taking a nasty chunk there. Fitz dropping down off the high ground. Does get top back up. Twisted1 shifting over to the mid ground. Scouting out as so far. Neutral fighting still continuing. No one getting the lockdown to the point quite just yet. Twisted1 is hacked out. There's no follow-up damage on the back of that one. Benhaim skirts out around the corner. Keeps himself alive so far. HP bars, or rather the ult charge, is looking a little bit better for the side of the Dynasty. It's both stay ahead of Xerneas and Farway. Yeah,
EMP
63%.
He's going so far ahead of Jimmy in terms of that ult charge. Pressured out by Piggy. To really put the damage in. Choi hacked out again.
Grabs
online. Piggy spilled out so fast.
Monstrous, and Smurf is instantly felled off the back of that one. Fitz and Prophet now both going to die, and Piggy is here to play. The team wipe as they look to finish. Benhaim not going to be able to survive. Twisted1 cleans up the supports in the back end of the fight, and man, what a monstrous build there from Piggy.
I can tell you right now that Piggy is doing 50% of his entire team's damage, double Smurf's damage, and at the point he dropped the grab, the stat line that I saw, 17,000 damage per 10. That's obviously dropped now, but the peak of the damage output for Piggy was at 17,000. Ridiculous output from Piggy in that first fight.
Absolutely bonkers figures that he's putting up. Let's see if it carries on. EMP goes in. Piggy will hit the floor. Iris getting the killing blow. Choice-A1, however, fights back. Gets the punish there onto Fitz, taking him down. Now the blade going to be pulled from Choice-A1. Slices through. Smurf going to be taken out. Now it's just the supports left standing. Iris will get a sleep dart here on the Choice-A1, but that's about it. Now he gives his life up. Guangzhou charge continue to hold the point. Now ticking up past 50%.
Nanoblade comes on through. Sol, double support ultimates online, neither of which got used. Sol Dynasty still yet to be able to really win a fight here, despite Fitz dropping in the EMP. 57% and counting for Guangzhou charge in terms of their lead. Nanoblade about to be online for Eris and Prophet.
They need it to find value.
Spotted Jimmy.
Okay.
Jimmy's positioning ruin there.
Good little spoil there.
Blade.
Okay, it's gonna get pulled. Prophet immediately gonna be zoned back a bit. Trying to get on top of Farway, but he's not gonna be able to do so. Has to go ahead and resheath this one. Gets hacked immediately and is taken down. Good kills as the DPS duo gets eliminated. Now Iris is well falling. Choice-A1 finds his second, helps set up for the third. And right now, the Dynasty struggling to hold a candle.
Yeah, no sound barrier, nothing. I mean, we're not. Smurf ended up holding the grab there as well. It ends up just being nothing. Okay, well, Vindame and Smurf will be holding their ultimates for the next round, apparently. Sol Dynasty, a failed Nanoblade. No further follow-up from Sol Dynasty. When you notice the Nanoblade is failing, you have to further commit to that fight. You are already heavily committed. You've already committed to ultimates. At that point, Sol has to put in everything. If you're gonna put the chips on the table, and it's the last hand, you're going to go all in. Sol Dynasty did not go all in there, and the Guangzhou charge, they get rid of the Prophet Blade, and the rest of Sol Dynasty falter. What a scoreline. Charge, domination.
Brutal.
On the opening round, City Center. Unreal.
Absolutely brutal. Now we turn our sights over to Garden, see if they can complete the map, or if Dynasty will be able to find some footing. For now, they certainly have their work cut out for them. The TP forward, Prophet swaps to the Genji. As we get ready to make battle, Jimmy working his way into the back lines. Try to find an opening where Piggy is just right up close and personal. Anti goes out on the 2, however. Smurf is able to scoop the kills here onto the supports, and Piggy ends up going down shortly thereafter. was a good start with the initial kill onto Fitz, but the rest of the team crumbling. So it looks like the Seoul Dynasty finally going to get a taste of the point.
I'll tell you what, though, Fitz gave up his life, but he got the hack onto Xerneas that started the dive. So when I say dive, they're playing Zari here. Obviously, it started the fight for the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf walks up, goes on top of Xerneas. Era somehow lands a beautiful double Baron on the back line, and that allows Smurf to get the double kill as we saw. So now Seoul Dynasty get the start. However, Piggy still ahead in the ult charge despite losing the fight. Has been fired out.
Melted. Yep, Gazanti just clearly didn't have a bubble for himself, so he cannot survive, and Choice-A-Wan continues to just dash through for these kills, picks up 3 in the fight. 4th,
Dude.
almost gets the 5th.
I gotta
near
say,
ace for him in a neutral fight.
Piggy leads in damage, but here's a crazy stat line for you. Choice-A-Wan's final blows is unbelievable. Not only is he only player on double digits, he's on 14 final blows. The next highest is Jimmy on 3. 3 is the next highest.
Oh my god. Okay. Quite the showing here so far. Smurf desperately trying to get some energy for himself.
Of course, anyone we compliment just dies straight away. That always happens.
Yeah, you know. It's the curse. It's the way that it goes. Choice-A-Wan does get taken down far away, joining him in the grave. Piggy as well, under a bit of pressure, just trying to build up towards that grab. 20% left to go as Xerneas not going to be allowed to escape. A fairly fast flip back into the favor here of the Seoul Dynasty. Will be able to retake the lead, and Fitz is very much starting to come online.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're heading towards Seoul Dynasty's tempo of ultimates coming online. Most of them, about to be all 5. Nanoblade should be online slightly early for the charge. I mean, a lot of that you credit to Choice-A-Wan's damage output and kills so far. He's about 11% ahead of Profit, but that can make the big difference here. Seoul Dynasty will find it difficult to keep up with that. I think it will come down to Fitz shutting it down, EMP, manual hack, stopping Choi from getting his gameplay done. Double grabs online soon as well.
EMP they're ready. Fitz dodges in between the bullets, finds 3. Where's the follow-up? We're not seeing it yet. All right, does get Choice-A-Wan. The support's left to live another day. Maybe even try to close up the rest of this fight should they commit in. Far away, still getting tagged up. 5 ults about to be online for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Nano Boost goes out. Smurf, not the recipient. It's actually going to be Profit with the blade. Piggy goes off the side of the map. Profit will find Xerneas. Looks for a little bit more, but they're already too far out towards the spawn.
That to me is an overcommit. When I said commit more, I was expecting the grab, not the full Nano Blade. That's 2 ultimates for 1. Charge, because of the tenacity on the point, who by the way now have 5 ultimates. Seoul Dynasty felt pressure to play for more ultimates there. I just didn't agree with exactly which ultimates they used. Now Charge can walk in with 5. They'll probably end up spending at least 3, I suppose. Smurf grabs first. Xerneas hacked.
Oh
my
grabs
God!
him off the point. He denies the touch. And then Jimmy's just a little bit too late, dropping down off the high ground. What a play from Smurf. Saves them from having to play out the rest of this and now takes us into a 3rd and final round.
That was a 5 ultimate push from the Guangzhou charge. Guangzhou
Shut
were
up by 1
destined
grab.
to win that fight. Exactly. And beyond that as well, I dare say, even if the grab didn't shut them out and Jimmy did get the touch, it was a hack into a sleep onto Xerneas. They knew he had a Cerberus. Take a look again. Who's that? Jimmy? Yeah, Jimmy's on the side. Does that not count as a touch? Was he just barely too late?
I think
he must have just been barely
missed it.
too late.
Yeah, it was damn close, but no cigar. Now we go into University to see who's walking away with map 1.
Seoul is an entire team right now at 14 final blows, so they finally caught up to Choice-A-Wan. Choi is also on 14, so Choi has got the entire Seoul Dynasty just on his own currently.
The not so fun facts for the Dynasty fans. But they're keeping their heads above the water, taking it the distance, not going down without a fight. Choice-A-Wan skirmishing right up close and personal here with Profit. Went low, doesn't die, but Jimmy certainly does. Got hacked in the anti-nade, able to finish him off, and yet Farway is going low. Choice-A-Wan gets on top of Fitz, however. Finds that kill, now he's looking for Profit. Deflect v deflect, the healing is there. Profit safe for now. Point locked down, Dynasty in control. Vindame antied out, Piggy beams him down. They're still fighting this one out. Smurf able to find Farway. Making it a bit of an exchange, but it is the Guangzhou charge who trade up, especially now that Iris is dead. Profit goes out as well. So a very fast flip, only 10% locked in for the Dynasty.
You could just see through the thickness of Piggy's beam there versus Smurfs. He just had far higher charge in that fight, pushing forward, full confidence, still getting kills here. 93 to Smurfs 57. That's a ton of damage from Piggy.
getting another grab almost in a single fight. That's ridiculous. So, Guangzhou Charge now taking command. That is still 10% going the way of Seoul Dynasty, so Charge missing out on that. Nano online for Ares, so we trade the grab for the Nano. What does Ares do with this one? No Nano Blade for Profit. Might have to just go on Smith. Might actually have to go into somebody that gets caught by Biggie.
Grab invested. Big catch here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Profit able to turn around for both the supports. Can they play off of that? Looks like the answer's going to be yes, because Profit continues to excel. Yet another kill. The flip there. Wow. Dynasty back in control.
Profit saves the day. That was double support scored by Piggy, by the way. I was saying, like, you know, look, Ares might just pop the Nano onto somebody that gets caught by the grab, but what happens if he gets caught by the grab? So that was a difficult situation. He Nanos Profit. Profit doesn't have the Nano now, but gets the blade anyway.
Into the back line. The sleep dart not going to connect the sound barrier. Just get drawn out. Now it's going to be the counterblade here from Tuesday One. Slept, however. And he gets woken up. The grab gets the catch. They keep him at an arm's distance. But Profit actually dives back in. He was trying to go for the execute. And Choice One ends up slicing him. Now Smurf is going to go out. Dynasty, they could have just thrown the grab, bought some space, kited back, but no. They commit in for the rest of the fight, and it cost them dearly.
I think that was a mistake for sure. Profit got the greed. Some blood in his eyes. I think he was trying to make the hero play happen as well, but in terms of holding back and just waiting patiently, Fitz was so close to EMP. He was on about 98-99. Vindame about 2% off as well. They both have the ultimates now, but they only came online as Seoul were losing that fight. Overclock from Jimmy.
Overclock, or rather the Nano. The EMP. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. EMP from Fitz. Help try to turn the tides of things. Both the supports now taken down. Jimmy does get a nice little rail shot there on to Profit, but Fitz will find Piggy. The flip is coming back through once more for the side of the Dynasty. Jose Juan taken out, tries to escape, cannot do so. Vinheim hounds him down. 77% set up here on the point for the Guangzhou Charge. Dynasty getting ready to crest 50%.
Yeah, this is a very low ult charge area for the Charge, though. They need to be really... that wasn't even on purpose, but yeah, they really need to get some of this ultimates back online because currently Seoul just lead. And once Seoul, if they just play this one really slowly, Seoul can sort of force this one to go above 70, above 80 even. And Charge can't really do anything about it. They'll just try and push in slowly versus Piggy trying to farm some energy. Doing his best there. Nearly grabs on both sides.
Smurf. Yep, so damn close. Piggy taking quite a bit of damage here. Both those Arias very much under fire. Nano going out first. This is on the Profit. Sound barrier out from Vinheim. Clips the other four members. Fitz not receiving, but Piggy is taken down. Profit managing to find 3. He's still looking for more. Xerneas locked in place by the grab. They get the catch, and that might just be the map stolen away. Profit continuing to just do wonders with this Genji pick. Somebody's got to touch, and no one can do it. Yeah. A sad ending to the map. 77% set up for the Charge. But the Seoul Dynasty, after struggling on City Center, answered back in a big way, and a lot of it had to do with Profit on that Genji.
And look, I don't know if it's theft necessarily, but if we're going to go by that narrative, it's daylight robbery because Profit walked in armed and dangerous. He received the Nano coming through from Ares. He gets solo grabbed by Piggy. It's not enough. The deflect is available. And instead of backing out, this time, you know, it's the other side of the coin, right? Last time he overcommitted, should have probably backed out. This time he's like, nope, flip that same coin again. It goes heads. He destroys Piggy and gets the rest of the Charge down. That's MVP
Unreal
nominee for 2022. Profit coming in big.
And Profit's the kind of, you talk about daylight robbery, he's the kind of bank robber who walks in, shoots the teller, and then demands the money. Like, he just shoots first, asks questions later, see if it works out. It didn't once, but every other time, he was just, I don't even know. He was rolling 20s, I guess, if we're going to go for a D&D reference. Like, good lord. Profit just carrying them over the line in that map. And that hopefully sets the stage the way that this first map of Oasis played out. Hopefully it sets the stage for this entire series throughout, because like we said, we're aiming for 15 maps. That's just one out of the way. Paraiso is going to be coming up next as we shift over into Hybrid. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can level up a bit more and be able to pick up a map win there to tie the series. So don't go anywhere, guys. That map is coming up in just a few. And we are back. An incredible first map all the way through 3 rounds of Oasis, but it is the Seoul Dynasty who are able to come out victorious. And man, again, I can't sing the praises for Prophet any louder than I am right now. It's just impeccable performance from him on that Genji. Let's see if he can continue that trend, though, or if the Guangzhou Charge are going to be able to fire back as we get ready to go into Hybrid.
That was so close from the Charge as well. I mean, they took control of City Center rapidly. They looked like the far better team, at least to begin with. But the longer the map went, the better the Seoul Dynasty got. And unfortunately for the Charge, close is still not good enough. They still have not taken a map off of the Seoul Dynasty. And here's a wild fact for you, just to put it into a different perspective. It has now been 455 days since the last time Charge took a map of a Dynasty. That's map, not series, a map.
Well, a pretty damning statistic, but this is definitely a new dawn, a new day for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, looking very much reinvigorated in the current meta. So we'll see if today can be the day that they turn things around and finally manage to find that map win that we know they so desperately want, as well as the series win, if they can go ahead and extrapolate further after that.
July 4th, 2021, 2 maps they got versus the Seoul Dynasty. Might have won their independence, but couldn't beat Seoul. Still a 3-2 victory for the Seoul Dynasty. As it's a 7-match win record. As we head to Paraíso now. And let's see if anything changes. No substitutions, obviously. What a Smurf play, though? That's the question.
I'm going to guess Winston.
Would be a good pick for A. I think, again, we have to kind of address the sort of pocket strategies for the Seoul Dynasty on this map. Previously, we had Fitz playing Tracer on the attack. Sombra probably fits the bill a little bit better now. Prophet has some options. I think both Genji and Echo are right up there. The one sort of lineup that I don't think Seoul are going to be very capable of playing is the Sojin Sombra combo. Now, we haven't seen Prophet play much of either Sojin or Sombra so far, so that's not really something we expect him to play through. So there's going to be the Genji and Sombra look. Smurf on towards the Zarya, so no Winston to start through. Very confident to the Zarya today. I think I would have to say Piggy has had the edge slightly so far in the series, but that's only one map. Still plenty of time for Smurf to prove that he is top dog.
I mean, he was the one to grab them off the point to be able to take that round unguarded.
That's true. He did win a round just by making a play. That's pretty impressive, given that.
They pressed Q and they won, so, you know, that's it's clearly best Zarya in the lobby. But no, Piggy is already surging past him at 20% up towards that grab. Fitz picked off first and foremost, so.
That is also has a greater impact than simply a player dying, because it means that Fitz can't set up. He has to reset up again in terms of his angles and his scouting, all of that, right? It's a little bit annoying for Fitz. It's more annoying for Fitz than anybody else dying.
Okay, well, Fitz comes back in, finds a bit of revenge. Takes that choice they want. And Prophet just gets himself in behind Piggy there for a brief moment, just spamming out those right clicks. Sees the supports making their exit, shifting back over onto the other walkways. And yeah, they're pulling
give
away.
Up all high ground. Seoul have high ground control now. This is really big for Seoul. Piggy's still leading, 74 to 56. It's a lot of ult charge. We might see Grav. Xerneas has to live. Barley has Nano.
Coming for Prophet. Yeah, nice little hack there on a Prophet. Choice A1 comes to the rescue, manages to find that kill. Sleep Dart not going to connect, but without Prophet, Dynasty widely need to slow up the advance. So they pull back for now.
That kill, by the way, that's a really important kill to Prophet because he nearly has the blade. He's about 12-ish% ahead of Choice of 1, and had he not died, that would have been more progress built towards Blade, and Seoul Dynasty would have had the early Nano Blade. Smurf caught.
Yeah. All right, grab out. Smurf staying alive.
Wait, what?
Was charging
Smurf
forward.
Just walking through.
Yeah. Choice A1, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but somehow he goes down. And Smurf just, again, just seemingly single-handedly turns the tide. Just does not die while he's caught in the grab. Little tag in here from Jimmy. Buys a fraction of a second off the time bank. But now he's dead.
It's a Nano as well. It's a Nano from Eris just pumping the heals and the damage. Who, by the way, we saw from Smurf's POV. High 90s, about 100 charge. Can you imagine 100 charge Zarya with the Nano on top? That's insane. That is the kind of damage output that Smurf had that in the particular fight. Vindame actually also got caught in the same grave Smurf was in. Vindame gets melted immediately. Smurf has a lot more to say about it to get his revenge. Jimmy runs past Fitz, but doesn't get revealed.
jump in the back there for a brief moment. EMP's online for both the squads. Just have to see who's going to be able to pull the trigger first and also play off the back of the EMP. Looks like Jimmy's going to be going for it, and he does. Throws it out, manages to find two. Vinham and Smurf both getting clipped by it, but it's going to be Jimmy who's taking out first. Smurf answers back with the kill. Still high energy. Piggy retreating while hacked. Spamming out right clicks desperately. I mean,
they're winning these fights and they have 4 ultimates on board. They don't even have to use anything. Choi hacked out now.
Going to get that rapidly. It's going to be 5 pretty damn soon. Choi Se-Wan almost eliminated. Piggy as well taking a beating. Just can't really push his head out around this corner.
They have to beat Blade. They have to beat Blade.
Grab is going to be committed here. The beat comes in from Xerneas, but Smurf still just goes straight through the sound barrier, shielding. Finds the kill. Choi Se-Wan down after. As they look for the cleanup, Jimmy will manage to make his escape for now, but yeah, the cap, it just pushes through. Smurf is continuing to find kills, find value, and build up for another grab. He's about to lap Piggy. He's at 34%.
Charge are invisible on this defense. They're entirely invisible on this B-point defense. Jimmy pops an EMP. Smurf doesn't care. Piggy grabs Smurf. Doesn't care. Sound barrier from Xerneas. Smurf doesn't care. Once again, by the way, Choi didn't get the sound barrier. I said they needed to beat Blade. Don't know where Choi was, but he was not in range to receive the sound barrier and couldn't go for the Blade. Now the EMP.
EMP out. Piggy going to be able to survive here. Seems like widely everybody should, and it's actually going to be Jimmy finding Iris. A nice kill. Fitz jumps back. That's going to be a good amount of space bought here for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Now they can posture forward, get up onto the cart. There's Piggy. Has stretched the lead a little bit more over Smurf, making sure that he does not get overtaken. Prophet, however, going to be diving into the back. Slash is there. Far away, dead. Piggy dead at the front lines while his attention is split. Just like that, it's one kill. It's nothing too flashing, and it's enough to get themselves right back in onto the cart.
Still Nano Blade, though. This is really now contentious. Soul have to play up against potentially EMP in about, yeah, there's going to be EMP now. EMP grab and Nano Blade. 3 major tools online for the charge. That's about all they really need. They don't have the defensive sound barrier, but they might not need it. Vindame has to survive against all 3 ultimates. Choi hacked out first.
Sleep Dart not going. Oh, no, actually does find Piggy. Just lock him down, but Prophet is dead. So EMP goes out. 1 kill found. Just like that. Guangzhou charged. The pendulum swings into their side of the field. Now in control.
One of the first resets that we've seen as well onto Seoul Dynasty, but even then, look how quickly Seoul walked back in. Smurf!
Oh, he's just walking at Jimmy!
And there we go. They're trying to keep him alive once more. This time the sound barrier helps keep him in the fight. He finds Xerneas. Choi Se-Wan taken down. Piggy will eventually get rid of Smurf with his own little nano boost there, but now far away. Prophet gets into the back line, finds that kill. And Piggy is just trying to retreat. The bubble comes up, but yeah, he will fall. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining for the Seoul Dynasty as they start pushing again. Smurf going to be coming back on the Doomfist.
Choi Blade. That, by the way, that death was Smurf. That's his first one so far on the map. He hadn't died before that. That was his first death. Choice of one now needs to save the day.
1.67 meters.
He's hacked.
Oh, the EMP comes in. He does get to pull the blade out. He's up onto the high ground, dives in, gets 1 slash across there onto Vinham, but does not lead to a kill. Xerneas hacked. 1.67 meters left to go. The Dynasty playing back. They give some space over it, know that they still have time to work with.
Nano Blade as well.
Nearly up, and the blade on the way.
Yep. Xerneas, though, has a sound barrier. That's very important. Xerneas needs to be checked there. Fitz will have to get that hack. Prophet needs to dive into Xerneas first.
Piggy just disappears. Prophet takes him out before the blade was even pulled. Sound barrier from Xerneas to try to buy some time. There is no time to be bought here. They are fresh out of stock. Seoul Dynasty gets slowed up a little bit on the final stretch, but it's still 1.5 minutes as they finish the map.
Wow, what a push from the Seoul Dynasty. Across the board. The pocketing onto Smurf, the attention from Charge trying to take him down. Smurf was like a raid boss on that push.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at Xerneas' POV here. Okay, so the sound barrier goes down. Smurf blocked it. Smurf blocked the sound barrier. Oh my god!
All right. I know Prophet looked really great in the first map, and he looks pretty good in this one, but I'm thinking that it's going to be a Smurf player of the match. Good lord. This is the second time that we've seen him do this season, at least that I can think of, because we had one where Smurf body blocked.
If I had a nickel for every time, I'd have 2, but that's still 2 more than I thought I would have. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's 2022.
I can remember it.
MVP nominee Smurf, by the way.
I don't remember which team it was. I don't remember which team it was against. It very well could have been the Charge, but I remember it. Lijiang Tower, Night Market, out in front of the point, out in the open, statue side, Smurf, popping a bubble, body blocking, a sound barrier shield, all the way back in, what, the first stage of this season? So he's done it twice.
I gotta say, between that and the not solo grab, but the team grab that stopped Charge from touching, I mean, he's definitely the smartest player on the field. He's definitely the most intelligent tank we have in this matchup, regardless of everything else.
Five-man bio.
Five-man bio. That'll give Harris a nice 14% bump on the ult charge. You take those.
Just want to make him shiver in fear, you know? Smurf does come back over here on the Winston, however. Piggy's sticking to the Zarya. And Smurf already finds a kill. Zernia's taken out. Choice A1 will get Profit, however. It's antied, drops back down. Waits to be able to grab the health pack at the corner. Or just get some healing.
So let's see how the rest of this defense goes now that Smurf is not on to a Zarya. He has a far more active hero in terms of navigating both high and low ground and also committing dives. Fitz, by the way, well, he's dead now. I was going to say he's on the Sojin.
It's that much more difficult for him to try to bail out his teammates, though. So
Sol needs to... They have to back out away from Fitz now. They have to give up ground.
Yeah. Jumping to the other side. Point starting to be occupied. Guangzhou Charge likely going to gain at least one tick for free.
Could be two even.
Smurf comes in. He keeps it contested. He denies the first one from going away, but takes quite a bit of damage. Short leap bow. Support's not there for him. Yeah, Iris desperately tries to get to him to heal him. Does end up falling. Far away. Going to be on the trade, but now Vinham is out of the fight. It's going to be all four supports taken off the field. Choice A1 pushing forward. Misses the dash in there onto Fitz. Still stays alive, but has no HP to work with. Profit recalls. Goes on the hunt, try to spy check a little bit here, but now 2.5 minutes remaining, no ticks gained.
I am so super surprised that Seoul Dynasty have been able to hold on. And now Iris has the nano available. Can go into Smurf. Probably will go into Smurf at this point. The fact that Seoul have held on is incredible. Charge now come up to ultimates. EMP Nano Blade. Here's the Nano Blade now.
Okay, Blade out, dives in to Stairwell, finds Iris. Zernius, however, again, traded Fitz, finds that kill. Faraway dead. The supports are gone. Choice A1 gonna get punished. He gets one kill, but his backline is left completely exposed. He gets torn asunder by Prophet.
Yeah.
And they just go ahead and win the fight out once more.
Which, by the way, that was with Smurf sleeping. Smurf during Primal slept out. Prophet had to get that done on his own. Maybe a bit of help from Fitz, but Guangzhou Charge certainly didn't get enough help there. Jimmy now trying to set up for his EMP. You can see him on towards that left side, invisible. Doing a bit of scouting for his team. And where does this even go? I mean, if you don't catch Vindam, even if you do catch Vindam, the rally can come through here. Vindam might even just pre-rally this fight if he feels pressured. By the way, less than 130 now. Fits the target.
Okay, EMP out from Jimmy. Choice A1 picking up 2 quick kills. The Profits duo, I should say. Both going to be taken down. Xerneas falls as well. Smart for the supports. Trying to stay alive, but he's still, he gets them. Now they're dead. It's just the supports left standing towards the point here for the Dynasty.
They can back out.
So they're going to have to give something up. Profit's back,
I think they give up a tick here. Profit's going to touch, but he might die for this. This is not worth Profit dying.
He gets a recall. He stays alive. Sound barrier now going to be popped. Xerneas dropping the beat. Trying to keep them in this one. Fitz! He lines him up. They're trying to get in on top of him in this grab, but Piggy just dies. They just into them. 40 seconds remaining, and they haven't gotten a single tick, Avril.
This is gross. The Guangzhou Charge have no feet on this map at all. What started out as such a good oasis, especially on City Center, now we get to Paraiso and it's just completely gone. Seoul take charge. It doesn't matter what comp they play. The Smurf Winston or the Zarya, the dive or the semi-broad. Choi trying to come back and he's nearly dead. He might just die.
Oh boy. Okay, he's alive.
Nano Blade.
He's almost got it. 16%. It needs to be the difference maker here. Every other ult is just too damn far away. Nano,
Iris,
up for Iris. Smurf likely to build a primal unless he gets blown up. Somebody's got to touch. Piggy drops down, gets it ready, but they dive immediately into the back line. Choice A1 pulls the blade, finds Iris, but Xerneas and far away once more are dead. Vinham taken out of the fight. Smurf,
just Smurf and
Profit. The two to try to turn it. The dash through, the primal popped. Piggy pushed off the point. The bubble taking him low. Profit still stuck there. Looks to find the kill. It's going to be Smurf who claims it. Now they dive back in. One tick. Grabbed up. Smurf hacked. Tries to drop the bubble. Ends up dying. EMP gets used. Profit is dead. And it seems like the Guangzhou Charge at the very last second might just have made this work. Dash away, Fitz makes his exit. Continues to play forward, but surely he has to just back out. Yeah, the cap is going to be there, so add 2.5 minutes to the time bank. It's not done yet, but it's also not looking good for the charge.
I gotta say, if Prophet and Smurf, the two MVP nominees of this team, held it together, just 2 players versus the world,
just give them a joint
award. I would
award.
have flipped this. I don't know. I just give them both the MVP. I don't know. Just make a
screw everybody else. They deserve it.
But yeah, they'll go down. Fitz is barely just slightly off the timing right. He comes in, but unfortunately both the players would fall. And Charge will, in the final few seconds, you have to get that cap over the line, but they still have to finish the map. There is no way Charge can match this 129 time back. They just got to finish with any time at all.
Yep. And even if they do, if it's in overtime, and they're just playing for a draw. EMP, pulse bomb at the ready. Fitz spotted for a moment, but nope, doesn't get the reveal. The dive in, they're looking for Piggy. Trying to take him down. Piggy actually does manage to stay alive. Pulse bomb, slap down on the floor, and eventually he does crumble, but it's going to be at the cost of Smurf as well, so they trade him out. The tank's now down.
Payload is stuck. The problem is, even though it's a trade, Guangzhou don't have the capability to push on forward. They were waiting for the Nanoblade. Nanoblade available. Here we go. Oh my, what a sleep.
He's immediately slept. What a shot from Iris. Shuts it down completely.
Wow.
Toisewan just doesn't get to play the game.
Whew. This team is unbelievable. Choi's ability to get the frags in. Gone. Nano coming in. Far way down.
Far way down. Nano on a Smurf. Toisewan, sliver of HP up on the rooftop.
Xerneas is just holding beat.
Just trying to stay alive. Yeah. Xerneas just, I don't know.
He's been chilling, like, what's going on here? There's been multiple fights where I feel like this could have been in play, but we'll be holding this one for a further bit longer as we head into potential final fight territory here. 30 seconds left to play through. EMP Sound Barrier versus Primal Rally. The EMP is easy enough to get in there. Choi could die here, gotta be careful.
Okay, anti, that gets cleared off. Smurf barely making it out with his life. The Prophet, the casualty. Let's get found. 12 seconds remaining. The rally now expiring from Vinham. The ult's expended on either side, but the
Soul
EMP
have the
nearly
space to back out. They have the space to back out away from Prophet. He'll come back and they'll go 5v5 again.
Surrender a bit. Fitz, Prophet, the ult's nearly there. Toisewan hacked, going low, dashes up into the skybox. Actually comes back down and helps kill off Smurf. That's going to be a big opening for him. Prophet holding on to this ult, waiting for his opportunity. 2.46 meters left to go. Sees Toisewan, wants to go in for the killing blow. The cart, however, unoccupied. They get the cap. Toisewan finishes them off in the end. Now it's another minute and a half. Like you said, they cannot match. In all likelihood, they cannot finish with time in the bank. But finish is a finish.
Which means draw only.
Draw.
Well, that's the thing is Seoul have over 1 minute charge. If they don't cap with time, this is not going to be a winnable map anymore. They can still draw, but that's not a comfortable place to be. They have the ultimates. Nanoblade coming online. Grav to follow through as well. Smurf dying in that last fight on B definitely hurt them a lot there because you don't have the player to contest the payload as Prophet's going for the dive and the plunge to Choi. Good stick though.
Far away, dead. Denies the Nanoblade for now. Xerneas falling. Buys even more time. Every single stagger that is found from here on out is just tens of seconds bought.
This is very painful for Charge. The reason why is not only because of the time loss, but this is time buy for Seoul where they can build ultimates, right? We're waiting for the Smurf Primal. Had Charge been able to get a dive off there and an actual push with their ultimates, there's no way Smurf builds that ultimate. Now he's on 80%, now he's almost guaranteed. He probably receives a nano as well. That will confirm it.
Okay, dives in. Iris immediately taken out. Finds Vinham as well. The support's now gone. Prophet dead as well. 3 quick kills with Toisewan. Smurf gonna fall. Some space here opened up. They can now start pushing forward.
One more fight. That's a quick reset from Seoul. They saved ultimates. They burned the 2 from the Guangzhou charge. Now it's Grav versus Nano Primal EMP. Fitz will get that as well. Seoul know they have the space to play through. They're willing to sacrifice a fight to get a better one on this final defense now.
Sound barrier from Xerneas could also be massive here. Nano out, goes to Smurf. He goes jumping into the back. The Primal now at the ready. Prophet dead. Xerneas of all people finds that kill. Beat now held. Toisewan receives a bubble from Piggy, who's going to be taking it out now. And Smurf dead. He doesn't get to use the Primal. Now the rest of the squad needs to try to buy some time. The EMP comes across, manages to find 4, but the follow-up is not going to be there. Everybody will stay alive, and the sound barrier even still held. Grab at the ready. Gets thrown in. Vinheim instantly evaporated. And with that dash away, they cannot touch. This is going to an extra inning. The Guangzhou Charge now have an opportunity to force a draw.
That was an impressive comeback by the Guangzhou Charge. To actually cap at all, super impressive indeed.
Yes.
So like you said, 129 now for Sol to get 1 tick. Look, it's not a lot of time, but it is only 1 tick. However, A is super defensible. We've seen many teams, actually led by the Sol Dynasty in fact, full hold on A. In 4 minutes, teams might not be able to get a tick. So 130, 129, I don't necessarily know that this is going to be enough. Second look at this Aerial Sleep again. Well, Choi, boom, instantly gone. Disgusting shot. And the boop away as well, by the way. I don't know if we called that initially, but also the Vinheim whip shot just to push Choi a little bit further back. Gotta say though, I think for Sol Dynasty, they probably could have already cleaned this map up. I think it would be disappointing for Sol to draw when they could have actually just won this map. They sacrificed one fight to the choice of one faraway nanoblade, that's acceptable. But the second fight beyond that, they failed to commit a dive. Nano into Smurf, Prophet dies early somehow to Xerneas. Prophet and Smurf did not link up properly there. I did not see them actually link up together on a specific dive target, and Prophet seemed to just been focused down. Smurf failed to find any other targets afterwards. And as Smurf went down, Fitz goes for the EMP play, but no follow-up because Smurf is dead. So, series of unfortunate events there for the Sol Dynasty on the defense, and credit to the Guangzhou Charge for staying composed to lock out the map.
All right, quick pop shot from Prophet. Just looking for an easy kill. Not going to get one. Goes straight back over to the Genji now. As the assault begins. Not a ton of time here to try to get
Might only
things
see
done.
one ultimate. 1 or 2 ultimates at best here. That's the amount of time we're working with.
Piggy, isolated, antied out. Far away, gets in there, tries to save him. Stuck in the corner for
Great
now.
healing from Charge.
Energy. Yeah, the energy not that high here from Smurf yet. Needs to wait on these bubbles to
Saw
come
the
back
Byronade.
up.
Byronade offensively. Here we go. Choi
Choice
caught again.
Oh, Piggy body blocking stops him from getting out of the window, but now he dies. Choice A1, however, still managed to find Prophet. Vinheim going to be taken down. Point occupied. Smurf continuing to play forward. Iris is here, backing him up.
Wait,
Jimmy
so
dead, and somehow it's just going to be Iris and Smurf winning it all.
What a sleep!
Oh my goodness.
What is that POV from Eris? What was that POV? He just keeps Smurf alive, kills Xerneas, and then sleeps far away from across the map. He only sees he sees a couple of pixels of far away, and he sleeps far away from across the map. And Smurf is just there doing a helicopter with his left click because he's got nothing left to do but solo cap. Oh my God, Sol Dynasty! Wow.
It's just sometimes it feels like the Dynasty, the things that they do just shouldn't be legal in the game. They get away with so much. They have so many clutch moments.
They're just that good. They are that guy.
Unbelievable. I mean, unfortunately for the Guangzhou Charge, even if they had been able to take that, have that draw, it would not count as a map victory, so the record would still be against them. But now, it just looks worse and worse. The Sol Dynasty, they now move up 2-0, and perhaps the 5 maps could be off the board. Dynasty are looking to save us as we go closer and closer to midnight on my end of the board, closer to 1 a.m. for Avril here. We'll see if we can get there. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can rally back and try to pull off a reverse sweep. But first, we have to take a break. After that, it's going to be Circuit Royale, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, a 2-0 lead at the moment here for the side of the Dynasty. Guangzhou Charge fighting tooth and nail. They make it to the end of the map. They're playing for a draw there on Pet ISO, but they cannot make it happen. Dynasty, they clutch. It's just what they do. Yep. It's in their nature. It's in their blood. They clutch time and time again. Iris and Smurf bringing them across the finish line. They get that single tick, and now they have match point.
And I have an extra little bit of a tidbit here. I did some maths behind the scenes during the break.
Okay.
And I worked out one interesting result that could occur from this match. It's not just about Soul and Charge in terms of results here. Obviously, we're talking about the Valiant as well, trying to catch up to Charge, right? But the other team I missed out on talking about is Chengdu Hunters. Now, they lead 2 points ahead of the Charge. If Charge lose this match versus Soul, which currently is looking quite likely, Charge only have 2 more matches left to play through for the rest of this stage, and thereby can only earn a total of 2 more. Actually, am I lying? No, they can earn... Actually, I might be lying. They can earn 3.
Have I botched all of the mathematics?
Yes, it's entirely your fault. Now, let's just work that out a little bit more. So, okay, they can still actually get a bit of Chengdu, but there's a world where, you know, this really will slow them down. Chengdu can basically get locked in. What I'm trying to get towards is Chengdu can basically get locked in for play-ins as the Charge actually start losing, because the total amount of points they get starts diminishing quite quickly. So they still have Soul left to play through here, and then Philly, Valiant, and also the Hangzhou Spark. So, yeah, I guess they can still get 3 points. That would put them at 10. Hunters are currently at 9. So if Hunters lose every game from here on out, they could slip below the Charge, but otherwise, yeah, I mean, Charge, this is so far not looking amazing for either trying to catch up to Chengdu or stay away from the Valiant.
Yeah. Well, Guangzhou Charge, again, as stated, need a reverse sweep. We saw one earlier today. We've had 10 maps so far, or 12 maps so far this evening. Let's see if we can go the distance. They need to start and it needs to begin on Circuit Royale, which is going to be coming up next. So we'll see if they're going to be able to really pull that one off, because it has been close. We've seen some incredible performances here so far just in this series alone from the Charge members. Choice A1 has been putting up some great figures. Piggy, I mean, especially at the beginning in that first map, getting kind of the upper hand over Smurf, which I don't think Smurf was too happy about, as we saw him just completely take over the game in that second map. But we'll have to see what happens moving into Escort.
You want to get an update on where the Piggy versus Smurf battle has gone. Smurf on Paraíso, after, you know, kind of losing to Piggy stats-wise on Oasis. What do we have here? 34 elims Smurf, 16 final blows Smurf, to Piggy's 16 elims and 3 final blows. Bit of a gulf. To be fair, a lot of that comes down to team support, and also just generally if your team is winning or losing. Zara is a very streaky kind of hero as well, where you can snowball quite effectively. If you're never dying and you constantly have energy, is different to someone that's dying a lot and never having energy. As a reminder, Smurf didn't die at all on the entire attacking side of Paraíso until they got to the C point and Piggy finally got him. That was the first death for Smurf that entire opening attack. So he'd kept that charge going for some time. 14,046 damage for Smurf on Paraíso, 11,247 for Piggy, which, to be really clear and throw a bone to Piggy here, that's still pretty good for a team that was losing.
Oh,
but
for
Smurf
sure.
absolutely put up the numbers. Smurf absolutely put up the big boy numbers on that map.
It's just incredible. And I'm excited to see more of it here, and also, you know, for Piggy to maybe be able to answer back as we go into Circuit Royale. Pressure certainly mounting here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. And I mean, how many days did you say it was again since they've taken a map off?
455. 455.
There you go. Glad you still have that stat locked and loaded in the back of your brain. Well,
just the random things I remember.
Can today be the day that it gets
and I'll keep a flowing count of that in my mind. It's like as a party trick, you know, like, hey, do you know how many days it's been since the Charge have taken a map of the Salt Dynasty? Just gotta bring that up every now and then at a part.
That's your wonder wall. Anyway,
let's take a look at what we have on board. So I kind of said early on, you know, when we got towards, when we looked at the map schedule, the map set, I saw that Circuit was on board. I'm like, well, that's got to be the map that Piggy shows up on, right? This is definitely the map that Piggy should get one over Smurf. I'd mentioned that Sigma was likely to see a bit of a look here. Now, a lot of teams have actually ignored Sigma, especially this week. I think last week we saw a bit more Sigma. This week we're not really seeing a lot of Sigma anymore. It's been mostly Zarya. Piggy's got to bring it back, as well as the Jimmy Widowmaker. So I think part of the reason is why is Piggy's best hero is Sigma, and Jimmy's one of his best heroes, top 2, is Widowmaker. So this makes a lot of sense.
All right. Up over the top there for a brief moment. Prophet just inching around the corner. Spots Piggy out. Smurf taking quite a beating, just playing around the car.
Look at Fitz. Fitz has the angle. He's just chilling behind Piggy last I saw. Not too sure where he went now, but he was right next to Jimmy behind Piggy, so he could still be sitting up. Oh, there he is.
Trying to spot him out. Okay, there you go.
Got Piggy, he hacked Piggy.
And he's so very low. The barrier comes up, and healing starts getting pumped out, so we'll go ahead and stay alive. Just one in the meantime, 80% towards that pulse bomb. Getting ready to rock here pretty damn soon.
Oh, no translocator? Not too sure about that.
Evidently not.
Prophet too deep as well.
This fall, Smurf still finding a kill. Turn to the corner, and Jimmy, oh no, face to face with Smurf. Somehow stays alive, actually manages to grapple out of
Prophet
it
is still
before
alive.
Yeah, taken out. Prophet's in the back lines, and he's looking to deal with Jimmy, and he does so. And that is the push broken open. Dashes through, finds choice A1. Should be able to clean up Piggy as well. It's a little bit of help from his friends, and it's going to be Vinham taking the killing blow at the end of it all. But what a breakthrough here.
Bad spawns. Look at bad spawns.
Oh, yeah.
Bunch of members stuck inside the garage right now. Smurf in your face. At least Prophet will get traded here, but Vindame's getting into the mix as well. They want more. They want blood. They want Jimmy.
And they are having all of it. And taking down Smurf, claiming the last 2. Choice A1 just dashing around in Smurf space, but he's not too bothered by it.
Meanwhile, the payload, solo pushing.
Yep, just trucking along here, as steady as ever.
And look at the solo with Nanoblade time. Here we go.
Yep, that's going to be the Immortality Pill taken down. Both supports just hugging in fear. As Prophet will go ahead and clean up 3. Choice A1, the only one left standing at the end of that little skirmish, and man, it's just brutality. The team kill as they will just continue to push completely unhindered.
And it's not like Charge don't have options. You know, they have 3 ultimates coming on through. I think they put a lot of, defense into that Immortality Field. They thought the Immortality Field might save them, but in fact it does not. Trance available here. Farway holding for now.
Grab invested, EMP off the back end. Piggy falling low, the Transcendence there from far away. Keeps him alive, Prophet dead. Fitz down low. Sound barrier does come through from Vinham, catches all 4 remaining members. Immortality Field quickly dealt with, and Xerneas dies shortly thereafter. Piggy with a flex will manage to find 2. Cart just 3.14 meters left away. He needs to stay alive. Tries to predict the movements of Fitz with that accretion, but instead now is going to be slept. It still is quite low. Jimmy as well can't really afford to stick around. They swing around the corner. The DPS duo on the side of the Dynasty clean up the rest. There's the cap, but it's just over 4.5 minutes out for the final stretch.
Eris must have flanked. I'm not surprised that Piggy got slipped there. You saw as well. Piggy had the shield up. Piggy was playing behind the shield. I have no idea how Eris hit that. He either found a toe or he found the angle, but that really cost Piggy his life and will cost Charge the defensive B as well. I think they were maybe faltering on B regardless, but would have liked to have held on a bit longer. Piggy nearly saved the day with a double kill on the Flux indeed, as Seoul Dynasty now start making their way through C fairly unimpeded for now. The other issue with Charge on the Sigma comp is that it is fairly passive. They need to set up these angles and force Dynasty off. Piggy's kind of, okay, he's back. I thought he was abandoning this angle. He is back.
Oh, slide forward. And Fitz makes his exit before the rail shot can come through. Smurf's just lobbing in some shots, trying to keep them out of that window.
They need to overclock sooner rather than later.
Jimmy's still just holding on to it.
It's a lot of waiting.
Okay, there's the pop. It's looking for Prophet. The bubble comes in. Vinham domed. Nice shot from Jimmy. Opens it up. Catches Prophet climbing up the wall. And the chase forward should be good here for the rest of the charge. Smurf just kind of juking out on that accretion. Does actually manage to stay alive for a little bit longer and maybe can make it out.
Oh, yeah, he's got a bubble.
He's got Vinham to back him up. So
wait, the back cap?
Fitz? Oh my goodness. runs it 3.5 meters away.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say, I start hearing that music just start vamping. The sting comes in. I'm just
Yeah,
like, oh
yeah.
boy, here we go.
That could have been tricky. That could have been disastrous for the Guangzhou Charge. That could have been a 3-minute plus time back for the Seoul Dynasty as well. And we still have an EMP to play through, plus Nano Blade about to come online. Eris, 28% off from that. Profit far less. EMP on Piggy dead.
Yep, EMP out. Piggy on the floor. Jimmy caught by it as well, but does get to keep his life for a little bit longer. Blade now at the ready. Iris catching up. Prophet doesn't wait for it, but he just gets destroyed.
Okay.
What a shutdown. Faraway's probably saying, like, damn, I wish I knew that was going to happen. I would have saved this Transcendence. Either way,
Still though, the Nano, they're committing.
Still invested. Smurf trying to stay alive. High energy, but it's just too much pressure being applied. So the Nano, a bit of a whiff. Can't get the grab up. Benheim is going to die eventually. It's going to be 2:15 now remaining for the side of the Dynasty. Guangzhou Charge slowly and steadily whittling away at this time bank.
Look, I'm in two minds about that Prophet Blade, because on one hand, I'm like, he could have probably have waited for the Nano Ray. He wouldn't have been one-shot by that rail, but on the other hand, the trance was there anyway, so he forced the trance. You kind of consider it to be a one-to-one trade, but not at the cost of Prophet's life, so it's a very difficult situation for Sol to be in. I would have probably preferred Prophet alive, so I'm going to say that Nano Blade should have been the call there. Prophet did get impatient. He gets rocked here, but he'll be okay. A lot of ults for the Charge.
We saw some opening that we clearly did not. And, well, maybe he thought he saw an opening that just wasn't there.
Well, Jimmy closed the opening
though,
pretty damn quick.
Yeah, he slammed the door right on his toes. Jimmy now, another overclock, nearly ready to go. Xerneas under a bit of pressure. Flux coming through, gets the catch here onto Eris, and there's not going to be any saving him. A rail shot will seal the kill away from Piggy, but now they can just go ahead and continue to push forward. Choice-A-Wan, the only casualty thus far. It's a massive trade-up. All the same for the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah. Cheap win. Single Flux to come on through. Solo Flux onto a solo member. And the Charge retain 3 ultimates. Down to a minute now. Remember, Seoul Dynasty had 3 minutes left. When Fitz was backcapping, we're talking about a 3-minute time back there. Had he successfully backcap. Not that we expected him to. Obviously, Charge were going to come back and stop him. We've gone from that now to 45 seconds. Final EMP into grab play. Hard for the Seoul Dynasty to push up every time they get reset, because they have to retake ground that they previously had. So you see this pool area? They've had and lost this area for like 3 times in a row now. Oh, and the grab's eaten. Oh my god.
Oh boy. I haven't seen a kinetic grasp take away a grab in quite some time, but there you go. If there's one way to fully secure this hold here on point C, that's definitely a good look. Prophet, however, finds supports, finds Piggy, and now he's got a blade. Drops down, gets on top of Jimmy, pops to deflect. Smurf going to be able to take that kill away. Prophet going massive here in the last few moments. The cart now once again pushing to the side of the Dynasty, and have they managed it again? Have they pulled out the clutch? Jimmy swapping over desperation to the Widowmaker. Does he want dead? No, Jimmy swaps now again over to the Meg. As you mentioned, far away with the Transcendence, he makes his way through. Piggy was anti-ed out, but they couldn't finish him in time. Benheim on the other side does end up getting picked. Choice-A-Wan going to be coming back through, this time on the cast into the EMP. Clipping on to Piggy and Jimmy, both going to be taken down. Prophet dead. Fitz finds Choice-A-Wan. It's just the supports left, and Xerneas will fall. Smurf holds on, of course he does, with just the smallest minute amount of health. And they will be able to complete this map, but damn, what an effort from the Guangzhou Charge to make it happen in OT.
I gotta say that EMP was clutch as well from Fitz. It catches all the right members, and I think, well, maybe it's obvious that he would, because Charge have to be on the point right, but Piggy nearly had the Flux. He was about 4 or 5% off. Jimmy was on the May as well, by the way. He dies in the 1.75 second Silent Slam, which means he can't ice block. Let's take a look at that 4K. Was it 3 or 4K from Prophet? This is, by the way, a neutral. He didn't have Blade. He's just going for it. He's just simply moving in and carving up the Charge on his lonesome. Well, not on his lonesome, but no Blade is what I'm trying to say. He had his team there, but didn't have to Blade. Just ran up. Just ran it up.
Just another incredible little pop-off there from the GOAT himself. Just blessing our eyeballs with some of these performances. Granted, you know, some head scratchers as well. The Blade that instantly got shut down. Definitely not a great look, but heavily outweighed by the strong performances that have been shown.
That's just Genji gameplay, I think. Sometimes you go nutty mode, and sometimes you get one shot by something randomly. Or in this case, maybe not randomly, but Jimmy doing some big work. Speaking of big work done, I think for Charge, good silver lining as they actually dropped it down to the OT.
All right.
Expect that as Charge maintained this Sigma double flex support play. Bap and Zen, Jimmy on the rails this time. He doesn't spawn through as the Widowmaker. He wants to be Sojin, and okay, that's a big bar in there from Eris.
Yep, Xerneas dead. Prophet does get traded. Far away out of the mix. Piggy slept. Should get cleaned up here. As, yep, he'll wake up and actually ends up finishing himself off with the left click.
That's still a win for Charge. Because Dynasty dropped too many members here. Because of that, they have to back out. They simply cannot stay. Now,
Choice
it is not common. Teams, he should die. Surely Smurf dies here. There
Okay.
Teams typically do not spawn hold here in Countdown Cup meta with even a Zarya composition. Maybe on a Ryan you would, certainly on a Jungle Queen comp during Summer Shoda, but now you don't do this kind of thing. This is kind of why. It's only like a half success. Yeah, you'll spawn camp, you'll get a good nade, you'll rush in, you'll get some kills, but you're going to lose half your team doing it, and eventually, if you lose players, the attacking team who are being spawn camped, they get out of spawn.
Alright, pushing up. Fitz getting himself around the back, goes for the hack, can't quite nail it. Contest comes through, Fitz has to translocate out.
Pulse.
Good pressure being applied by Choice A1, and like you said, the Pulse is ready. He sees a lot of people clustered up along that left side wall. Ooh, that is good trigger discipline on those blinks to not just go charging forward. Try to get that stick. Iris in the meantime, eliminated.
Oh,
There's
wow.
the stick. Smurf's got the bubble. Burns the second one just to keep himself alive, but after that, there's just nothing else to keep him in this fight. Guangzhou Charge stormed their way onto point A, just shy of 5 minutes in the time bank.
It's still a pretty worth pulse as well, because even if you just blow up the bubble, you instantly delete the bubble, right, which allows you to get the kill. Should be further stagger kills here. Eris got the bad spawn. He knew he was done for. And now Seoul Dynasty have to wait for the extra member, which allows Piggy to start pushing on through. This is good momentum. This is also, by the way, snowballing that is enabled by the failed spawn hold from Seoul Dynasty. Again, I don't think they should have gone for that. And they're still feeling the effects of that punishment. Flux will be very important with the next fight. Smurf has to be careful with his bubble usage. He needs to have bubbles available to save people in the Flux.
My ultimate is charging.
Lurking around and spy checked
Fitz.
immediately. Oh
He's
my
lucky to be
God,
alive.
Faraway almost just assassinates him. There's the Flux, picks up two. The bubble to try to buy some time. Piggy gonna be EMP'd.
EMP cancelled.
So he doesn't slop them back down. Mortality field dealt with. The kills still not found. Frab lobbed in, gets the catch onto two. Xerneas being one of them. Prophet finds the kill. Piggy also dealt with. That certainly slows things up for now. Still a good amount of distance and a great amount of time left in the bank. But maybe
hang
the
on.
turnaround is coming through. Jimmy finds one far away with another. Iris does take down the enemy Zen. Choice they want falling low. Just managed to keep himself healthy in the end with a recall. Right clicks.
This right
really
clicks,
starting
dude.
to hurt.
That was like 100 damage right click. I don't think it's quite that high, but it looked about that to me. Choice of one just getting entirely destroyed by it. Smurf makes up for his prior Eaton grab. This time will connect beautifully, and Prophet wants to get another fight win for himself.
There it goes again. Two quick kills. Tries to pressure out Piggy, takes him to about half far away. Well,
Okay.
give his life for the kill. Choice they want, answering back again. With Piggy gone, that should be it. The pulse bomb goes wide.
Choi?
Not sure about that one.
They already lost the fight. That's he's just throwing an ultimate here. And he's not changing, so he just kind of dumped it in for no particular gain. Had he even got the stuck, I'm not too sure it would have been really that worth. In either case, we're back to a full 5v5 here. Ults ran out, except for Eris on the Nano. That's going to be a great tempo Nano that can come on through. Delay a lot of time, get 2:35 left for the Guangzhou Charge with no tools. They have to just kind of clear this one dry if they can.
Nano at the ready, EMP, nearly there for Fitz. Looking for the hack, they find it, it's gonna go into Xerneas. The anti layered in, both supports taken down. Off the back of the Nano Genji. It's going in for the eco push here. 21 HP remaining, trying to duke it out with Jimmy, but eventually the nade catches him. Prophet not fully realizing that it was there, but Vinheim will go ahead and slurp himself a second kill.
That was a cool 1v1 there. Credit to Jimmy for winning it, and then Vinheim coming in for the third party. But it's still just time being burnt, and we talked about this. This is just, they can just play a Nano as a full tempo ultimate that Charge can do very little about because they were so far behind, and as we start to look towards more ults, I mean, yeah, Piggy can flux, but remember, Piggy had his last flux cancelled by Fitz's EMP, so that could happen again.
Oh,
okay, Fitz is spotted.
They suss him out. Well, the skirmishing continues, and the time bank continues to dwindle.
Grav's
Minute
coming
30.
too.
Sound barrier for Vindham, about to be up. Oh, nasty shot. Catches Vindham in the chest. It's not the kill that they were looking for.
Does Fitz wait or does he go? Choi goes
Pulse bomb
first.
out. Nothing.
Fitz. Okay, EMP. Now's the EMP. Cancel.
No, they're going to wait. The call comes in. I think they said that everything's fine. Now he goes for it. Transcendence, however, does still come through from far away. Piggy not receiving that healing until just now. Grab in the back line. And there's the anti laid on top of it. The window going to be wasted by Xerneas. Throws it in desperation. They completely find nothing for it. 3 members still playing around the point, however. Or the card, I should say. Prophet just pushing in, looking for far away. Dashes down. Vindham again. Takes the kill. And this might just be it. Unless the Guangzhou Charge can rally back for another miracle push like we saw from them on Paraiso to get to the end of the map. But any more staggers from here on out is just catastrophe.
I mean, even if they get to the end of the map here, they have to cap in 130. As a reminder, Seoul had over 3 minutes to work through on C. Guangzhou have got nothing. And now we're looking at Nano Blade as well. That was a great line of play coming through because it's the EMP which can't. Which I don't know if it cancelled the flux, but certainly didn't do anything for Piggy. Vindham called the boost. Okay.
Card is being pushed right now.
Boostio.
They realize this, but they gotta get there in time. They can't. Oh, they got it. They capped it.
Oh my God.
He back capped it. Choice they want just back capped the cart.
Wow. I think Dynasty go for a spawn camp here. I think they got to. Assert dominance.
I mean, you sure as hell might as well.
That was incredible. Yeah, I mean, look, Fitz nearly back capped on C, but Choi actually got one.
He pulled it off. Where Fitz failed. Prophet just diving in there.
Just trying to get as running at charge
as it possibly can. Yeah, I mean, they say, you know what? If we win the fight, we win the fight. Otherwise, let's just dive in, get as much ult charges as we can, go for the reset, I suppose.
I don't think Smurf expected to just get one shot there by far away, just get volleyed, and so, well, you lose your tank, Soul already committed, you kind of have to go in. So unfortunately, there's 2 spawn camps failed there. It really is not the Junker Queen meta anymore, is it? So Dynasty trying to take control of the outside pool area, at least this kind of outside balcony area. Has to be careful to not get rocked off. At least there's no Lucio or Brig that can push them off.
Dive into the back, they're looking for the Cassidy. Immortality Field is there from Xerneas. Quick on the reaction. Fitz taken down, far away. Nice shots, gets the kill. The flex from Piggy helps him pick up 3. There's a team kill. There's the cart. Continuing to advance, and we might not be done with this map just yet, Avril.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That would be
Fitz
crazy.
Goes in. He gets the touch, but somebody else needs to double up. There they go. Sound barrier escorting them forward. Piggy going to be taking a nap. Now gets woken up. The Transcendence going to be expiring here in just a moment. Smurf pressured out. Gets absolutely bodied. 1.72 meters left to go. Prophet dead, far away. Safely just chugging out inside of that Immortality Field. And yep, it's going to be a double OT push from both squads. As the Guangzhou Charge will be able to finish this map. It's going to take him a little bit of extra time as Smurf jumps in. But here we go. A minute apiece. Let's see what in the hell happens.
I gotta say, the similarities, the parallels to Paraiso are just uncanny. Soul Dynasty, they're dominating, and then boom, charge cap. Huh? Excuse me, what? But it happens. This time it's different. It's a different case, so we're not looking at... Okay, first of all, let's check the replay. This was nano played. This was just before the back cap. So here we go. And watch the cap right now. The cap is currently being back capped this entire time as the nano blade came on through. So Choi, basically, I mean, on some level, this is Choi's mindset. I think he accepted that his team was about to lose that fight regardless because of the nano blade, and he's just like, if I can just be sneaky though, I'm gonna get this. And that is one of the most ridiculous miracle backcaps I've ever seen. The only one that comes to mind that I really remember was the Soon backcap. I can't remember who he did against. It was Soon and Barney B. You remember that one?
I believe so. I think there was also, I want to say, was it Arhan? I'm delving deep here. Apex Season 1. I seem to remember Arhan having one on Watch Point Gibraltar years and years ago. And I think it was overtime. They needed to get just to the top of the ramp towards point A, and then I believe he back capped it. I might be mixing that up with who actually did it, but I remember that Afrika Blue was involved.
I'm gonna say one more thing here. The sort of consequences of that back cap for the Seoul Dynasty are far-reaching because now they're at risk of losing this map. We're 1 minute apiece for both teams. We've reset. It's incredibly even. Anything can happen now.
Very true, including a draw.
Wow, I mean that would a draw on an Escort map. I would have really seen everything after that. It's the only thing
I've been a part of a
seen.
lot of firsts in this game. That would be one that I would love to be a part of.
Shanghai's first win.
Shanghai's first win, first Wrecking Ball, first. I mean, there's a bunch of other things, I'm sure. But well, let's see how this
Valiant's
goes.
first win after a long losing streak.
Very true.
Okay, Choi on 82, by the way, so he's really screeching
Runaway's
ahead.
first win. Okay.
Ah, that's true. That was an 8 map as well.
OT
Choi
now.
hacked.
Choi said one. Hacked for a moment, but I mean the pulse bomb. He's got it up now.
Look at Eris.
Dink.
Eris 90.
On a Smurf. Bubble popped. Eats the accretion. They pull away from the cart for just a moment, letting that OT dwindle down. Prophet makes his way out. Nanoboost goes forward on a Smurf. He pushes in past Piggy's barrier. He's trying to pressure him out. And yeah, I mean, he's 80 energy right now. Trying to get on top of the Immortality Field. Take it down.
God.
Piggy dead. Jimmy out of the fight. Choice A1 still holding on to the pulse. But point A certainly looking capable right now for the side of the Dynasty.
Choi's going to clutch it. He's the only one.
The Prophet is dead. Playing up onto the ramp. Choice A1 dropping down. Goes low. They look for the hack and he's got to recall out. Point A obtained. Seoul Dynasty just gave themselves a major win condition here.
Yeah, gigantic. And look, nothing Charge can really do about that. Sans getting this pulse bomb stick from Choi, and that would have to happen before Smurf rocks up with that nano. He had 86 energy plus a nano, just runs at Piggy, runs down Piggy.
Fitz dead. Tag on Van Him. Jimmy desperately trying to line up the headshot. Can't quite make it happen. Prophet comes in for the fight, but he's just too damn low. He gets sniped. Smurf kills himself off with the right click, and it seems like this is going to be as far as it goes. Choice A1 finally lets the pulse bomb out. Finds Eris, and that is it. Just cresting up the top of the ramp is where the Guangzhou Charge need to get to.
It's Prophet 88, Fitz 98, Smurf 98 or something like that, and Vindame at 97. They were all a few percentage points away from getting the ultimate. Eris was 64 towards his next nano. So Seoul just needed to hold on slightly longer. They would have had so many ults to play through. Jimmy catching Prophet. Further members from Seoul dying. Smurf, Suicide. And the Guangzhou Charge hold, but they have to cap. The problem here is getting A at all is so much distance for 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's more than enough realistically. Now, the other thing to consider here is that Seoul can actually, depending on how many players die, they can, technically speaking, lose the A cap and still just barely have enough time to contest. Again, depending on who dies and when they die. What I also want to say is Seoul probably shouldn't, I mean, obviously I don't think they should go for another spawn camp here. It's too dangerous. If they go for one and it fails, and inevitably they probably will fail with this kind of composition, they will be on the back foot. They need to slow this game down, try and go for these picks, but otherwise, slow it down to the place where Guangzhou Charge are going to be committed to the OT, and once the OT hits, that's when Seoul needs to really pull through.
The gates have opened, and the battle begins. Guangzhou Charge playing to keep themselves in this series and to finally take a map away from the Dynasty after having not been able to do it for years.
Jimmy, by the way,
on that corner.
I think he's going to be a very important member here, because if he finds a rail kill of any kind, this point blows open. He is the guy to get the Charge across the line, in my opinion.
Prophet playing around the side, knows where Choice A1 is at. Prophet still, however, needs to be careful, needs to show respect. Makes Choice A1 low, drops down straight into Xerneas' face, and they find the kill.
Gotta be safe, can't overcommit. Seoul cannot overcommit for more. One kill is fine. They've slowed it down. Now we're going to OT.
Prophet diving in. Bits lost, but Piggy now gone, far away. A sliver of HP. The Immortality Field keeps him alive. Prophet breaking line of sight. He's just keeping the supports locked into place right now. But Prophet, he is overstepped in his body. He's sent flying.
Smurf is next.
Pulse bomb nearly at the ready. Smurf continuing to play up front. Desperately needs some heals, but Vinheim says, nah, dog, I'm sorry. I gotta leave.
One more contest. They can do this. Charge are likely to cap now. They might be able to cap, but Seoul Dynasty can get one more good contest, and looking like possible ultimates. Choi has to shut it down. Piggy is stuck on a Doom. He has no time to change. He has to play through the rest of this offense now on a Doom. Not ideal, but it must happen. All comes down to Choi. All comes down to the
Sneaky
pulse.
beaky.
By the way, it can't
he
get
has not
bubbled.
been spotted.
Can't get bubbled.
He has not been spotted. He now opens up. They try to keep him at arm's length. 0.82 meters left to go before the .8 cap comes in. Xerneas, the window, nearly at the ready. Pulse bomb goes wide, does not catch Garrus. Piggy down. Prophet finds the kill. The blade pulled, and they just move away from it. They just move away from it for a split second.
The blade is just too scary. The blade was too damn scary.
The lack of reaction from the side of the Dynasty, I think they weren't even necessarily certain if they stepped away, had they given it up, or had they just won the map. Well, now they know. They are victorious, and it's a very anticlimactic end compared to what we wanted to see, compared to how this series is playing out. It's yet again a 3-0 that Dynasty walk away from where it just doesn't feel like a 3-0.
Which is credit to the Charge, and credit to the Valiant, but also to the Charge for both teams having a close 3-0. It feels like such an empty kind of compliment.
Sure.
The Charge were so close to winning maps today, it just wasn't quite enough. Paraíso, despite being a one-sided, eventually started to get a little bit closer, even though they could only play for a draw there. I actually think maybe the closest well, you'd have to say Circuit was definitely the closest, because they were literally on the final push to get there. And who knows, maybe if they don't step off, it could have been going their way. It's really hard to say. City Center on Oasis was also extremely close for them. One that you almost, after watching that, I was like, I think Charge might just win this map now, but Seoul are just so reliable in those situations where even if they're down, cool, reset the mentality, reset the map, we're going to the next round, go fresh. And when they do that, Seoul Dynasty, they just they came through and pounded.
I mean, they were all close. I mean, yeah, the round of Garden with Smurf just locking out the team, making sure the Guangzhou Charge could not get the touch to force out the overtime, just catching them all in that Graviton surge. The whole way throughout, this was damn close. Guangzhou Charge continued to look good, but we're at that point where these losses, it hurts so much for your chances to make it into the play-ins at this point. So this is definitely going to be a bit of a brutal blow for the Guangzhou Charge, especially after the Valiant just got their win in the previous series. But let's go ahead and talk about the man a little bit more, because god damn did he play well today, as he often does. It's Smurf, our player of the match. He's just give him whatever. What awards do we have? Give him Rookie of the Year. I don't care. Just give him every accolade we possibly can.
Well, I think he's the best tank player in the world. I don't think he's proven that over every single meta so far this year, as the only tank available on this team as well. So
if anybody thinks that he isn't the best tank player in the world, get your head checked, because there's something wrong with you. This guy, I think it's just completely across the board, inarguable.
And it's not saying that he is the best at every single hero he touches, because I would argue, okay, you Hanbin's the better Jungle Queen, probably the better Zarya too. That's not a hot take to have, but it's the flexibility. It's the fact that Smurf plays everything across the board to an extremely high level. A couple of other players have, maybe a couple of S tiers, but even if Smurf has every single hero at A, that's still more valuable because it gives you the flexibility to do whatever you want at an extremely high level. And then on top of that, look at the man's brain, like his knowledge and his intelligence in terms of his decision making, what to do, winning multiple situations for his team. It's just unprecedented how often he can just shift the tide like that. And even then, against very strong tank players like Piggy on heroes like Zarya, which has always been in the off-tank hero pool for all these guys, and Smurf has had to learn this hero as a main tank player who mostly has played Winston in the past. That's super impressive. That's something he's only really started to do this year as a player. And beyond that as well, remember, even in his main tank career for the Shock, he was trading space with Super, so he wasn't even necessarily a starter back then. This has been a monumentous rise for a player that Seoul put all of their faith into. That Prophet coerced in terms of, well, I say coerced in terms of about, he convinced Smurf to join the team, and together they've been a dominant force, both MVP candidates for 2022.
It's been incredible to watch him today. I mean, to watch him the whole season throughout. Honestly, Smurf has just been an absolute treat. The bubble block on the sound barrier every time. It's just chef's kiss to Smurf. Incredibly well-deserved player of the match for him. I think Prophet was definitely given it a good shout with some of the Genji performances that we were seeing him put up there. But Smurf just has to take it at the end. Just incredible.
Final note from me.
The Dynasty, yet again. They don't drop a map to the Guangzhou Charge, so add some more days to the tally. Well, actually,
I was going to say
they don't play against each other again, right? So
the only other time that Charge can play Seoul now is if the Charge can also make it to LA to play the playoffs. If that doesn't happen, this record is not going to get broken until 2023. So that 455 days, add another crap ton of days to that if the Charge can't get to LA. So, yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, the Dynasty, they continue to get these 3-0 victories, so only dropping one map so far during the Countdown Cup qualifiers, and it just seems like no one is really able to challenge them. I mean, they can challenge them, but they haven't been able to best them. But that does it from us. It has been an absolute wonderful but also brutal evening as it's now going on. Let me see, 12:30 for myself, 1:30 a.m. for Avril. So we need some much needed rest because we're coming back tomorrow. We're not done yet. There's still one more day of matches here this week. So make sure you guys tune in, same place, same time for 2 more action-packed series because I got to say it again, I love this meta. I think it's the best one that we've had all year long. It's been absolutely incredible to cast. But yeah, good night. We love you all. We'll see you here tomorrow.
Get in there.
Scandalous nuisance.